Pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food. Yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I'll pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and it's time for our relay interview. Our next guest is Twisted Minds Example. Hi, Example.
Hello.
So, Hakatori left you a question.
Як навчитися так добре давати інтерв'ю?
Any
So
words to it?
talented, I don't know.
So talented?
Yeah.
Any words
God
to it?
blessed.
God bless, okay. And do you feel any pressure coming into today?
No pressure.
No pressure. And was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Food.
Food. Yeah, totally agree. And you could pick another player for the next relay interview. Who would it be, and what would you ask them?
I'll pick Sheila. Why is he so tall?
Why is he so tall? All right. Thanks for the interview, and the relay goes on. Thank you.
Bye bye.
All units be advised, robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect is armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Wait, now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Nightclub is under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
He say me Pablo.
Oh, Babo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
Hi guys, I'm Lucy, and we're back with our relay interview. Our next guest is S2G Sheila. Hi Sheila.
안녕하세요.
Oh, so good. And Example left you a question.
Why is he so tall?
Aile genetiğimden dolayı birazcık uzun.
And do you feel any pressure coming in today?
No,
Oh, no pressure at all.
no, zero pressure.
Oh, yeah. Was there anything you missed from home while being here?
Yeah, food, Turkish food.
Food, Turkish food. And do you know any Korean phrases?
안녕하세요.
Oh.
감사합니다. 그치, 그치.
Kutsi.
그치. Yeah, yeah.
So, and you could pass the baton to another player for the next interview. Who would it be, and what would you like to ask?
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah,
So,
Janji salute.
what's the question?
Why he toxic?
Oh.
Because he say me Pablo.
Oh, Babo?
Yeah, he say me Pablo.
So it's another Korean phrases you learned.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the interview, and we're coming back.
What is mean Pabu? Like stupid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he said
Pabu?
Pabu.
But 7-7, Olwo finds the dirtiest of angles. But he's got more. He looks for the ball. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏，印象最深刻的时候就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想证明一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队。我相信明年的17一定能够重回巅峰。
But 7-7, Olwo finds the dirtiest of angles. But he's got more. He looks for the ball. He's got him. 7-7.
大家好，我是17战队的77。最初玩这个游戏印象最深刻的时候，就是当时这个游戏刚出来的时候吧，就是很火，然后家里的电脑玩不了，然后就只能去网吧里面去偷偷的玩，然后当时就印象很深刻吧，总是偷偷跑到网吧去玩这款游戏。对，当时这个游戏刚出来的时候，大家就想去尝试着玩一下嘛，所有人玩了之后就全部都爱上了这款游戏。没有一瞬间吧，就是每天都想着什么时候能玩这款游戏，每天都想到这款游戏，就没有印象很深的一瞬间。一开始玩这款游戏的时候，就是抱着娱乐的心态嘛，然后发现自己总是单人吃鸡，然后打出来的压枪很厉害嘛，然后就觉得自己好像有一点天赋。当时想走职业这条路的时候，可能周围的人都不是很理解吧，然后不是很支持，然后我就想证明一点证明给他们看嘛，然后就去尝试了，就去试训了，然后慢慢的就证明给他们看我是能够走职业这条路的。我打职业以来最难忘的一个瞬间应该是2024年 PCL 秋季赛吧，当时在天霸战队夺得了联赛冠军，就是自己很开心吧，因为是我 第一个大赛的冠军嘛，就很多大大小小的比赛我参加过很多，我也打了很多年了，但是那是我第一个大赛的冠军嘛，所以印象深刻，也有压力也有动力吧。保持自信的根源就是我觉得我对自己有自信，因为我觉得自己有实力能够来到17战队，并且17战队也愿意信任我，所以我还是有自信的。从 FPP 转换到 TPP 的话，我个人的话，那应该是就是多练习嘛，多练习，然后多习惯 TPP 视角嘛，因为毕竟 FPP 跟 TPP 在我看来是两种游戏，所以肯定是要多练习的，绝对不会改变的东西。这款游戏就是职业比赛上面从 FPP 变成 TPP 了，但是我觉得我不会改变的是，这个游戏是一个团队游戏，我应该就是我打法应该是不会改变的，就是要比较团队一点，因为我觉得这个游戏是团队游戏嘛，然后只有通过团队协作才能够赢下比赛。谢谢粉丝一直以来对我对17战队的支持，就是让我们一起期待明年的赛事和明年的17战队。我相信明年的17一定能够冲回巅峰。
On the world stage, the gateway to becoming Battlegrounds Esports champion, PUBG Global Series returns in 2026 with a brand new look. PGS is back this year with a total of 12 series, where 3 series are grouped into one circuit, making a total of 4 circuits before PGC. The biggest change in this PGS is that daily matches have been reduced from 6 to 5, and the group stage, which used to run for 3 days, now just takes place in a single day. However, in place of fewer matches, teams must compete in 3 organically connected series over 3 weeks. The long and arduous journey to becoming champion. Shall we take a look? First, in Series 1, a total of 24 teams are divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, and play in cross-group matches. The first day, each group will play 6 matches for a total of 9 matches on that day. The top 16 teams advance to the winner stage, while the bottom 8 teams drop to the survival stage. The top 8 teams from the winner stage advance directly to the Series 1 final stage, while the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 from the group stage in the survival stage. While in the survival stage, only the top 8 teams can advance to the final stage. Additionally, in the winner stage of Series 1 and Series 2, the top 8 teams who advanced first receive additional points based on their ranking, allowing them to start the final stage in a more favorable position. Only the teams that reach Series 1 final stage become the final 16 teams of Series 1 and can proceed to the winner stage, the first match of Series 2. Next up is Series 2. The final 16 teams from Series 1 compete in the winner stage. In Series 2, the winner stage works the same as in Series 1. The top 8 teams advance directly to the final stage. However, the bottom 8 teams face the bottom 8 eliminated from Series 1 survival stage in yet another survival stage. Of these, only the top 8 teams can advance to the Series 2 final stage. After 2 days of competing in the final stage, the teams advancing to the circuit's crowning event, the Grand Final, are determined. But wait, you might be thinking, can't you just do well in Series 2 final stage and make it to the Grand Final? However, in this year's PGS, only teams with consistent performance can reach the Grand Final and ultimately make it to PGC. To advance to the Grand Final, PGS points earned across Series 1 and Series 2 are crucial. Only the top 8 teams, based on combined PGS points from the final stages of Series 1 and Series 2, can advance to the 3-day Grand Final. Excluding the series finale, all 3 series award the same PGS points, so performing well in only the later series will not give you an advantage. The bottom 16 teams that did not make the grand final must once again fight for their lives and finish in the top 8 of the survival stage to advance to the grand final. Of the 16 teams that then make it to the grand final, only 1 team can become the circuit champion. As you know, to become the circuit champion and advance to PGC, reaching the final stage and the grand final is essential. Starting in this year, there is also one important factor. That's right, prize money. In the final stage, ranking prizes are awarded only to the top 8 teams, but any qualified team that earns a chicken dinner receives a cumulative $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. In the series final, ranking prizes are given to all teams that manage to make it to the grand final, and chicken dinner teams continue to receive that $1,000 chicken dinner bonus. From points to prize money, motivation has never been clearer. The path has been revealed for our PGC 2026 champion. Anyone can claim the throne.
Oh, example! Going absolutely huge right now! Some big kills! Can he find another?
Всем привет, меня зовут Артем, мой игровой никнейм Example. PUBG для меня занимает очень важную часть жизни. Без нее бы я не стал просто профессионалом. Мое первое воспоминание было это, когда я увидел стрим по этой игре, и для меня тогда был режим Battle Royale в новинку. Я ни разу такого не видел и начал играть. Меня просто затянуло, и я проводил весь день в этой игре. На самом деле у меня не было какой-то конкретной цели. Я просто играл, знакомился с новыми людьми. Мне это нравилось. Ну и тогда познакомился с моим нынешним тиммейтом, Battlegrounds. Мы просто с ним списались. Го поиграем. Ну и так вышло, что пришел инвайт в команду. Самый запоминающийся момент в моей карьере был на турнире PGC 2022. Тогда был матч на Мирамаре. Мы раскинули стенку смоков. Это дало начальную точку камбэка, так скажем, в этом турнире, и в конце мы его уже выиграли.
Now it's just going to go ahead and start to roll out. People should hear that engine shot's going to start coming out from Twisted Minds. Going to try to roll into it. Some shots do come out. Spyro's going to go down, and whoa! Navi just runs right into this one. He is outside the blue, though. That's great. It's no problem, but wow! Twisted Minds gets eliminated. That was an insane push by Navi.
Я на самом деле не помню, каковы были тогда эмоции, потому что не придавал этому значения. Когда уже выиграли турнир, и ты потом осознаешь, что вот этот матч был один из важнейших. Ну, конечно же, изменения это всегда к лучшему, потому что одно и то же просто надоедает, и нужны в любом случае какие-то изменения. Переходом игры с первого лица в третье, безусловно, в моем понимании, замедлит очень сильно игру, потому что, есть просмотр, грубо говоря, из-за стены. Несмотря на эти изменения, я все равно остаюсь уверенным в своей игре. Я буду просто продолжать играть, становиться сильнее, развиваться. После того, как мы проигрываем, я не особо тильтую, потому что это уже произошло, и я особо не могу что-то изменить, и поэтому, да, я к этому проще отношусь. Но бывают, да, и моменты, когда, если бы ты мог как-то повлиять на ситуацию уже случившуюся, то немножко тильт есть, но быстро проходит. Фанаты для меня много значат. Я постоянно вижу там хорошие сообщения на трансляциях и так далее. Всем спасибо, кто следит. В 2026 году я хочу выиграть PGC. Несмотря на все изменения, я смогу достичь этой цели.
Hi guys, it's Bella here with the relay interview, and today's guest is Salute. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Well, Sheila had to say that he wanted you to take the next interview. He had a couple of questions he wants to know.
Why he toxic? He say me Pablo.
And this is your chance to defend yourself.
그렇기 때문에 좀 S2G 선수들이랑은 좀 연이 없어서 좀 그런 식으로 친해져 보려고 그냥 장난스럽게 한번 그렇게 말했습니다.
I know a lot of the players here in the lobby, they are familiar with Korean culture, but if you, Salute, as an individual, had to recommend one thing from Korea to other players, what would it be?
일단 뭐 저의 이미지랑 어울리는 거 음식 추천인데
어.
비빔밥 참 맛있는 데 가면 맛있어가지고 추천드리고 싶습니다.
인정입니다. Before I let you go, I have to ask you, who do you want this relay interview to visit next?
일단 팔콘 코치의 건어를 선택하고 싶고 그 이유는 일단 사실 해외 대회 나가면 건어가 되게 적극적으로 다른 팀들과 소통하고 좀 그런 팀들 많이 도와주기 때문에 굉장히 책임감 있고 멋있는 코치라고 생각을 하기 때문에 선택하겠습니다.
꼭 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. What should I ask Gunner other than telling him what you just said?
어떻게 그렇게 화를 다스리는지랑 그리고 어떻게 그런 책임감을 가질 수 있는지 궁금합니다.
Alright, thank you, Salute, for joining me. 감사합니다. 네, 건어 코치한테는 잘 전해드리도록 하겠습니다. Alright, 안녕.
Tên thật của mình là Lão Phước Tín Đạt, còn trong game của mình là Himat. PUBG mang nghĩa em rất là xuất sắc. Nhờ game này mà em được biết đến khá là nhiều, cũng như là kiếm được tiền đó. Vô tình là em lướt trên mạng thì em thấy game này hay, thế là em chơi thử thôi. Có một anh rủ em chơi, thế là em theo tới bây giờ luôn. Thì tại em chưa giỏi game này nên là em sẽ giỏi game này đã em mới sẽ chơi game khác sau. Khi mình coi đây là một công việc vì mình vừa chơi game còn vừa tập luyện nữa nên là không mệt mỏi lắm. Mọi người hay gọi em là thế hệ mạng nhưng thực ra không phải đâu ạ. Mọi người đã học luyện tập theo em cho nên là chắc gọi em thế. Vì em chỉ một người bình thường thôi, em chỉ tập luyện chơi game hàng ngày thôi. Tại giải đấu BG3 thì em đi Thượng Hải mà cho nên là em nhuộm tóc kiểu cho vui thôi. Nhưng mà không ngờ thì tại giải đó thì em lại bắn bay cũng như là vô địch. Từ đó là mọi người cứ gọi em là con quỷ. Trong khi tóc em bạc nữa cho nên là quỷ đồng bạc. Nhắc tới tên em thì em cảm thấy bên đối phương sẽ sợ hơn một xíu. Trận đấu sâu sắc nhất có lẽ là tại giải đấu BG3 năm 2024 vừa rồi. Em đã có một pha club newbie cũng như là Team Sonic. Đội của em được vô vào chung kết. Thế là bọn em đã vô địch tại giải đó. Tại giải đấu đó là giải đấu đầu tiên mà Việt Nam vô địch. Thì sau đó là vào trong cánh gà thì ban tổ chức có thông báo là em được MVP. Thì lúc đó em rất là bỡ ngỡ, kiểu không hiểu sao mình được. Em cảm thấy rất là vui cũng như là tự hào. Sau chức vô địch đó thì mọi người cũng nhắn tin chúc mừng, cũng như ba mẹ em trên mạng xã hội thì cũng mọi người đã chúc mừng em rất nhiều. Em không nghĩ là bọn em có thể làm được như thế. Cảm ơn mọi người đã ủng hộ mình tại giải đấu BNC 2025. Đây là giải đấu mà team Việt Nam thành công nhất từ trước tới giờ. Cúp này là dành cho các bạn. Trải qua năm 2025 vừa rồi, mình nghĩ là có lẽ mình nói nhiều hơn. Trước năm đó thì mình chỉ tập trung mình bắn thôi. Còn năm nay thì mình đã tiến bộ như là mình nói, mình con tim nhiều hơn. Về vấn đề chơi game thi đấu thì em nghĩ là như thế không phù hợp. Bình thường em chỉ tập trung em bắn thôi thì em sẽ phát huy nhiều hơn. Còn mà em vừa nói vừa bắn thì em sẽ yếu hơn phần đó. Trước khi mà em quyết định em nói nhiều hơn á, thì em cũng nghĩ là nếu như mình nói nhiều hơn mình sẽ bắn được như trước thì sao. Thì em sẽ thử một lần. Nhưng mà sau khi lần thử tại năm nay thì em thấy không phù hợp lắm. Thì năm sau em quyết định thì em trở lại năm 2024 hơn. Việc thay đổi lối chơi em nghĩ là bọn em sẽ tập trung combat nhiều hơn thay vì bọn em sẽ đi bo. Kiểu thế mạnh của bọn em tại khu vực Á Bắc á, là FPV. Khi mà đổ qua TVP thì hơi khó cho khu vực của bọn em. Nếu như mà cần thời gian thì khu vực bọn em sẽ mạnh lại như FPV thôi. Thì em sẽ đi học hỏi cái tuyển thủ của Hàn. Tại vì Hàn là chơi TV rất là giỏi. Thì em sẽ học hỏi họ và em sẽ thay đổi dần dần. Trong năm 2026 tới thì với tư cách là một tuyển thủ, mình sẽ cho các bạn thấy là mình sẽ nâng cấp thêm một lần nữa. Thì mình cảm thấy rất là tự tin, hào hứng á. Mình muốn thử xem là TV này sẽ như thế nào. Sang năm 2026, mình sẽ hoàn thành nốt bộ sưu tập MVP của mình. Mình sẽ vô địch BNC và BGC và sẽ biến năm đó thành năm của mình.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday-themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab, and plenty more, so be sure to keep an eye out for the official announcement. PUBG and Harley-Davidson. Live to ride, ride to live. We've also got a limited time weekend tournament called the Rumble Royale, a new secret room on Miramar, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 41.2 is here. So rev up that Harley, grab yourself a melee weapon, and get ready to execute the heist of a lifetime. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Gunnar because Salute wanted to talk to you. He had a couple of questions. He wanted to ask you, how do you manage your anger so well? And how are you such a responsible coach? What do you have to say to that?
Well, I guess managing my anger so well comes from the military. I bring a lot of discipline from there. And I was a very angry person in my younger years. So now as I'm getting older, I've learned to manage it and just try and, relax a little bit and just be, thankful that I wake up every day and thankful that I get to play PUBG every day and have this job. And I treat it as an opportunity.
All about the grateful mindset, right? Yeah. Do you think the responsibility it kind of stems from that mindset too?
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I think if more players or coaches took that mindset or approach, I think they'd be able to benefit their team a lot more. If you wake up every day and realize that we're playing video games for a living and that life can be bad, but there are people that have it worse, and you just become thankful and you pass that on to somebody else, and then you make their day, and then they become more motivated to be better at what they actually are doing, which is playing video games.
What's the one thing you miss the most when you're playing in these tournaments?
My wife.
Shout out.
She's the best.
Who would you like me to talk to, and what should I ask them?
I would like you to talk to Glaz from Crazy Raccoon, because we're friends with them, and we always mess around and joke with them. I would like you to ask them if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world, because they do hot drop a lot, and they're very comfortable with it, whereas other teams aren't.
Okay. I will make sure to get an answer, and I'll let you know. All right. Thanks for joining me, Gunnar.
Thank you for having me.
Bye.
Look at this Posa with 5 kills, still alive after doing so much damage.
Hello, I'm Posa. My name is Francisco Posamay dos Santos. I went to PUBG after playing other FPS games, so when I started playing, I saw that I could be a good player. There is a lot of dynamics because the game isn't always the same. Every match is different. Moment when I started playing, I was so nervous playing, and I feel so adrenaline when the game is almost ending and the safe zone is getting smaller. This is a feeling that only PUBG makes me feel. Usually I'm very calm. When things get loud, I usually take a breath, and this helps me a lot. In the beginning, I was just playing casually, so I started playing solo when the game was released. In 2020, I think, I started playing with competitive players and getting better. This choice changed everything in my life. I have the opportunity that a few people have in their lives. Right now I'm living the dream. I am traveling and playing, and this is very important for me. I will say the last regional, the PAS 5 last year, that was a good tournament for me individually.
Posa has been an absolute menace here so far in this game. 5 kills to his name.
So this year I have a new role in the team. I'm a support. I can see that I am always increasing and getting better and looking for evolution and be the best on this role. Now that the league is transitioning to TPP, I think that the casual players will have more interest to watch the competitive scene. I think we are confident, but we have to adapt to the meta. We are going to look to get better, so I have to think outside the box. For the fans, thank you for the support. I see you guys on 2026. I would like to reach a new level of achievements that I have never had. We will do our best. In 2026, I want to win both PNC and PGC, and I want to stand in the center of the victories. I want to face any changes and make 2026 my year.
It's good.
He's gonna be dancing. Bro, he's cheating too now.
Hello everyone, welcome to another sit-down game time with Bella. Ba-da-bam! Yay!
And Valkyrie.
And Falcons, of course. All right, so we're gonna give you 5 bullets for this shooting challenge. We have 5 bottles, and the winner of this challenge gets to pick what the loser of the team has to do when you guys win a chicken dinner today.
Excellent.
You're gonna come in first, right? That's the guess.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I mean, I'm getting kind of old. I'll go
All
first.
right, here.
I'll go first. There's like no iron sights either.
Bro, there's no recoil.
Oh!
Turkish guy, no gear, just raw.
Ooh, okay. No, that's 1 point. Smaller bottles, 2 points. I don't
Bro,
think
you're
I can
showing the
fight
wrong
these
eye.
4. Whoa, okay.
Wait, he's different.
Dealer's choice. Which one do you want me to hit?
Middle.
The middle?
Yeah. Oh.
Dude, come on.
Yep.
Oh, okay, 2 out of 5. Good job, Gunner.
2 points, 2 points.
Okay,
Tig's next.
Tig's up. Find out. Ooh.
Kid, there's a hair in it, Gunner. You absolute ape.
Wait, did he?
Oh, no.
He licked his finger.
He licked it.
On the tip of it.
Oh.
So it goes like.
Oh, okay. Remember the. Oh, what?
Whoa.
Frenzy is up next. What?
I'm inverted.
Whoa.
What was that?
Ooh,
It's
okay.
different.
Okay.
Wait, hit the one with the fat.
What?
it's different.
Yeah.
Oh. Kick from Kentucky.
Did you guys aim with the iron sight or what?
It's cooked.
Oh. You have 5 points.
Dude, that one.
Oh. Okay.
Dude.
Oh.
The default Gunner.
I'll show you how we do it in Denmark.
Oh.
It's cooked, it's cooked.
He's gonna be dancing.
Bro, he's cheating too now.
Oh.
Dude.
I'm telling you, Gustav is just doing this on purpose. Oh. Oh.
Alright, I dropped the zero bomb, guys.
Yeah.
Take one.
Take one. Would you like to show us?
PGS4 did not disappoint. Made in Thailand is your current champions here for PGS, but now we run it all back to be able to bring you yet another extravaganza of PUBG action once again.
They've gotten close enough to where they can at least take the fight into anyone's legend. Nade pops up right in the face. Not enough to get the knock, but that's going to be follow-up shots. Of course, it's going to be IMAS yet again.
And IMAS with that bullet hose absolutely destroying, and anyone's legend will get the massive 19-kill win to start off winner stage. Wow.
For the teams at the top, gonna be a get rich case for this one. Lookarooks dips into the blue and causes an absolute massacre against Falcon. Shrimsy returns for it, but that little dip into the blue just cost Falcons tons.
Just cooked a little bit too little. Stun grenade and the push come out here. It's very, very close, and Doom's trying to swim around. He has full 3 gear. Is Luke gonna be able to do it? It's Liquid. It's Twisted Minds. It's the second game here. Oh my god, and he pushes around and gets it aggressively from Twisted Minds. 10 kills and a win here for Twisted Minds in the second game of the winner stage, James.
All right, let's do it as we have got time to Tego. It's going to be Matchroom and Poro bringing you all the action.
Something peeking over the top, and that Spaceman gonna get the massive double. Gets 04 and Ming Ming, and now Cerberus is rushing over here to get involved, but that grenade will do it. Petrichor Road goes down, and 4 a.m. from a duo to start things off have made it to the top 2.
What more magic can they bring as it is Cerberus coming in hot, heavy, in complete control. Big kills coming up from Cerberus as well as the round win.
We are ready to rondo, and once again here for all of these teams looking to get those points on the board. It's going to be close in these last 2 games, Martin. A nice steal here from Deal. They're looking to clean up exactly what's going down here from 4 a.m. As soon as that happened with Scappy going down, I think Kiss moved straight to placement point movement, but it's not going to be the case at all. They don't get second place. 4 a.m. does, and DN Super shuts it all down. It looked dicey, though.
A lot of teams should be concerned because as things stand right now, if this were to end right now, Matt, that bottom 8 is making this survival lobby look absolutely brutal. In one day is Lookarooks. No, that's not the way you want to start off VP. Oh, Ragnar. Virtus Pro, they are tied with Cerberus right now. If he can get 1 more point, 1 more kill, 1 more placement, Beamy could pull the impossible for the Polar Bears and pull them right into the final stage.
Virtus solo right now is Heather's trying to figure out if he has the time to go for anything. Na'Vi feels like maybe they've got control over more of the circle than they thought. Steps around the side, Baby goes for it! The exchange between the two, I don't think it's enough! Is it? The way it all fell, I think that VP might have gotten it in the end. I'm not 100% certain.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for joining me here for day number 1 of PGS 5. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place. It's going to be the survival stage where 8 more teams will join them here for PGS 5.
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line. Better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my friend away. Take me to the front line. Put me in the limelight. You ain't gonna take my shine away. Take my shine away.
We get down to one of the more grueling stages here for PGS 5. It is going to be the survival stage, as only 8 teams will advance on through. And for 8 of the teams that already found themselves here at the start of proceeding, it's the one shot of being able to make it through into that final stage. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, all the players alive from Seoul, South Korea, as we get things going. My name's Kalaris, I've got Avenger, I've got Poro, I've got Matchroom. We're ready to rock and roll, Poro, here for the teams that have got their one shot.
One shot, one opportunity, Mom Spaghetti. Everybody's ready to get into that top 8 to get to that final stage and get some more of those PGC points, or PGS points, trying to make their claim for some more slots at EWC. Maybe get themselves a little more regional slots. Everybody's just nodding at me like I'm not just rambling at this point. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
No, you're right. Keep going.
I was hoping for more rhyming there, but that's how it goes.
I lost it. The train just took off. I'm just too hyped, man. There's too much stuff to be excited about today.
It's going to be a good one, of course, as we thought, of course, with our finals lobby and kind of how that goes into the winner's stage from PGS4 into PGS5. That lobby's fine. It's stacked. It's brilliant. But then, of course, here, down in the survival stage, you've got teams waiting in the wings, Matrim, like our current reigning world champions, like Full Send 17 Gaming's there, admittedly without a Tian. Tian is not exactly the best of situations, but there's still a lot of heavy hitters here that are going to try and get through into this final stage.
Yeah, this is going to get a lot dicier than I was thinking that anybody would expect it, right? Because with 4 Angry Men, we've got Made in Thailand, like you were talking about, Falcons, Vitality, the Expendables that are hanging out in here on top of squads that we know, like 17 Gaming, Cerberus. What's going to be your top 8 going into this? I don't know, because this could get really dicey. Whenever we're looking at 5 games, it means that there's going to be a pressure that is going to be on every single one of these teams to come out and try to secure points big in every single one of these games, because it feels like it's going to be very feast or famine.
And some of our slow starters from EMEA, Martin. God damn it.
We
guys
sound
got all the M's. Yeah, it's Matrim, Martin, Mark. I have to work with all the M's.
Mike.
Mike.
I don't think you've ever called me Mike once in our entire working history.
No. So much so that when you said it, I was surprised just then.
You looked down.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, he's right. He is.
Oh, that's
but
Mike.
Avenger, EMEA. Obviously,
Yes.
we've had some slow starts internationally. Is it time for the Vitalities, the Narvis, to finally get back on the board here? What do you think?
What we saw yesterday from Navi was a little bit surprising to me. Like, honestly, I would have expected them to quite easily be there in the top 8 just by fragging out. On the other side, when you're asking like a team Vitality, last time around, Survival was not good for them. They were, I think, 10 points behind that cutoff line, right? So it's a little bit rough. I really want to see S2G come in and kind of reclaim a little bit of their pride, because I know they're capable of great things. And the tallest man in the lobby can see everywhere around the map.
Ibby's on the coaching staff now. He's
Sheila.
not
There he is. Look at him.
Sheila, the tallest man now. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. As we take a look across the team here for S2G, obviously they did sub out CCNX, who was not playing for them, kind of midway through PEC, and brought in Laza. And actually, I think Laza looked pretty good in PGS4 Poro, so I'm hoping to see a little bit more of that. I think S2G in PGS4 actually looked better than they did in the first circuit in its entirety, to be honest.
Well, I mean, like I'm not trying to be mean. The bar is kind of low, right? Like, there's improvement.
I think that's fair.
Improvement, like anything that they do at this point, it would be kind of an improvement. And obviously, I think you guys were expecting a lot more out of them. I mean, we've seen that they're capable of putting up some pretty big numbers, but it's just that it hadn't really been there so far. So maybe today will be the day that gets them back on track.
Maybe. Other teams, of course, find themselves in this position. A team like Gen G here, Matrim, who had a really blistering start to our last finals and then found themselves in a spot where they could have even just pushed a little bit further towards that very last game, kind of coming close, very close indeed, to being able to take the championship, but not to be the case. Do you think Gen G can get things ramped up even further here?
I mean, it's Gen G. This is what they do, is it's like they kind of meander their way through a qualification stage and then suddenly find themselves in the grand finals, have a couple of their big games where you start having a lot of hope for them, and then something goes on. I have faith that they're going to qualify, but it's always a squad like this that's going to make it dicey for you every single time. And my heart goes out to the fans, because it's got to be a roller coaster every single qualification.
Yeah, no doubt. And I'll tell you something, South Korean fans are voracious. If you do not do Pride to South Korea, they're going to let you know about it on forums. Other teams that have kind of voracious, regions that have voracious fans as well, China and Thailand. This lobby is stacked with China and Thailand, Avenger. And how do you think they're going to be able to fare?
Yeah, so far, so good with them. I think yesterday I was a little bit surprised after what we saw from PGS4 with Made in Thailand only getting 20 points. It's not enough. When you're able to do championships in a best of 5, you should also be able to frag out and get in there. It was close yesterday, sure, but a little bit surprised with both. Yeah, Expendables 2 was having a rough time. Finnish Cerberus being the best team out of those. Besides anyone's legend, obviously, what was a surprise too. But they are in here today again. I hope that they can turn things around and do great things.
I just saw 17 gaming there. Of course, we were expecting Akuma once again to be filling in for Tian Tian. I couldn't believe when I saw all that drama coming out from China and stuff like that Akuma's 42 years old. That is,
my man.
What?
That's radical.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
Get the boomers in there.
Yeah.
How did I miss that in all of the drama?
Kids
Because
done.
I guess it was just like buried in there, huh?
Yes, well, yes, okay, yeah. To be fair, out of all of the details of the drama, that's the thing I've honed in on. It's kind of weird. I would agree. Yeah, like, oh, yeah, there's some crazy stuff going on. But he's 42, wow. Let's take a look at all these teams and how they're stacked up.
This is
Go on, please.
CCG not having qualified for any of the 4 survival stages. Navi 2 out of 2 Myth and 4 AM. It's good to see here. 3 out of 4 for Finnish Serpers is also massive. So I'm looking a little bit at those teams. But if you're in the bottom and you haven't qualified for any survival stage right now, you need to be looking at what you're doing. Maybe change your strategy, maybe change your drop, but at least do something different because so far it hasn't worked out.
And actually, that's kind of the thing about Change the Game, right? I think we all came in with question marks around this team and how they were going to fare, considering they got the invitation, and then they kind of had their roster gutted a little bit match for him. But then last time around in PGS4, they tried out X Circle. So they were trying to make some changes. I think it looked a little bit better, but it's really hard to find your footing underneath you if, this is like your first big international. How are you going to be able to fare as someone like X Circle coming in as a sub, right? It's not easy.
I mean, whenever we look at Change the Game, they've been kind of thrown to the wolves in this situation, right? It's a squad that, like you're talking about, really has to try to figure out a way to congeal around itself while also kind of in a ludicrous environment to do so. So it's a lot of players that are really having to find land footing underneath of them while also trying to figure out how they're going to navigate changing the game for themselves so that way they can get into better qualification positions, while squads like 17 Gaming, who are notoriously strong from their region, are also having some troubles. So they're in their own environment where they're having to just learn by themselves, and that's going to make it really, really complicated.
Yeah, for sure. It's a tough one, and I don't expect them to be able to prevail against it. I think it's going to take a lot of time for them to really find that footing in these international lobbies. And again, I don't even think that they've qualified for the circuit 3 and 4. So that also causes some issues, right? This is their last chance to really kind of prove themselves on these international lobbies for the moment, at least. As we take a look at Falcons going up against Na'Vi. Now, Poro, of course, Falcons yesterday, mixed results, not exactly what you would have wanted here from them. Normally, you're expecting them to be able to get into that top 8, into the winners. But I guess they wanted a few more games under their belt, mate.
Yeah, that must have been it. No, I think... look, there's a lot of teams in this lobby that we're surprised that they're in this lobby. Obviously, Falcons being one of them. Na'Vi being another. It's crazy to me that 4 AM and 17 are in here. Myth being in here after getting that win in PGS 4. So, it doesn't shock me to see any of these teams in there. They just had a bad day of 5 games. So the question is, can you push that to the side? Can you now turn around, come in today, and start off strong?
Martin, your thoughts?
I mean, again, it's a best of 5 here. The really big question is, how do you get the ball rolling from the get-go here? We saw a lot of pull-ups. We see a lot of third parties going on yesterday here. And if that is your strong feat, if you are able to come in and feel like you can take advantage of some of these splits, I think doing it early on is smart here. Again, we saw Inua's Legend kind of rolling in and getting 19 kills in that first game here. Sure, the rest of the day wasn't as impressive, but it wasn't as impressive because they knew they had already qualified, so they could just take the fight that they wanted. They could just kind of put themselves into the positions they wanted and fight anyone at any case to have no worries. And that's again the same case here. Good games from the start, 25 plus points in the first 2 games, and you're set.
Any expectations for the Thai teams here, Matchroom, today?
The Thai teams on today, I mean, yeah, you've got to. It's whenever we're looking at this, specifically from the entirety of the region, you want to have some expectations for like Cerberus as far as the Expendables. I know not necessarily Thai whenever we look at that, but coming from the region themselves, these are really big teams stepping in. Whenever we look at squads like, I don't know, Full Sense, man, this is a squad that we want to do, but they just can't seem to find whatever it is that's going to be trying to work for them. They're kind of meandering around the map.
You'd hope they were able to find their footing here, as of course I want to see some repeat performances from them after becoming champions, as always. They did have some, sort of decent stuff going their way. In PGS4 there was moments here and there, but in the end didn't quite work out. Let's head over to the Bella Dome with Bella here for day number 2.
Hello everyone, I'm your host Bella, and welcome to the final gate to the finals, the high stakes survival stage. Well, yesterday's winner's stage was an absolute bloodbath where fate was decided by a single point. And with the top 8 teams already locked in, only 8 of the golden tickets remain. And this momentum right here will carry straight into the summer, because it's just a friendly reminder that in just a month from June 23rd to the 28th, the Ultimate Clash of Nations, PUBG Nations Cup 2026, will be held in Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. But let's rewind, come back to the present, because the 16 teams here with their backs against the wall are ready. It could be the chance to shake off the regrets and spark a comeback, or the very fight for survival. Which of the 8 teams in the lobby can survive the pressure and punch their tickets to the finals? We're about to find out, because this is PUBG Global Series 5 Survival Stage.
The 16 of the very best from across the world will line up and fire at one another live from Seoul, South Korea here to be able to claim PGS.
I mean, that's basically our entire lives, just trying to make sure that we have good teamwork from the moment we wake up to the moment we go to bed. Everything we do is like trying to make the team chemistry better. With every roster change comes a lot of responsibility and a lot of pressure, so I feel like it's really important to us to show that we can function with a different IGL and a different system. We're more determined than ever to win. We've done it before, and with this roster change, I feel like there's a new fire inside us.
딱히 제가 에이스라고 생각하진 않는데 그냥 팀 전체적으로 잘 하려고 계속 노력하고 있습니다. 점점 팀원들 폼이 다 올라오고 있는 것 같아서 BGS5에서는 충분히 더 올라온 모습 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
我是一个游戏方面稍微比较冲动的选手，然后会比较上头，然后就是性格方面嘛，比较暴躁一些。我的目标一直都是拿冠军，想在 PGS5拿回属于我们之前的。
Right from the beginning of the day, they started in 10th, they're ending in 1st. It's an incredible win.
Myth has just become champions blank.
คิดว่าเราเล่นกันเป็นทีมได้ดีมากๆครับและคอยเตือนข้อผิดพลาดให้กันและกันครับก็ถึงแม้ว่าครั้งนี้เราได้แชมป์มานะครับผมก็ครั้งหน้าจะเป็นไงก็อยากให้รอติดตามกันนะครับผมทีมมิดใครได้ยินก็ต้องกลัวครับผม
Наша команда — это легенды PUBG. Мы хотим быть Twisted Minds, как мы делали это в прошлые годы. Так что это все.
Ми заберемо всі поінти для перемоги. Під час гри ми покажемо, як складно нас стримувати.
Korea is good at fighting, and I trust on this. This type of confidence makes us together as a team. So in PGS5, I want better results.
A real strong team makes points even if it's hard game. We are gonna show you that we are not satisfied with just the one trophy.
Mình nghĩ là cả team đều cố gắng hết mình thôi. Bắn được bao nhiêu sẽ bắn, kiếm được nhiêu kiếm. Thì nếu như mà được bỏ điểm xa team sau thì càng tốt hơn. Tại bên cái năm lần này tôi muốn mọi người thấy một hiểm match mạnh nhất có thể.
Well, many of those teams will not be playing today, but a few definitely will, as some of the teams have been able to go home, studiously consider their options, and figure out how they're going to be able to approach it today. Teams like Vitality on the screen right now, their coaching staff and management staff looking to try and get things a-rolling. And Avenger, we saw in PEC that a team like Vitality did get the wheels underneath them, did get to second place in those last games, so can hang with the big lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, that was obviously their big focus, was to make sure that they are into the next circuits, into Circuit 3 and into Circuit 4, right? So it's cool. Sure, we have some that are out. Change the Game, Cerberus, SGG, Thirds on 5, Fury, yeah, Crazy Raccoon, all these teams. This is your second last weekend to come in and have a shot at here. So a survival for this one here is obviously imminent. So I hope we're going to see some great things for these teams and show us that they still want to play the game.
One of the teams you mentioned there in 3rd on 5 is an interesting one for me because more often than not in the past, we've considered them group stage heroes.
Yeah.
I think that the overall roster changes that they've had so far and how they've approached the internationals with that roster, it hasn't quite worked out, Poro, and I'm hoping that they can kind of rise to the occasion, considering that to me, it's not quite working yet for 3rd on 5 with this roster. What do you think?
Not really. Yeah, and again, you cut them some slack, right? 2 new players, and then coming into a game with basically all these rosters that have already been locked in throughout the first part of this year, and you're kind of starting things off kind of behind the 8 ball. But yeah, I mean, I think that the more reps that they get, the more games that they get underneath them, the better they'll start doing. It's just a question of can they pull it together before PGS 6 comes to an end.
Kind of weird to see also like Gambit Expendables kind of having a position down here as well. Match for him, I think that technically speaking, I think some of their members are still some of the best players in the world. It's just like, okay, are we showing up and we're getting 25 kills, or are we not showing up at all and just like losing out early on in the game?
Dude, this squad, I love it so much. Why does it do this to me? Because like they're so fun to watch. Whenever like everything and all the gears are connected, this is an explosively dynamic squad that will go for early game firefights. They will wipe teams extremely early. But it almost feels like since we've gotten in like the capabilities for revival and you have to firmly like take out an entirety of a squad, I thought that this would unlock the Expendables to go more ham, more crazy. Instead, it makes them a lot safer in play because it almost feels like they don't see the value in it the same way they did beforehand. And it's so much more of a passive team than what we used to see.
Yeah, I do echo some of that because I think that if you think about the changes into 2026, Martin, and you think about their play style and how kind of TPP came in and some of the other changes here and there, I think it has hurt their normal play style for sure. Do you think?
No, I think the biggest one is that they're missing their fragging IGL that led them to a championship in Dublin.
That does hurt.
I mean, that's one big thing. That's for me. You're looking at a guy that's so capable of both leading your team into great fights and also fragging out alongside Tenmu, meanwhile, right? So there's no doubt in my mind that I think Expendables is a great roster. I think it's been a big downfall. They should have held on to, I think, the best IGL in Vietnam right now.
I do think it's that easy though. If someone like Anyone's Legend has that deep pockets, right? Like I think it's no secret that clearly they have got some money to throw around. And also, I mean, even when they go into EWC, right? It's AGAL, so like they've got like double. It feels like it's a double org for some reason,
right?
But anyway, that's kind of how that sits. As we look across these teams, our current defending world champions here in Tigger, Belmoth, Flash, and Thanadol here. Poro, what are you thinking here for a full set?
I'm thinking them big old Balenciaga coats looking like a long time ago as full sense just not really finding it so far. But again, that's I feel like we're like that with a lot of these Thai teams, right? Where it's just you just don't know what you're gonna get on any given day. Like they'll come in there and they'll look absolutely dominant. You'll have a day like Myth had on the second day of PGS 4 final stage, and they look like they're absolute world beaters. And then the next day they're in the survival stage. Like it's just it's so up and down with the Thai teams. I just can't figure out if they're good or not.
All right, time to rock, time to roar. It is getting into game number 1 here for the survival stage as we have got Erangel on the card. Thank you very much, Matchman Poro, for joining us so far. We'll get you back after this one. It's going to be me and Avenger to get this a-rolling and start off day number 2 here of PGS5.
Yes, I'm so excited. Survival, man. It's always this last day here before the finals, and you're coming in and it's like, okay, well, guys, this is your last chance. You gotta show us what you're made of. You gotta get this ball rolling from the get-go here. We're starting from the north side all the way down to military. And if I've ever seen a northern plate start over a Severny here, it feels like it's always these northern circles here. So let's see what we get.
Normally. One team we didn't really talk about too much during all of that is 4AM, who came so close to being able to take the championship in the last one, and then suddenly didn't really look too good in our best of 5 here for the winners stage, has now fallen down to this spot. But in my opinion, 4AM should be an absolute shoo-in for a top 8 in the lobby like this, considering their current form. But however, like, you know, I guess you never know in these lobbies with a best of 5 where it can be some wide variance in just a best of 5.
I would give it to them without any placement points even. You know, like just frag
Just
out.
blast.
You don't even need to get placement points. Or just get 5 and frag out as you do so here. Again, a 4M roster that's so capable. Should also be feasting on what I said yesterday here a little bit. The kind of cannon for the teams. It's very clear on a lot of the comps that we're able to understand here. It's there's a clear and concise targeting on some of the teams that they feel is weaker. And I think that's going to be a big talking point of today throughout. So we'll see what happens with that. CGG might be one. 4 out of 4 not qualified survival stages for Change the Game is rough.
Yeah. Yeah, and they've got X Circle back in by the looks of things. No peeking for this one. As now Cole19 shooting the way of Change the Game, even just with iron sights on this AK. Not exactly the easiest shots to hit, but we've seen it happen in the past. And Cole19 just dips on back, doesn't really have the ammo to continue on that kind of tirade that he goes for. And with a circle like this Avenger, we're expecting, what, 90% chance to be on the mainland here down the line. There's a small chance we go to Military Island, but it's a little bit less.
So yeah, what are you thinking here? Curveball in and around where the bridge is on the eastern side, just around the gas station, just to get the ball rolling from the get-go here. No, obviously, I think there's a big shot that it's gonna go north. We don't have the new PNC rules yet in play here for PGS. They're going to be removing the land ratio, and the land ratio in Circle 4 and Circle 8 is that the circle is forced to go away from water, and that's going to be crazy. We don't have that yet here, so Circle 3, once we're ready to see that, we're going to have that. And as we see Inwards Legends yesterday, get those 19 kills in that first game, the pull-up and absolute destruction of VP as well. That's crazy to see.
Yeah, very good stuff by them. That basically qualified them straight through into the final just with that one game alone. And they didn't do too bad in the next one as well. Obviously, dispatching of Crazy Raccoon, and that really put Hitmaster in an amazing position. Meanwhile, as we take a look back at the last moments of our Miramar game, Twisted Minds does what they do very well on Miramar, which is eventually being able to dispatch of North American teams. Haha.
Yeah, easy peasy, easy points for them, and great nades. Great games overall yesterday, I'd say this, James, but it was a very, very low cutoff. Only 44 points for first place. It definitely feels like once the teams have realized, okay, we're in, they kind of start focusing on getting the fights or getting into some of the locations that they want to do to contest some of the teams that they're going up directly against rather than securing or even trying to secure even more points because you have this benefit going into the finals.
Kind of crazy as well. You finish out the winners stage with Na'Vi and Cerberus getting victories, but neither of them being able to qualify on through into that winners.
That's wild.
Yeah, so it really does show that even in these best of fives, we were previously saying things to the effect of, you get a win, you're probably through. Haha, woohoo. But realistically, in these lobbies, that's not the case right now. Like, there's definitely worlds where you just fall on out and have to go through another stage.
The thing is, yesterday, Na'Vi had 13 points and 0 placement points going into the last game. And they won the game, sure, it's 10 placement points. They only had 3 kills. They only doubled their points from 13 to 26, and that wasn't enough. The cutoff, obviously, 29. And Virtus Pro was able to put a little bit of pressure. And it didn't feel like it was the kind of Na'Vi that, when we're looking at Na'Vi and we're thinking, okay, well, this basically full Ukraine roster is absolutely insane. It's only Diffix that comes in and takes the spot of Sparrow when we're talking Team Ukraine for PNC. And I'm thinking to myself, when I didn't take into the consideration, we're just looking at PGS 1, 2, 3, I'm thinking to myself, this Ukraine roster for PNC is a championship roster. Like, they could potentially take it away from Vietnam, Korea, China, etc. Denmark, even not put it in there in the top 5. No bias, obviously. But so far, like, what we saw yesterday from him is like, where's all that firepower? Where's all that destruction that we know that these guys are capable of? And it was definitely pulled out a little bit.
You were mentioning the changes that are coming up with PNC just before we saw those highlights. And it really feels like they throw everything in the kitchen sink at PNC. Because, like, we're having a format change. There is supposedly supposed to be the in-game fantasy coming up during PNC as well. So there's actually a lot of reasons for kind of PNC to be like one of the true landmark tournaments once again here for 2026. And I know a lot of people are excited for that as we take a look at the... Well, there was a lot of pings and waypoints there from S2G. I'm not sure what all of it means. Look at it. Oh, it's crazy. It's like they were writing things on the map.
No, it feels like it's they are aware of the team that's driving south of them, so they're trying to kind of get in and get close to them. It looks like they're looking at them in that direction, so they want to make sure that their car caravanning towards that same direction and kind of make sure they get in there and get close. Gustav's put himself into Milta. He wants to get back home. Good old Milta for him, and didn't make too much space out of the other ones.
Ooh, okay, so the pundits are going for Na'Vi to start off the day with a win. You know what, pundits? You don't know Na'Vi's playbook, do you? Normally they're getting wins towards the end of the day. What are you guys talking about? It's crazy.
32 votes. All right, yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see if Na'Vi's going to be able to get the most out of this one. It is a home turf circle, James, so
it's not bad.
We'll see if they can capitalize on it. Now, here into Vitality, as you said, on our desk show, Vitality has made themselves into Circuit 3 and 4. It's good to see here, but we still are yet to see what they're capable of. And Chrissy has been found with a Kar 98 shot.
Kar 98. And almost
completed out. Okay,
he's trying.
He's gonna die now. Oh no, smokes are actually decent.
Can the reinforcement come in here to be able to pick this up? I think maybe. He's just going to wildly shoot into the smokes. And you know, if I'm Bean, I don't mind that at all, right? You've not got any pressure on you. You may as well go for some of those shots. See if you get a little bit lucky across the large smoke. Go for it again, Bean. Who cares? But probably not going to be the case.
I actually really like having one bold action on the team. It's
yeah.
It's almost even to like having two is just insane. Like that potential of an opening knock to then capitalize and send it in, pull up or whatever. That's actually an insane knock onto Chrissy as he was driving in on the coupe. Wild scenes here for Bean. What a gamer.
Yeah, I did wonder why he was so in the open. And being hit there. So it all makes sense once we see the replay of him driving down. Very nicely done. And they'll just continue to take those shots. What's obvious, though, is that there's only one person in that compound over in copy and paste, with copy being the case. Because the thing is that they're only hearing a single Balti shooting at them. So they kind of have a decent bead on what is going on over there to Vitality.
Yeah, Genji is extremely split. They have new compound, they have some of the dirt road above them, they have D on the southern side here. They're really spreading all the eggs, not in one basket here easily. No, Falcons going to be pushing on in, trying to take this fight here with Expendables.
We've seen them be able to sweep on through Milta during PGS4 and not look too bad at all. At the same time, though, they kind of committed to a Milta potential finish in one of those PGS4 games, and it didn't quite work out, and then they had a hard time getting out of there. So I think they're wanting to try and control a bit more of Milta compared to past occurrences, and they're not doing too bad. As you say, pushing the Expendables out for the moment.
Server is also joining in this fight here on to Expendables. Tanbin found Hong F after the damage was done from Gustav's nade here. More nades being committed. That could actually be a good one. Oh, no, Tanbin continues. That nade actually did a little bit of damage on him as well.
Yeah.
Almost got the flush confirmed too.
Yeah, I think that nobody can cross, right? So I don't think it's going to be the easiest of recoveries, unfortunately. Hwang F taking that damage as well just kind of speeds up that inevitable demise. And now here for Falcons, they're looking to just make sure that nobody's coming in on that. Although it does get technically confirmed by Tanbin. So for Falcons, as much as you've done a lot of work there, you don't really yield too many of the rewards other than some space control. Right now that they know that west side of Milta is cleared out, it actually is a bit more open if anybody wants to try and transition in from that direction.
Also information on what teams is where, bounce. That's crucial as well. Let's see this next circle. Complete donut! It's a hot shift, James. No, no 2019 throwback here, but it's a good one here. Still some water in play, kind of eliminate some of that southern space here, but still on that south side where JD's coming in here, they're going to try to push themselves in. Look at that. That's a crazy pull-up from Team Vitality. They're trying to really punish this big split from Gen G.
Yeah, I think this comes back to the fact that they knew that there was only one person in here, and they've been keeping an eye on it, realizing nobody's transitioned down here at all. Back off the fight that Bean was taking with them earlier on. So maybe this can work on out. That being said, the reinforcements have now crashed on in here from Gen G. How can they move on against this? Oftentimes in this compound, if you take this building and the opposing team takes the other building, you see a stalemate fight. It's difficult to actually push across these buildings without smokes and decent util usage.
And it's not even a top 3, top 4 compound here. Like I would say
Right.
Farm, even Snake, where Myth is with the Twins. Like all these compounds are in a better spot, I would argue, than this. So these actually also going to be pulling up and helping onto the Garage compound here for Gen G, or maybe even the high ground behind them. But 4AM could punish that. So let's see what happens with that one.
This is a little bit bold considering, yeah, you've got to be very careful. Quizzy even takes a few shots at him, and they just loop down. I think maybe he realized that it was just a little bit too scary to stay up on that high ground. As Shen is also putting in a few shots here against Vitality. And that's one of the main problems with that compound as well. Not only the fact that it's like not a top prior spot in a circle like this, but also eventually when the circle shifts away from you, it is so open around this compound. Good luck getting out against some of the teams on the high ground.
Yeah, for sure. Vitality here. Just going to be using just a little bit of utility. How much are they going to commit? Oh, it's actually a little bit. But 1 or 2 opening knocks and then follow up with some Molotovs, some nades, some blue zones could actually help quite a bit. So let's see how much they got in their pockets. 1 more Molotov for Salute. Avante now looking at some of the other teams on the eastern side.
Feels like a bit of a waste, though, no? Like, okay, yeah, you throw those on
Agreed.
forwards, but what are you following it up with? And, I mean, technically speaking, I guess technically neither team is on the right side of the circle here for the moment. If you're not looking to follow it up, how much pressure is 1 nade and 1 molly really going to force?
Unless they get a knock and then they then commit, because here in phase 2, this is kind of your last chance to be able to have a fight without too much third-partying, too much teams coming in, and you're shooting around you here. There's still a lot of splits, still a lot of team that's kind of in and around here. 4M, sure, they are looking at it, but still, if they got a knock on an opening here, 1 or 2 smokes in between the 2 buildings, and then committing to the fight here, that could be an easy one for either team. So, yeah, we'll see though. But I like the pull up again. That you need to punish these splits here, but you need to be very efficient with it, right?
Yeah. So I think we're in for the long haul there for the Gen G Vitality teams. They're not going to be moving anytime soon. I think neither team really wants to push on across. I mean, every time I see a team push across, they often end up being the one losing the fight. So,
yeah, exactly.
It's a tough one. Definitely a tough one, especially in our 2026 format. As for now, Na'Vi on the south side, see JDG as well, kind of putting up a emergency pickup. See what they can do, just in case it shifts away from the bridge, which is very highly likely. Oh, but they have Susan knocked. So now actually that's delaying them, and even taken down by Clories.
Oh,
so that
my
really
God.
does delay them here on this emergency pickup play that they can make for, but they're going to be coming in with significantly weaker firepower.
So much water still in this next circle here, James.
Oh
We already have eliminated so much space here. 4M driving in, Full Sense driving in. Crazy Raccoon trying to get into a better spot here. 4M actually not in a bad spot here in the northern side. You can kind of fight your way into the higher grounds from this Harry Potter here, but Full Sense is absolutely committing everything to this send here. They want to go deeper into this circle. They feel like this is their last chance. Obviously, the next circle is going to go away from water. D gets an opening on Gedrox, though, James.
Yeah, and actually the smokes came down at just the right time to block off some of those lines of sight. Salute moves forwards as well, taking down Gedrox completely, as they're now trying to surround this building. Blue zone forwards, D takes down Hell on My Bad. This might be an amazing execution. On the other side of things, Tigger absolutely was crazy against Crazy Raccoon. Maybe we can see a replay of that later, but now for Levante and Quizzy, trying to hold off Gen G, still moving forward, with Bean still holding these angles, just in case they need to jump out once they get pressured on that second floor.
Oh, Shrimp's coming in, actually finding Soul here. This is the third party we were talking about. It had to happen earlier. Otherwise, teams are just going to come in and absolutely clean up here. Shrimp's get that 1 point, and Soul, that's a big name to take down here for Gen G. And Vitality trying to hold on.
Not bad at all. Just take whatever you can find, the cheeky little ones. And again, that's the problem with trying to breach these buildings, right? If you get stuck on the outside, as you say, with those third parties, could be problematic. Now, still a little bit of a opportunity here to continue putting on some pressure. Vitality did get Hell on My Bad up, though. So 3 barrels if you're looking this way. And of course, with Soul being wounded. Oh my days, Levante. How did you hit that? Whilst having to deal with the pressure that's coming here from Gen G. Quizzy now down. They know around this corner here. Going to go for the flash. Are they going to go push with it? I don't think so.
Oh.
He actually came in just at the wrong time. That's disaster for D. And Bean's down as well.
Easy. Salute tries to go with his big. Oh my God, he gets him as well, James. It's Vitality getting the 3 kills here. He's actually going to be able to get the rest off here. Falcon's trying to set up in the distance here. Not too much time for a mortar as the circle is pushing in here.
I thought they may just kind of crash into it as soon as that had actually gone down, but I think the game plan with them also being set up meant that they were a little bit slower on it, so can't quite easily be able to breach on forward. I think Vitality might get a third up here. So if it ends up being a 3v4, that could be a little bit deadly. But it looks like Falcons doesn't want any of that fight. I mean, technically speaking, with the blue zone pushing the way it is, I mean, like, what's the point, right? You could just go circle side and maybe hold them out, but you've got to be careful. There's still a lot of teams still alive in this circle.
There's a lot of compounds that's still occupied by everyone here, but it's split still, and they may be trying to be finding an opening here. We see a lot of drive-bys here from T5 onto Falcons here. Falcons really trying to reinvest into this one here. Kickstart finds Lucky. That's a huge opening here. They actually sent it in earlier. Strimsy get down the wall. Range X finds that. Gustav finds Range X here. Fair is from Navi also helping in here. Everyone is shooting in this location, James.
Too many teams are looking down on them as well. That crater's nice, but will they be able to survive? And in fact, I'm getting word that we can check in on the Falcons comms. It's an okay circle for them, but can they survive? Let's check in.
Should be running at us from the north. They have a teammate on the shotgun green.
Cancelled. Yeah. Dude, you need to tap.
Don't worry,
I'm crawling to you. This game is so bad.
Mortars, careful. Look up southwest. South.
Not at us, not at us. Res me. I have a pickaxe. I'm gonna drop for you. Tig. I need to get my gun back. I don't even have an AR because the game's shit.
I'm good. I have everything.
You should smoke out.
Pass further and explode them.
Yeah, can you throw smoke me? I threw all mine.
Yeah, give me a second.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna nade.
We should go north. We should go south.
You can lit the body on Tig.
I'm literally nading it.
Well, Falcons somehow still surviving on here. Now Vitality's going to be the next one to try and go and send them through, but Quizzy does go down straight away, so does Levante. And instantly, Kwang Kong gets himself, hello my bad, down. Vitality knew they had to go for something desperate, and desperate it was.
Yeah, this circle is so rough here with how much space is in the open here. That only has a few compounds in. Sure, Snake is in. Navi's holding on to that tight. 17 Gaming trying to get in as well here. They're trying to encroach onto Falcon's position with their BDM. It's now being blown up, though. Kong trying to come in and get some points and damage done onto 17 as they are double committing some blue zones and Molotovs onto this location.
Yeah, that double blue. Now you have to move on out. There was already so much, and Shen takes it out in the end. They spent so much for that, and yes, they do dislodge him, but it's another team that is able to profit from it. Falcons laying low, so they will stay here until the end of time, for as long as they possibly can. Somehow, somewhere, these vehicles are somehow still intact, with some of the teams looking at them as that fight was going down.
It's really unfortunate for Falcons to lose one or two. I really like the mortar play set up, that they know that this is kind of somewhat of a high ground and they can, with cars, get in and get a play here. And it's somewhat central and you can play from kind of out from that. You're not going to get pushed from the northern side too much here. So unfortunate for them to lose multiple here. And more mortars are coming in. Damage done actually even in the distance here. The Laza from S2G is also contributing a little bit of that with the mortars. Well, I think CTG also was using some of the mortars towards that range here. It's XCCC.
Yes. I think some of these locations on Erangel, right, they're so figured out, they're very mortar baity, unfortunately here. But if you can land them, great. If you can't, a little bit rough. As Full Sense is able to weather the storm here, you can see all the craters that have already been opened up in this area as well. So actually, it's just allowing Full Sense to be hunkered down even better in a central location where normally, there'd be some line of sight that you could kind of exploit, but not to be the case at the moment.
Yeah, thanks for all the riches. Thanks for all the cover that you guys are providing with us for our late game push here. And now they're going to have to make a play. Yes, the circle closes soon, James. It's going to be a rough one for the teams trying to get in. S2G is going to make a move here. E Arena is also going to have to make a move later on.
Feels like the least hard shifty game we've had in quite a while. Lyrics takes down Baron now as they're still going to go for this dash on through, as Baron has been completely confirmed out by Lyrics as well. S2G, where do you go? You had already peppered in some mortar shots. I feel like they believe that unfortunately they can't quite go to where they want to. Plaza now out and about here thanks to Hakatori's iron sights.
5, 9, 11. Like, that's all the wrong spots to get the damage done here. That was arms, that was legs. That was so unfortunate. Oh, more nades coming in. That's a really good nades from XDH. Really good well done here from C2G here, but they are inside that circle on the southern side here, James. It's quite easy for them to have another campaign from this angle, but they just gotta get S2G out and get the points.
Yeah, I don't mind their 2-2 split. The anchor point that they do have, so for the rest of them to be able to rendezvous forwards, they've just got to be a little bit careful about E-Arena looking their way when they do end up making that push. There's now S2G here. Might be another victim as well if they're not careful, because the arena's going to be moving to a spot. We're C4ing. Where are we going? What's happening to these cars? I thought eventually they were going to blow up and cause some problems. Here comes the C4. It's... Uh-oh. Not this building. Not this tower.
Oh, it hit it. It hit it.
Oh, has it stopped it?
I think it disabled it. Yeah, I think it disabled it. The nade was done close enough to it, and it disabled the C4. Really well played here for 4AM, pre-nading that angle here. They knew how to do it exactly. Nice shots coming in as well. Really well done here by them. Kickstart finds Wenbo meanwhile, and Lil Ghost finds Kickstart, and that is 17 taking the rest of Falcons out.
The thing is that this tower is just a checkpoint, right? Like, it's not in the next circle. So 4AM is, yes, you've weathered the storm. You did brilliantly on weathering the storm, being able to disable the C4 the way that you did. But they've got to get moving soon. And there's teams that are going to eventually have overlook on that position when you do start moving here. 17, of course, though, is a bit concerned about Na'Vi moving in on the north side of them. So maybe that's the backfill that 4AM needs and the room that 4AM needs to be able to, I guess, third party this fight and then play the north.
Yeah, they can play uphill a little bit, and then they're going to have to third party that fight with 17 for sure. But Na'Vi definitely trying to be a little bit aggressive and proactive in their positioning against 17 here. Obviously, being fully aware of how their setup is with both the smokes and everything. Xiaowu dug himself a really good spot on the side of that hill there. Really not being able to be spotted out from either Boomstick or some of the other guys. 2 bullets left for Hackatory in his mini. That's not good sight.
No, it's not. Not at all. MP5 Gamer in Fairest, who felt like he was doing a lot of the work for the team at the end of yesterday and throughout yesterday. But let's see now as they realize that they would love to be able to dislodge this team, but 4AM is now going for the sandwich. If Na'Vi or 4AM notices a knock from the other team against 17, 17 is going to get collapsed on rapidly, even though Myth can see a little bit of where 4AM's coming in from, so they've got to be careful.
Kind of positions himself a little bit better here. Wind up, trying to get a nade here on to 17. That's really good utility use here from 4AM, James. Shen finds Lil Ghost, and more utilities being committed here. Kuma trying to defend this off here. Boostic finds Wind as well. It's not the sandwich.
He shoots a 4AM. I guess, you know, yes, the pickaxe is a good tool because it's allowed 17 Gaming to just be in their little burrowed holes whilst Boostic looks at 4AM across the way. He might not even know that Xiaowu is there.
I don't think so.
I mean, the smoke might give it away, but still, he's so burrowed in.
But Molotov's being committed again here. Now the rest has come off from Akuma. It's actually working out quite nicely for 17. Quetpa finds X-Circle here from CGG. A little bit of rougher fight on the other side here. Multiple fights. SGG is actually out in 10th place quite easily. E-Arena and CGG joined in on that one now, and Myth is now trying to get into a spot where they can third part of this fight with 4AM.
Yeah, similar situation to what 4AM had to deal with earlier, right? Your compound's been moved on out. How can you then get into the circle and then start pressuring the teams that have to move in alongside you? Baron with a great shot there with the M249. As now all of these teams are going to go absolutely radio rental against one another because they're all going to have to move pretty darn soon. There's a lot of damage coming on forwards here. Hesameme moves forwards here to try and do something, but Little Ghost takes him down. Coming in on the right-hand side, and Winder and the boys do shut down 17 Gaming, but they've still got threats coming on up here, with Myth kind of getting as close as they are here, Martin, to shut away 4AM.
I really like their positioning here. That third-party angle that they have having 4 guys alive, trying to lock down this eastern side here, getting 3 kills so far. This could be a really good game for them. If they're able to survive the later stage of the game and full sense and that push they're going to have on, it's going to be good for them. Na'Vi also looking good with their angles and the angle of approach into this, but they backed off, yeah, as you say, James. They trying to lock down that last compound inside the circle.
Yeah, I think that's super smart, right? Like, do you really have to get caught up in all of the chaos that is that northern side fight at the moment? I don't think so. Yes, you could have got a few more kills off the back of it, maybe. But if you've got a position like they do have with that compound still there, play the mature game, right? Back off from that. See what you can kind of parlay this further into placement points. See if those teams kind of beat up one another and those placement points come to you naturally. As for 4AM, I don't know. It's going to be a hard little transition for them, whichever way they want to go.
Opont finds Mao from CGG. 4AM trying to again get into this circle. Just a little bit damage is done. 4AM they lost Spaceman here to the circle being knocked here. He couldn't get into the circle quickly enough. It's going to probably bleed out or maybe potentially be stolen as well. Oh, that's a good amount of utility being committed here towards Myth. Flash finds Baron.
It's a bold play here by Myth to take another route on in, and now they're trying to deal with the absolute kind of trench location that Full Sense has been able to create themselves, as well as the Mortars did earlier on. SMMA down in the distance there, 2 Spiros. That compound was just stronger the position than 4AM was moving in on. So now for Fanadol and the boys here from Full Sense, maybe more util. They've knocked 2, not bad at all, but Jacob and Kiss, we saw what they were able to do, even as a duo, to try and get them towards that PGS4 championship, and they did in spades.
Still a few guys alive, and Kiss is very capable. Ferris finds an angle here. Sure, they've lost Boostic, but this is looking very good for them. They are controlling this northwest side completely here, James.
Yeah, even able to see JDG in those little dips. Some very patient shots coming in there from Ferris to do as much as he could. And then of course, yeah, only 9 shots. And then he's like, well, I'll just spray with my MP5. less patient.
Get that hybrid scope rolling on in here. Full Sense, sure, they have 6 kills here, but they have also lost 1 player. Feels like it's a little bit rough one for them here. Tigger with a Panzerfaust ready and available. Kiss trying to get some damage as well on to CGG. Opons finds Sui.
Flash forward. Try and deny some of the vision here. That nade bounces off the car. If that car hadn't been there, that might have been a big connection. Although that being said, the foldable shield's quite useful, but not useful enough. Kiss threads the needle against Flash. What a secondary throw that was. And now, Opon's on the other side against CTG. Absolutely goes nuts. And Hakatori and the boys here trying to shut down a little bit, steal a little bit of away while this is going on. E-Arena also down. As you said, with Na'Vi's position, the overlook that they had on all those teams coming in from the south side was powerful.
And the only problem Na'Vi has right now is missing bullets, James. I don't think they're going to have to try to change something. Get another one, get a 7.62 or something else. Flash does bleed out to Kiss. Jacob does go down to Tigger here. Full Sense trying to fend off the last remaining members of Myth. Kiss is the last one alive.
He's a thorn in a lot of team side for Myth. Even in some of those games where they were coming in a little bit stifled, they still just refuse to die a lot of times, okay? These MP5 sprays. I love the chance. I love the opportunity. Ferris gets cold 119 on the transition over. And now JDG, they've just got a little bit of cover to work with. Na'Vi's flexing out a bit further. The circle does move away from them. It's been constant central shifts in this game. A little bit unusual.
Yeah, it's been very kind of peculiar way of the circle just continuing to, after going away from the wall, of course, continue to just go dead center here. And it's working quite nicely with all the teams. And it's going to no compound, going to no man's land in the middle there. Spiro, 5 reload now, 18 bullets in the chamber, but nothing to spare besides it. He had to change and get a barrel as well. Ferris still rocking that 4x MP5.
Foldable shields. You love it, love it, love it. It is such a great addition to the game, and the way it's been able to kind of revolutionize how these players do play. Kiss still being a nuisance. He's just never not annoying for these teams. He does finally go down, but look how much he's delayed Full Sense's opportunities in this. Admittedly, right, like they were going to go at the very last minute from some of these craters, but now they've got to think about the rest of this lobby and how they're going to get into these next circles.
Window now managed to get into a top 4 here. JDG really trying to survive as much as possible. Gets Hakatori down actually with M249. Huge win for them. Cole finds the confirmation on the 2. Thanadol finds Window. That's 4 AM now. Huge spray down though from Ferris with the MP5. Gets both Cold and Nance.
Spiro only has 9 more shots on this mini. This actually might really hurt them down the line against Full Sense. If Full Sense is coming in with some ammo, never mind any utility that does come along, as Ferris is just trying to shut this down as well. He's basically got 50 shots left here in the MP5, as now they look across the way and know that Full Sense is moving. A spray with the MP5 against the moving vehicle here. Spiro has to change on over to the barrel to make something work. At least he's got quite a bit of ammo for it. Oh, but Thanadol takes Ferris. It's 2v1.
No, with not a lot of bullets left, Spiro's going to have to make magic happen. We saw him also, not a lot of 5.56 bullets left for him here. He's going to try to make a run for it. Shots coming in too, but they have really good angles on him. Sure, it's just Full Sense taking it down here. Really well executed by Full Sense, getting a central spot, James, to lock this in, fend off Myth, and take this win home.
Yeah, proper powerful hold on there by Full Sense, our current reigning world champions for PUBG, and for Na'Vi, a little heartbreak having to come in from that compound. It does make you wonder how this would have gone if they'd have had more 5.56, more shots for the Mini, more shots for any of those DMRs. Maybe they could have shut down some of the threats a little bit quicker, but that's by the by. Let's bring in Matchroom and Poro here to talk about this one. Full sense, Poro, the world champions, bringing it back.
I mean, this is what happens when I talk smack about them going into the first game. They find a way to get a big win there, and that hold against Myth honestly was like it felt like that was their game win condition, right? Like getting rid of Kiss, but Tigger popping off in this first game. I think he had like 6 or 7 kills.
Yeah, we didn't quite see the team wipe that he got during the middle of that game, right? We were looking at other fights. There's only so much you can catch in PUBG, of course, for some of our observers back there. But let's take a look at the highlights. Maybe it's in this, because Tigger looked fantastic here, Matchroom, to get this going for full sense.
I mean, this was just an absolutely crazy situation that brewed out of that Circle 3, like 50-50 water situation that we had going on. And then we just ended up with a lot of edge firefighting because nobody wanted to make the commitment into just a very open section without having to dig in. We saw that Falcons tried to do so. I think, Poro, didn't you call it like the car graveyard over there where there was like, what, 10 cars that were all stacked up on top of each other because there was just nothing you could do. You just had to send it for something.
Look at
like
it.
Stonehenge.
They're sticking up out of the ground, man. Dude, I felt so bad for Falcons in that situation too, because they went through all that trouble to prep the spot in the open field with the mortars, and then 3rd on 5 is like, yeah, I'll have that, thanks.
Yeah, I had exactly the same thought as we were casting it, and I felt bad for CTG as well. I thought that they had a decent anchor point in here, but they're completely shut down by Irene, who instantly gets shut down as well. So anybody coming in on the south side of Enjo was just kind of fodder for the rest of the teams.
Yeah, it was. I really liked the Full Senses pre-drive. They were pre-driving Circle 2 for Circle 3 pop. They got into a central spot here. Sure, there was a lot of water in play, but they got into a really good spot. And then everyone with mortars just decided to help them with borrowing even further down here. It's really good to make sure they had some cover, make sure they had some of the cars to play around there. So that worked out nicely. And that's 21 points to go their way, damn.
Yeah, not the biggest game, but an important game nonetheless, right? With the 11 kills going their way. Very important, as Poro mentions, to shut down Myth, who just somehow, someway is always burrowed into these games like a tick when it comes to the later stages. Tigger with 7 kills. Hakatori almost breaks a 1K club on game at #1 here, Poro.
And he only had 30 bullets the whole time. Seriously, can we start a GoFundMe for Na'Vi at this point? Like, how many times have we seen Na'Vi in the late game that are sitting on just like no ammunition whatsoever? Like, this game obviously makes sense. Like, they're sitting in that compound the entire time from drop, and nobody ever really crashed on them. But man, I feel like this happens to them a lot.
Yeah, a little bit of a home circle. You'd expect them to put out some numbers, but then, as you said, kind of midway through that game, Avenger, like, you're going to have to start doing some weird juggling of weapons, like going back into a compound. It's like, okay, are there any weapons we didn't take? Is there any ammo here that we didn't want to go for? It's a tough one, but Tigger with 7, man, he's going to be the man of the match.
Yeah, for sure. That's the problem when you're so good at defending your compound. Nobody crashes you and you don't get their utility. And of course, man of the match here for Tigger. Great play from him. 7 kills to lock down Full Sense, and a big part of that 21 points they're able to get.
Very well done. And with that, anything else that stood out to you, Matchroom, about this game? Kind of how it kind of all unfolded, the teams that had to come in and have a bit of a sensitive time about it?
I did really actually like the approach that came out from Myth, where they kind of sent a couple up to the north. It was about Circle 5 or 6 whenever we were seeing all the big firefights going on, specifically into the northeast where the collapse was going. They had pretty much the entirety of the eastern front under control, and they were kind of juking between different firefights. They kept trying to figure out which was the easiest vulnerability for them to go for, and it didn't lead the highest amount of kills, but it did kind of funnel everybody into all of those secondary firefights in front of them, and they didn't really get the chance to capitalize on that. But I did like how proactive Myth was at that stage to really be the catalyst for all of the violence in the east.
Yeah, there was the fact that the north erupted the way it did, and then multiple teams was like, you know what, we're the most edge team out of all of this, we'll all just back off. It's like the seas parted, and then 4AM was left to be like, wait, we have to run through that trench in the middle. I don't really want to do that, Poro. That was rough. I don't want to do that.
It was not pleasing. Yeah, that north side was surprising, like very surprisingly crowded, and I think a lot of that obviously is a byproduct of the destructible terrain, right? right? So like just that now is a little bit more viable to play, and you can see what Full Sense had dug for themselves. Like that was a fantastic defensive position for them to hold as you get to see your head-to-head play. I gotta be honest, I was excited. I was happy for Vitality. I thought that fight that they took with Gen G, although they kind of came out on the very end of it, like they won it, and that's not something that we've seen from Vitality lately.
Yeah, Gen G left it to a moment where they felt like, I guess they had to do something, especially as soon as they lost Soul on the edge of that building, right, Avenger, and then felt like, okay, well, we've got to make something happen. Otherwise, we assume if we stay out on the side of this building, we're going to run out of smokes. Falcons is going to be continuing to look over this way, and then what are we supposed to do? So, Hala, my bad, absolutely rinsed them.
Yeah, I mean, that was just a mutual destruction for terrain that was not in sight, that was not any high prior or anything. So yeah, I like the idea of it, but the execution and the timing and then to go on to a delay here, that was just super unfortunate stalemate for both the teams.
Before we get off of Navi, can we just take a second to talk about 4x MP5 sprays that were going on inside that game from as far away as they were going?
That is right now.
That was
Bear's
a
got a
wild
new weapon, man.
Come on, give me more of that, dude. That was absolutely hilarious to watch.
Now, is it by, the necessity of having no ammo in your mid DMR, or is it regardless? 100%. I mean, it's cool to watch. Yeah. Oh dear me, what a funny scenario that they find themselves in. But again, Ferris has been looking good so far. Not to kind of take anything away from him at all. And if Na'Vi can start like this, Poro, hopefully they can continue on. We saw as the experts were like, yeah, we think Na'Vi's going to be able to take this first game. I don't think I'd ever go with that, but that's fine.
Yeah, they tend to warm up and heat up, right? But if you've given a good circle and which is what they had, I think the only mistake that really happened, I think, man, as good as Boostic is, man, I feel like he puts himself into some kind of dangerous positions to where he gets knocked and flushed pretty early on. So
he's hungry.
He is, and when it works out great, right? Like he's a fragger, but when it doesn't work, he ends up going down, and then they have to play a 3-3 going forward. So. I think the more reps he gets on the international stage, the more he's going to start getting comfortable, start figuring out like, okay, this is what I can get away with without it being too high risk.
Yeah, not only is he keen, but also Na'Vi puts themselves in spots where, yes, they generally can win those firefights, but their nades are terrifying sometimes, Avenger. If you give Boostic 2 nades, he's going to hit both those nades. And you better have a backup plan as to how you're going to respond to it.
Yeah, maybe you have to be a little bit aggressive in terms of using your pickaxe to make sure you burrow down all the right locations. Otherwise, it's just gonna nade you out of there. But yeah, Boostic's a great player. I'm looking forward to see more from Na'Vi here. Sure, home turf circle is great here, but I want to see them when they're going against resistance, when they're having to hard rotate, having to go into these spots. We know they're capable fraggers. We know they're able to use all the bullets, do crazy sprays, but I want to see them do well when it's going hard for them.
All right, that's game 1 in the books. It's time for game number 2, as we're going to leave you with Poro and Matrim here to bring us the Dusty Dunes. It's Miramar, game number 2 here, and so far, our world champions start off strong.
All right, Poro, it is Miramar time, and I am excited because this map always gives us some fun matches throughout the day, and it is going to be spicy because remember, we've only got 5 to figure out who's going to be going on to the finals stage, so that means this is going to be a very important map for all those squads that only managed to walk away with 0 to 3 points inside the last game, which is half of the lobby.
We are your Mira men. Not Mira boys. We're the Mira men. But who's going to be the Mirror Man after coming out of this one? Because as you said, 4 games remaining. Obviously, Full Sense feeling a little bit more confidence. We saw what happened with Anyone's Legend yesterday whenever they had that big start of the day. Obviously, it kind of went downhill for them after that, but they were already pretty much surely qualified. I think Full Sense has a little bit more work to do to really kind of be in that same boat, but 21 points to start off, not a bad way to start.
Eyes out, looking to see if there's going to be any dust-ups for cars or positioning. Looks like most teams have managed to get the separation that they wanted. Nobody's wanting to go for anything too crazy at the start. Looks like Cold might be kind of close to Full Sense, but that's just going to be going for a vehicle around that Chumasera area. That's going to be pretty fine. Full Sense going for a 2-2 on their drop, and I think that everything's going to be pretty clear, given the fact the plane path does have a bit of a western lane. Means like Puerto Paraiso or Alcantara, not necessarily going to be featured points, but another very southern Miramar.
I'll take it. I'll take it. I mean, I don't necessarily hate the western side of Los Leones now. Just a kind of a question of like where these next shifts are going to go, right? Like in game one, we finally saw some very kind dead center donut type shifts, but that has not been the story. That has not been the case for the most part here during these PGSs, as we've seen hard shifts play a big factor. So we'll see if anything hard shifts this time around. Maybe we get a Los Leones circle, Matt. Who knows?
Maybe. I mean, this circle provides a lot of really fun stuff. We still got Partona that's going to be in here, of course, Resort, Chumasera itself, all the hills that are going to be to the south of that, which is all that like big vertical rise position that people are going to be playing around. There's a lot of opportunity. And Na'Vi, the turrets themselves, are already going to be inside the circle, so they're not going to have to make too big of a rotate, because it always feels like that's where Na'Vi's handicap. If they can like sit in one spot and just murder the world, their life is perfect.
I mean, it also like if they get an opportunity to play edge, right? Like that's where it really feels like they shine. Like playing edge on hillsides, just third party into everything. But I mean, that could be said for pretty much any fragging squad in this lobby, right? But it's just Na'Vi is just, they're really good at it. I mean, they've got some insane fraggers on that squad, and Hackatoy and Boostic, and obviously Ferris with his 4x MP5 starting to step up as well, as we get highlights here of that full sense battle. Started off with the squad wipe on to Crazy Raccoons. Matt sent him right back into the bin.
Oh, Crazy Raccoon, why you do this? Circles you talked about were friendly last time, but it felt like it didn't have too many options. It was just kind of moving into a no man's land. So yeah, the circles were kind of centered. That just means that everybody was fighting on the edge because there was nothing else to go for. What, a couple of trees was about it. And this is definitely one of those points where we did finally start to see a resurgence in edge movement, going for some kills, some bigger plays, but it was more because everybody was a bit entrenched in positioning. Miramar can play kind of similar to this, but with more options for maneuverability through the center of the circle. So if anything, it felt like the last game was at least a warm-up moving into what we could be looking at in this one.
Yeah. I mean, it felt like everybody's playing edge because that's the only thing that was outside of Navi's line of sight, right? Like nobody wanted to go because they know everything that compound can see, so nobody wants to send it towards the center in that situation. If only they had known that Navi was sitting on like 20 bullets and shotguns, maybe they would have made the push. Oh dear, yeah, that Murata is. Well, I still have hope. We got this. Come on, get in there, Lassa.
Yeah, but I always feel bad whenever we like come in. It's like S2G has 0 points and a flipped Murata. Why are we gonna do this to him, man? It's like, all right, we'll empty it out, and I guess I'll fill up the trunk. Let's take whatever we can get. Probably some mortars, some explosives. Get set up on that. Most of the squads are already trying to get in the circle, though. It's just going to be our squads that went more north, of course, as anybody that dropped a little bit later is going to have an inside track to a better positioning. And Vitality going to be running around over here, kind of figuring out where 17 is going to be trying to make their move.
Yeah, they know they're backfilling a squad here, so not going in hot. Gedrock's leading the way on foot. Doesn't want anybody hearing an engine, but the rest of the squad, you see just off to the east, playing around on the hillside. I think they realize after seeing that Bronco that somebody else is still here. So, oh no. Oh, coach, get in there. Get out of there. You got it. Okay, Gedrock's. Get some, cause a little bit of pressure, but Akuma will be able to move on out. But oh no, maybe not. Hell in my bag. Gonna keep sending it.
They are telling him to get out of there, telling us, I guess, loudly as they can. The rest of the 17's already trying to deal with what's going to be going on with Gen G's situation just to the south of this. And Vitality doesn't look like they're done. They're going to continue the hunt. And poor Akuma is just caught out by himself. No support. He's just got to fight his way through it. And there is just a ton of Vitality around. Finally now getting that support on the higher side of the hill, but it's not going to be close enough to really provide the support that he needs.
There it is. I mean, I feel like that took a long time getting rid of him. Gedrock's maybe kicking himself on that one. He probably should have got him off the seat swap, but ended up having to go for the reload as we check in with Kwepa. He's getting close to Crazy Raccoon. Not a place that you want to be close to Crazy Raccoon, because they will definitely turn on you if they get the notion, but it looks like everybody will survive here as Akuma will get flushed out.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that Vitality was trying to see if they could get anybody to like maybe come after this, maybe find another kill, but nobody from 17 is going to take the bait on it. Instead, they're just going to play for positioning, because we do have most of that starting to settle down, with our center team is going to be more along the lines of Gen G and JDG. Full sense kind of along that same corridor, with Navi trying to wrap around them. Up to the north, though, starting to be a bit of a funnel with the way we saw 17 and Vitality fighting. That has slowed down Falcons, and therefore GTE is coming up back behind Falcons on the hillside coming out of Power Grid. Not necessarily any firefights yet, more just way more awkward stop-offs than either one of these teams wanted to go for.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what Falcons doing. They're just kind of taking that slow progression, that steps down the hill. They've got Gustav leading the way, and fortunately, it looks like the trailing two members will get out of there before the rest of the Expendables arrive. So no harm, no foul here for Falcons as they'll continue in and find a nice little compound for themselves to play. Probably split into a 2-2, I'd have to imagine. Just 17 off to their east. Vitality obviously still playing around Picado.
Just got to keep eyes back behind him on GTE. External team still not inside the circle is going to be T5, Myth, Cerberus, and of course the tail end of GTE. We've got S2G still trailing back behind Crazy Raccoon over in the east around Puerto. Nobody's really playing around the northwestern section of Chumacera, and that's no surprise. It's kind of a no man's land that nobody wants to make a commitment to until they have to. Los Leones only has 4 angry men kind of driving around inside of it. Everybody else also giving that a very wide berth. So very centered meta coming back into the circle just due to the nature of how the circle is set. And that does mean that if we get any hard shifts, as we've been prone to, we could have a very explosive next circle.
Yeah, and kind of in the same route of what you're talking about, the circle is made it to where the early part of this game has been pretty tame, right? 63 still alive. The only kill being Akuma from 17, and that was just Vitality catching somebody out. So when this thing does hard shift, if it does hard shift, I'm already assuming it's going to. I don't know why I'm assuming anything else. But if and when it does hard shift, it's going to be a lot of teams on the move. And as you said, it could be violent. There will be blood. Hey, if we get a hard shift, that means that we get Chumacera, Los Leones, or even Partona. Those are our big hard shift locations right now, which is one of those moments where I'm like, okay, yeah, do give us a hard shift. Give us something fun to see here in just a second. Instead, it's probably going to center up on that no man's land around Los Leones to the west. Well, I don't want to say no man's land, but the kind of that valley area that kind of sits in there, if we do say centered. So everything else right now is still pretty calm, and due to the verticality of Miramar, no clean sight lines for a lot of these squads to really go for any foot pushes just yet. Nobody's wanting to overextend. It's just a couple of vehicle rotates still being the core component of what we're watching. Is everything is just scouting. Nobody wants to make a big move until they know exactly what the terrain is around them and how they can navigate it. 1 for kills and 2 for safety, because while we are looking in this western area of Los Leones, when we come a bit further south and that verticality becomes a bit more active where we're looking at around resort and whatnot, it also does create a lot of like little land barriers that are set up around where all those sprinkler systems are going to be at. And therefore, it's kind of created all these like mini arenas that nobody's going to get involved in just yet, but won't have a choice in too much longer. Yeah, you saw Navi's pings there. They keeping eyes on Full Sense and how they were set up. Got to check their backsides, though, as 4 a.m. making their way out of just to the south of Los Leones. So those shots will kind of force 4 a.m. to continue moving around, maybe down to the south. There's a lot of places to play down there for them, as we've pretty much got everybody into the circle except for Cerberus, and there you go. It's going to center up once again. So not really a hard shift, Matt, and most of our team's already kind of in there.
Getting rid of Partona just to make me sad is we are going to move more towards those valleys and dips around the sprinklers. A lot of teams already playing the map. They're going to feel good, but that does mean Death Funnel is going to be growing up to the northeast. T5 already trying to make their push around it. Falcons, you can see, trying to see if they can get into vehicles and get away from GTE, but this is going to be more complicated as GTE is trying to figure out how far they can stretch into the circle. Fortunately, though, we do have Vitality and 17. They're already kind of surrendering a little bit of their defensive lines with eyes more on the center of the circle. That is going to open up rotates, and our tail end rotators like T5 are finally just now touching a safe zone.
Yeah, Falcons a little bit of a problem there for Tiggleton, but it looks like Tanvu's going to let him escape Navi. Meanwhile, Hakatori exploring just to the south side of their compound. They see S2G moving in. It looks like they're going to scare them away. S2G will retreat off as 4 a.m. also trying to send it right beneath E Arena. They've got Crazy Raccoon off to their east as well. So 4 a.m. maybe in a little bit of pressure here. I think they've got a nice dip to play that'll keep them alive as long as E Arena is just kind of hanging out up there and not looking.
So we got the sprinklers around the center moving down into resort in the southeast, but then we've got changed the game with hillside control in the west. It does look like Cerberus might be playing a little bit further to the coastline to the south along that same area. But that's why we're seeing a lot more compression come in over around Los Leones. Most of the teams didn't want to come in the more open sections on what was going on in the West, which Change the Game now has control over, due to the high ground advantages and really the funnels that can happen over there. Instead, there are more teams into the East and specifically into the North, but there's also more terrain that can make it a little bit more viable for the rotates. This is going to mean for a cluster of teams to be starting stacked on top of each other, but still with enough space to survive. It's going to be a lot of like ranged shots at about, I don't know, 100, 250 meters, somewhere around that. Or, sorry, 150 meters is probably most likely. But really, it's just going to be trying to open up a bit more space, like what we see Vitality doing here. Just get control over an area, move in, and try to see if you can shimmy just a bit closer into the center without overextending.
Actually liked that from Vitality. They were hanging out on that high ground. They knew they were safe. They stayed in there to see if they could maybe catch one of these teams from the north coming in, but fortunately for the Expendables, they were able to avoid that line of sight. Vitality will then retreat back down to here, this compound, this warehouse, and play this as they wait for the next circle. They've got third on 5 moving out of Los Leones just off to their north, and the Expendables still have to find a place to play, as it looks like all those teams that were coming in from the north side managed to make their way through each other fairly cleanly.
It does look like T5 is trying to use the silence of the circle right now to bully away anybody. That's one of the things that you can see that happens right now. Since there's nobody really taking firefights, you don't know who the squads next to you are just yet. So when 3 people come in a vehicle, Vitality just has to assume it could be anybody. They don't know how the stack's going to be coming through. Retreat instead, play for a better position. And if anything, if you're Vitality, that's fine. You're getting pushed more towards the center of the circle and you're still safe. So life's great if you're in that situation. You do kind of wish that you had more territory under control, but it's nothing to be like scoff at or be afraid of at this stage. S2G running this very wide split around does feel like they're having some trouble figuring out how they want to move a bit more centered, though. It feels like they're just trying to put themselves in vulnerable positions to see if anybody goes for them.
They get lucky here, though. That shift coming back up to the north, that means they don't have to really worry about making their way in just yet. And once again, though, Matt, this circle has pretty much every team in it. Change the Game kind of has to find their way in. Cerberus can still kind of hang out on the edge. It's really mostly going to be teams just reconnecting, bringing all their players back together. It looks like Falcon's close to Gen G, or maybe it's the other way around. Gen G a little close to Falcons as Salute is all by himself.
Look, we're in summertime vibes right now. Everybody's hanging out in the sprinklers, trying to see if they can play around, have some fun. Change the Game's going to get the high ground over into the west, and 4 Angry Men's going to try to bully their way into position. That's about all you can really get on one side of it. T5 does have one of their players down. I don't know if S2G is going to go for this. It feels like S2G is a bit uncomfortable as they just have so little information. They're afraid that they're going to overextend if they go for it.
This is tough. Again, as a kind of a byproduct of everybody being so close, like we're not probably going to see too many fights on this one. We'll see. Vitality is kind of in a great position towards the center of the circle. They've got a ditch. Let's listen in on them and see if we can see what their map pings look like, see what kind of information they're working with.
Могу.
Я кирку дам,
Ща,
я дам, я скину машину.
Отпекай ангар, отпекай ангар.
Не вижу.
Отпекает ангар. Вот этот вот. С правого угла. Дай мне кирку.
Я скину
Надо
машину.
что-то бинты, каскан. Аптека. Что, Сань, ты один?
У меня
одна аптека.
Давай.
Дал аптеку. Я мортира положил все около мортира. Патрон.
Тебе нужна выкопать яму где-то? Может, хочешь вот здесь где-то что-то выкопать?
Ну вот здесь я бы хотел.
Why would they be? They're kind of dead center circle, Matt, but trying to, I guess, ping off where the next danger points might be, where they have to anticipate threats coming in.
Big rotate comes up from Myth. They just kind of sneak this one through, get pretty centered, and this dip is very strong given the fact that it's got the hillside kind of defending from everybody that's coming out of Los Leones and gives them a lot more control over the fields. They've got a lot of the sprinkler systems around to give them some secondary cover from vehicles that are going for a rotate. So Myth now going to be a lot more comfortable as most of these teams, I mean, they're fine off. Nothing has been a big catalyst yet to force anything to happen. I do want to point out that we have E-Arena as well as 4 Angry Men in a little bit of a high ground position looking over a couple of different points while we got that 2-2 split coming up from Full Sense.
This could be dangerous. If this is S2G looking at Vitality, they could be in a little bit of trouble. As you see, the mortars are falling. Gen G going to lose Salute. Myth going to lose Jacob as you got Expendables and Full Sense just kind of trying to crack the code here, sending a few over in the north side. Now S2G will follow it up as Baron will drop one on Vitality. Vitality is actually on mortars as well, so they better have eyes on the skies.
I'm trying to figure out if this is a vehicle or if they're going for Vitality or if they're going after Full Sense. There's a lot of mortars kind of coming out right now, so seeing where they go connects enough to make things a little bit nervous, but not scary in the slightest. As the circle has now popped in, it goes centered yet again, as it is a very friendly day for the survival stage.
Yeah, this is really good for Vitality, and it's really good for Full Sense. I'm actually curious to see if Full Sense continues to hold on to this 2-2 split, and if they do retreat, if they pull back, who will backfill them? As you see S2G just trying to send it in as much as they can. No, Baron's going to get picked out. Keppa gets knocked low by Hakatory, but it looks like S2G will manage to keep two. Oh no, that's not when you can't park there, mate.
Oh, the Shack not even going to provide safety. S2G just trying to find somewhere to stop off at. Right next to Vitality is not going to feel too good, but at least going to be a buffer for some of the other squads. Na'Vi also approaching right back behind a boost stick. You know we were talking about it. This guy is hungry, and he's going to see the potential to get even more kills in front of him. Down to the southeast, we also have Crazy Raccoon that needs to get in the circle. Na'Vi regroup. We have changed the game that's got to make a little bit of a shimmy into the circle to regroup with themselves. Very close to 17 gaming, so a couple of firefights breaking out, and Falcons got a lot of control on vision on what's going to be moving over here.
Yeah, they're causing lots of problems there for Gen G and Expendables. I believe Expendables just down to one player as S2G just surviving in the smokes. You can see how much damage has been done onto them as 4AM has managed to make their way to a ridge line. As it looks like Cerberus going to try to send one through, but only one is going to make it, and it's going to be Stan L, but he is going right into the waiting jaws of Myth. Will he continue to go up, and will Myth be ready? They're looking. No, you won't find it. No, we'll give this over to Na'Vi. Why not?
Just anywhere that he just wants to find somewhere to stop at, and there's no cover to be had. Just get the knockout of Fairest. Hey, I mean, that's a point that they wouldn't have had beforehand, so anything is gravy right now.
There you go. It will be actually going to be Scappy. So Myth Nail lands a nice one, and Na'Vi takes a loss on a player on unfortunate circumstances there. As you can see, these are actually shots coming from third on 5, forcing Na'Vi to kind of duck their heads down, and they're very spread out right now. You see on the minimap how separated they are.
Yeah, the south is getting messy really fast. With 4 Angry Men kind of separated out, Crazy Raccoon has no easy path. They got Na'Vi just to the north of them. It's always going to be going on with Myth in position as well. Falcons still just kind of keeping control over this area. Really, it's going to be about these regroups and how they come out. It does look like Crazy Raccoon is going to use a couple of those sprinklers to get some space away from 4 Angry Men. And I don't know how 4 Angry Men can get away from any of the firing lines that are going to be set up from E Arena too much longer, as the circle yet again stays pretty centered, but goes to the southeast just a tad.
Yeah, it's going to be rough for 4 AM, and Kickstart continues to try to secure these final kills out in the open field. But they've got to start considering where they're going to go next. They would love to be able to get these points, though, before they make their eventual send in as Gen G. Soul, are you serious? We're doing mortars up here right now. Why not?
Hey, look, when you can't get into the circle, maybe a mortar can make something happen for you. Is nothing going too great. Good old Tom Vu just chilling there, being thankful for any explosions that keep Falcons on the other side of the hill. But Falcons, 17, Tom Vu, Gen G all have to get into a circle that is mostly just sprinklers and the hillside that E Arena had control over. But due to 4 Angry Men's positioning, now JDG is starting to take over.
Just taking out wheels, causing problems. Falcons doing what they can to make Gen G's life a little bit more hellish here, as it looks like 17 has been spotted out by Change the Game. Falcons will hop into the vehicles, but where are we going to go? They're going to immediately send it. They're going to leave one behind. Tiggleton will stay behind. This will be Falcons playing the roadside, stopping down, and waiting to see where the next move is going to be. If they can figure out that they've got Full Sense caught in this 2-2 split, that might be a push. Oh, no,
I'm just a bit worried about this, though. Falcons stopping there now means that Gen G has complete easy shots on the backside. 17 Gaming as well. Expendables are going to get eliminated. Falcons gets one of their players now knocked. They don't want to just run right into the circle because the way that this ridge is set, they have no idea what's going on the other side of the hill and where the positions are at. So they tried to stop for safety, but that's almost causing its own problem. Is now everybody else that's realized they can't get into the circle are just going to start going after Falcons to try to find a point or two.
And you see JG trying to make the rush in here, get into grenade range if they can. That one's going to fall just a little bit shy as now Navi is dealing with the push from Crazy Raccoon on the south. Kickstart will find one. He's going to take down Soul, but will get taken down by Wimbo in return as 17 is still off to the west in the blue.
Just 2 players up for the Falcons. Make it 1. Trimsy at least manages to take down Jin G, but that means that they're going to be limping into this circle. Firefight popping off as Na'Vi is trying to push their way into the circle right next to Crazy Raccoon, but Crazy Raccoon's kind of separated out multiple fronts in which they're trying to fight. Finally finishing out one side of it means the fact that they can focus their attention back into Na'Vi. 4 angry men still trying to put a fight onto E-Arena. E-Arena is going to get taken down, and that opens up more space for JDG on their hill.
Shout out to 4AM for finishing that one off. We thought E-Arena might have had 4AM pretty much dead to rights, as it looks like Falcons will go down in the end. And it's going to be Lil Ghost that gets the credit as 17 up to 4 kills. They'll hop above the cut line for now, but they've got to make their way into the safe zone. And it's all down to Lil Ghost.
Navi wants to deal with Crazy Raccoon in a bad way in front of him, but Crazy Raccoon knows how to dig in. These guys can be the thorn in the side so many times in a row. Crazy Raccoon just wants to try to get in the circle. You can see trying to use vehicles for cover, or maybe even just try to get out, depending on how the situation goes. But Navi is coming in hot and heavy, and Myth has a focus more into the north, and I don't blame them. That's made this an entire contained firefight that Navi loves to play around. They've got the cover, they've got the push capabilities. They're going to now start spotting out everybody. Crazy Raccoon, you just got to fight this one, and it is Navi coming in with full-on force.
Up close and personal is Boostic. We'll find who's going to get in. There you go. Hakatori will take down Anonix. That's going to do it for Crazy Raccoon. And fortunately, Navi will have a little bit of opportunity here to loot up because it looks like they were running short on bullets once again. Now as Vitality is trying to hold off this push from 3rd on 5.
This is what Myth was kind of more focused in on. Don't forget about the fact that we have S2G over here, but it's Vitality. Levante just holding down the angle onto T5 and making sure to put as much punishment onto them as they can. They've still got to try to get in the circle, and T5's kind of gatekeeping them out unintentionally because both teams are just trying to get into the circle. Quizzy hits a nice nade to get the flush on it too, and somehow T5 survives on 1 HP.
Oh my gosh, how does Kakon survive that? Navi, we're gonna go ahead and send it. Why not? Spiro doing the acrobatics to get over here. As he will find out Kakon, but he's gonna immediately get traded down by Levante. Levante gets 2. Levante gets all of them as Vitality cleans up Navi.
Navi didn't want to push into the more open sections where Myth and JDG were at, and they just got instantly shut down. Vitality finding success over here, 7 kills, replenishing everything, but they still got to get in the circle. Myth trying to hold them out right now, and S2G right on the doorstep.
All right, we'll see where Vitality decides to go. They're able to loot up just... Oh, no, that's not what you want to see when you're coming across. Laza will get the double, and just like that, Vitality loses 2. 4 angry men is illuminated as well. Hello, my bad, and Gedrock's now the last 2 players left alive, but they are eating blue zone damage right now, Matt.
There is nowhere to go. It's going to be changed the game on the other side of it to finish them off. Big game for coming out from Vitality, though, not ending the way that they wanted it. This is going to open up JDG to the south to become more mobile. In the center of it all is going to be Full Sense. Myth in the east in control. The north, we're kind of keeping an eye on what's going on with Change the Game and S2G, but this is a lot more of an open circle, specifically as we look into the northern sections of it.
Yeah, Full Sense had that 2-2 split that they were holding for the longest time, and finally they lose a player, and they bring the last remaining player back over here to group up inside the compound, but Change the Game was right on time with it. Unfortunately, though, X Circle is going to get spotted out, so now it is just the duo of Mau Mau and XCDH, and they are going to have to leave that compound now as the circle will favor Full Sense once again.
S2G sees the circle just a few meters away. They've done a great job on just trying to survive, but the circle is just going to move more brutal now as it is a lot more open in those lower sections. Myth right on the edge of the circle as well, having to deal with JDG. JDG doesn't want to push into the fortified positions that we can see Full Sense already holding down. Change the Game also having to move. So it is just Full Sense in a comfortable position and everybody else moving into much more open sight lines.
I mean, Full Sense, by all rights, probably should go back to back here. I mean, everybody's going to avoid their compound. The only problem for them is that they're not going to get a lot of kills out of it. As you see JDG trying to dig Myth out. Myth has shown themselves to be very, very scrappy, even when down a couple of players, as Scappy will hold that foxhole, waiting for the inevitable push here. Good flashbang from JDG will slow them down, and they will find Scappy. They'll take him out.
Oh, a little bit of punishment comes
Kiss.
out from Kiss on the other side. He's got to figure out how he wants to deal with this JDG positioning, though, as there's just too many people around, and it's going to be full sense that keeps them contained.
Kiss got a little bit unfortunate there. He takes out Baron, as just don't get around Kiss, man. He wants to kill everything. Look at Full Sense actually trying to be a little bit aggressive here. Not too aggressive. They've got the compound. They don't need to push out too much. This is looking like it could be pretty solid. As CTG trying to leave theirs, as oh, there you go. Quepa will find XCDH. One more, and that could do it for change the game.
Where S2G kind of had to limp into this circle. They've been kind of in the focal point for a lot of rotates. Now just having Mau up, trying to figure out how he wants to get into the circle, and it looks like it's going to be S2G that spots him, doesn't get the knock onto him. He's going to make the commitment going after the res, but are the throwables going to land close enough? I feel like they're just a bit off, going in between the trees instead.
Oh, yeah, just they don't have much left, and I'm actually going to get spotted by Belmoss, so that will do it for S2G. As now JDG not S2G, we're going to change the game. S2G still alive off in the north side, and they can just kind of sit back and watch as JDG trying to take this fight to Full Sense, but they are getting picked apart. Nons and Cold 119, the last two remaining up.
Both teams now kind of eyes onto what's going on with Full Sense, hoping that the next circle will force them away. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Means the fact that center control is going to be hard to claim in this circle. It's going to be mostly field. Full Sense is going to have to move JDG right on top of him. This could be a big benefit for S2G, who has been just firefighting and trying to survive for so long. Now everybody else is in the southern section of the circle and are going to have to fight as they're right on top of the edge of the zone.
That's a hell of a come up here in game number 2 for JDG. All the way up to second place off of 9 kills. Big performance from them, but you got to imagine they are in a lot of trouble here. Full Sense just staring daggers at them. Nons is already inside circle, but Cole 119 has to move once again. 5 kills for him, 860 damage. It's looking like a shoe-in for game 2 MVP. Unless one of these boys from Full Sense can pop off here at the end.
Well, Tigger's got eyes onto JDG. Cold's already been spotted by Flash. That's where a couple of shots are coming out, but Flash can't stay there for too much longer. Circle is going to be closing in, so he at least has to move into the new safe zone. Cold's just trying to see if he can get into a position as well. Has to make the run across. Flash gets some damage, but not enough to finish him, and Cold does manage to make it into the circle, but that's going to be a Panzerfaust coming out from Tigger to get the knock on to Cold, and JDG in a lot of trouble as now Nons down to just 13 HP.
Oh, the old David Panzerfaustino is Full Sense. They know exactly where Nons is. They can hit one of these. That might do it. As that Molotov will just stick away. Nons will dance around on the outside. Cole will get flushed out. S2G, meanwhile, they see all this happening. They're just going to secure themselves a little bit more of a foxhole position on that northern side. Belmoth looking over here to see if Nons takes his little dome up top. And okay, Flash gets a little bit aggressive. Tigger's going to go to Laza. Full Sense is falling apart.
That timing coming out from S2G just flipped so much of this game around. It is a 1v1v2. So S2G has a lot more control in the north and is got a path to really get into the circle. Belmoth is now kind of trapped over here. He can jump down, but he has to figure out which way he wants to go on the angle of approach. One of these two squads is now going to be far more safe than they were just a couple seconds ago. JDG sitting at 10 kills is just putting up a performance right now.
Full Sense's aggression may be working against them here as Nons now keeping eyes over towards S2G. That grenade will find the mark though, and that will do it for JDG. And now Belmoth left with a decision about how to do this 1v2. S2G, it did not look like they had a shot, Matt. When they had that blind send into the middle of the circle, only 2 players managed to survive, and they survive all the way to the end for this 2v1 for the win.
Sitting in 7th place right now, going up against Belmoth. And Belmoth, man, don't count him out. This man can clutch games. We know it. Other side, though, you can see that Quepa's going to be playing a bit closer to the blue zone. being a bit more control on angle. Laz is going to be the guy that's trying to creep a bit closer to the center, and this is what we're looking at. It is open and barren. Belmont's got a little bit of a ridge that he can play to get some information, but that's going to be going out of the circle very quickly. It's going to be enough to get a couple of shots out of Quepa, but doesn't get the knock.
Gets him down to half HP, though, and he'll stop down, try to heal his armor up a little bit more. It looks like, no, okay, not even going to get the opportunity. The blue zone is just tickling his ankles as he's got to get up. He's got to start moving in. That smoke will give him a little bit of room to move as Belmont still's got a grenade left. He's going to cook it up, see if he can find somebody. It's going to get close to Quepa. Doesn't get the knock, though.
Just enough to make it scary. S2G still has a player playing back behind this one in Laza to see if he can keep control over any movement coming from Belmont. Belmont instead just playing along the smokes, wants to play this aggressive, moves over the Dorito, has been spotted. Now it's just going to be trying to set up control angles onto him. Not a lot of cover to be had. Bouncing around, Belmont just has to fight his way through it. He's now also closer to the blue zone than the way S2G has now configured themselves. This is all coming down to how these peaks are going to come out, and can Belmont get a knock at the exact right time?
They've got him locked down. He's got to leave the Dorito. He makes the run, and S2G will take him down, and that is a huge win for the Turkish squad.
Look at that perseverance paying off. These guys had a brutal rotate, but just managed to hold it together, find the kills that they needed, and push themselves into the late game Kalaris.
Yes, indeed. Laza doesn't. He was out there like a flash at the end, wasn't he? He's all business here as he comes in. We talked about it earlier on as he came in for CCNX midway through PEC, and it's looked to be working out so far. Getting the victory after what looked like Full Sense was going to be able to have a strong spot once again, Avenger, from this. But no, the S2G boys were back on the road again.
And doing it as a two-man, that's insane. Like, the way they did it, obviously, sure, there was some Panzerfaust, there was some burrowing here, but the way they did it through the mid-game to the late game, to take this one home here, what a way to clutch that one. That's a salvage game for a two-man that I've ever seen. And that's a depth there that everyone is afraid of. Good shit, I'm going to say here from the S2G guys and from Laza. What a way to do it.
I didn't realize that, actually, because we don't really see many S2G wins. That video has them like face palming like halfway through it. Like, guys, you won the game. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But definitely, as everything boils down here, tough fields to play, right, Poro? And for S2G to kind of weather that at the top against Full Sense towards the end, it's important stuff.
Oh, it's brutal. It's absolutely brutal. And the fact that you had so many teams alive up until the end just made it that much worse, because like these guys were right on top. Look at Navi, like trying to make this full send over here to capitalize off of this fight, and they just get absolutely roasted in a matter of seconds. A great game for Vitality here as well, despite going out a little bit earlier.
Yeah. Good old Levante. And here comes the Panzerfaust. The substitution!
I feel so bad because we saw Navi playing aggressive, they get punished. Vitality has a great play and they instantly get punished. No, I want more EU aggression, not for them to go down and go, oh, that's a bad call, we shouldn't do that again.
Well, you guys have to mention as well, Full Sense through this game. They ran two guys at Nance. Well, like, what are they doing here? They ran two guys at Nance, 1v1. They gave him two 1v1s. He had cover, he had borrow, he had everything. And then they couldn't clutch it towards the end. Like, that was a huge... So sure, they already look qualified, etc. But, oh, that's a throw.
Playing for first place is a hell of a drug. It makes you do some stupid stuff. It makes you do some really dumb stuff that maybe you otherwise might not.
I'm also glad that in PUBG, you know, as we take a look at the overall leaderboards, that we fought through the weirdness of some car physics in the past. You know, we've seen some flying cars in the past or whatever. We fought through that to get to where we are now, because there's been some amazing flips. And actually, you know, the Panzerfaust definitely brings some of that as we watch that go down. But Full Sense is in number one with 33 points. JDG gets themselves to 26. Yeah, this is important, Poro.
That's a massive game for them. Like, we called it out at the time, but like they actually farmed on that south side from there. Like, we never got a real opportunity to watch any of the fights that they were taking, but there was so much going on that south side, and JDG in a perfect place to capitalize. You see Cold 119 up there with 5 kills.
It did tons of damage as well. Every time we kept checking with him, obviously, as he had the little ghillie suit running on around, 860 damage coming here from him. But Belmoth with the 870 pipping him at the post, and Levante coming in third here, able to do a lot against Na'Vi. But let's take a look across S2G. as we've definitely had some concerns about the Matrim, but they're able to get these points on the board. Very important points to push them towards the final stage.
And let's be clear, concern continues. It's great to get the round, but you can see the stats, not necessarily stellar. It is more about survival on it and making it in the later stages, as Cold continues to impress, man. I really enjoy watching this guy play. He's got a very dynamic sense of really how he can put himself into positions to open up and change the flow of firefights, and it's really cool to watch.
Yeah, not bad at all. Very important.
Bad for Baron in that one, honestly. Like, the first time STG gets a win, and it's like the game that he had 0 kills, did 0 damage, and he's just like, come on, guys. Like, what do we have to do?
No peeking for you in this game. All right, we have got an interview ready with Vitality after these first 2 games, so let's hear from them before we head on over to a break.
What are your thoughts? Hello, everyone. It's Bella and Vitality's Quizzy and Levante. Hi, guys.
Hello. Hi.
Well, Quizzy, you must be super proud of the way Levante just played, right? Well, what are your thoughts on the game? You guys secured plenty of kills.
Yeah, I mean, he just dogged everyone, so I'm happy.
You're happy. Well, Levante, it looks like we'll be seeing more of you later this year at PNC. What are your thoughts on that? I want to hear it.
Что ты думаешь насчет того, что ты поедешь на PNC? И... Я очень рад. He's super happy.
Are you happy?
I'm so happy.
We are all happy here. All right. Thank you, Levante. Thank you, Quizzy.
Oh. Yes, a very informative interview. What was this? There was like, we went from like the saddest Levante I've ever seen to him just, I guess, trolling. I'm not sure. That was.
I mean, you saw like the cheeks just get so happy. He's like, oh, I can play around with this and have some fun, dude. I love Levante so much. He's so cool.
Yeah, he's a gamer. He's a gamer, and also able to do it in the game as well. All right, gentlemen, we're going to a break. When we return, we have got 3 more games here for our survival stage. Vitality's doing all right here. An interesting interview. Let's hope we get more of that. Back soon.
Oh, and correct is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everyone. Today's game of Guess Who is going to be by Virtus Pro. Hi, guys. Hello.
Hello.
Good to see you guys. Well, you have to guess 7 players in a row. We'll show you pictures, and you have to get 7 in a row correct. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I'll start the timer. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kedrox. Luke 12. Levante. Halo. Uza.
Ooh.
Luca.
That was it. That was 7,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Wow. What would you like to say for coming in first?
Nothing.
Well, I don't know who will be playing this next, but do you think that they'll be able to break your record? Yeah. Really?
No way.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and correct is gone.
Yeah, thank you.
Say bye. Bye. Thank you.
Biggest robbery in progress in the Diamond District.
There's nothing more I need to show.
Be advised, suspect armed and extremely dangerous. All available units, please respond. There's a bank robbery in progress. Waiting. Now there's an armed robbery near the freeway. Nightclub is under assault downtown. And another bank. All available units. All available units.
All right, just 3 more games and already quite the start here to the survival stage as we've had Full Sense looking good. S2G gets themselves the win off the back of Full Sense flubbing it towards the end of game number 2. But there's still plenty more to play for with 3 games remaining. My name's Kalaris. Joining me, I've got Avenger Matrim as well as Porosaurus and a small dog clawing at my legs. Porosaurus takeover.
It's not me. I'm not the small dog. We all hope that Floof gets all the treats that they need. But fantastic performance there for S2G. They still got a lot of work left to do, though. Martin is they've only got 15 points.
Yeah, they've got to replicate that to get into that top 8 and stay in there for sure. Yes, I'm pretty excited to see how well. Again, it's a 2-man salvage to get 15 points. I really like that. I respect that. But it was mostly off the throw of other teams such as Full Sense and JDG in my book.
All right, Matrim, before we get into our next game, any thoughts?
JDG keep fragging, man. I loved watching that. They played it really clean, and I want to see if they can do it again.
All right, it's time for a tri-cast here as we're going to say goodbye to Poro and Matrim. We're going to have me, Avenger, and Stupid Floof here for game number 3. We're ready to go to Tego. I almost said Rondo. Ha ha ha.
Almost got him. Almost was ready for it. But yeah, that's how it is. It's time to Tego, James, as we like to say. And you know what? That's going to be the story of the year. A lot of Tego up on the horizon come in here, especially for PNC and for other tournaments going in here. So I really like it. I think it's a map that's very interesting. But for when it comes to land ratio and how the big river is when you are talking about the small island in the northwest here, that's going to have quite the impact. So we're going to have a lot of very fun circles. But for now, we are playing the sturdy and tried and tested settings that all these players know, because it takes time to get used to these new ones. And you know what? It's like, if you've been used to all your life, James, to play something like, 11 aside on football, etc., and then all of a sudden we're down to playing 8 people, and it's the same size field. And maybe the football is also a triangle rather than a circle.
Yeah. I did wonder where you were going with that as time went on. That was, gosh, can you imagine a triangle football pitch? You get 3 teams playing at any time, then it gets really weird. That'd be crazy. Of course, we've got PUBG Nations Cup coming on up here as time goes on. Just wall-to-wall PUBG all year. And of course, PUBG Nations Cup is one of the pinnacle tournaments as it will be June the 23rd through 28th. And we are going to have a pinnacle of a fight over in Shipyard. And once again, there's a lot of teams up here, actually.
God. And look at that circle.
Oh, my days.
With so much water, so much Shipyard in play. And look at that. Myth, home turf circle. We have T5, we have Crazy Raccoon, we have CTG very close to each other. I see a lot of guns, I see a lot of cars kind of coming in for this Flucky, trying to get this one away, trying to push CTG over towards the army base rather than having to share this western shipyard.
Yeah, you'd expect a lot of teams, though, to angle towards the mainland, right, with a circle like this, even though there's 3 teams up there on that Northwest Island near Shipyard. So technically, maybe there'll be a few holdouts here and there between those 3 teams. And then for those South teams at the same time, emergency pickups might be on the cards here. Similar to, a Yorkshire Terrier, oftentimes they come over to you and they're like, pick me up, put me down, pick me up, put me down. Like, what? No, dog, get out of the way, go away. Emergency pickup for Floof to get her out of here would be fantastic. What do you think?
Yeah, I think a little life vest, and then she can just trottle around wherever she wants to do. Sure.
Yeah, go for a
She's
swim.
a fun one. She also has a big comfortable couch you can just go and chill on. Maybe put something on the TV. You know, there should be some doggy daycare or something you can put on YouTube.
You think that'd work?
I think so. Keep her entertained for the next couple of hours while we cast the games.
God,
as
I
we
wish.
look back to how Miramar was and how SG, again, I'll say this, them losing 2 players, Laza being 1 HP here, losing 2 players and actually salvaging this game. This looked like a 0-point game, but it turned out to be a 15.1. That's very impressive.
Yeah, definitely so. Good stuff here for the boys that kind of burrowed on in. Again, this Panzerfaust might have actually just saved their bacon completely, right? Because if Vitality comes in above them and does not take casualties as quickly as that, maybe they completely dislodge S2G, and this could have been a Vitality win down the line.
Yeah, for sure. Nance also being the boss that he was, and Belmont had to go throw a nade at him. Well done here by them, and Belmont tried to make the most of it with the MK and the M4, but it didn't work out in the end.
Not at all, but here for Schiller. Schiller really was the guy that was keeping them afloat in PGS4 and in some of the PGSs 1, 2, and 3 as well when they were trying to go for bigger results. But it seems like things have been a bit more even as some time has gone on through here. So let's see if they can continue this on. 15 points at the moment doesn't see you safe at all. I think the only safe team right now technically would be Full Sense from what we've seen from them in the first 2 games. JDG, just a little bit of a sprinkling more here, Avenger. Across these 3 games should be okay as well.
Yeah, it should be quite easily to get things rolling for this one here. I will say this, though, the way that this map works and kind of how the high ground is south of Shipyard is going to be very, very contested here. So I'm curious to see how that evolves. But for now, it's going to be Vitality and 4M, potentially in Kangyang having some fun here. Let's see how Shen is probably able to open this fight.
And Takeout becomes more and more important as we have it more and more worked into some of these finals. So for these teams, they'd love to be able to get some even bigger results on Tago, some more mastery of Tago as well. As for 4AM, sitting around, just waiting, cautious, careful, Gedrox, lurking, Panzerfaust in hand, K2 in hand. I hate the K2. That's a BRDM in the distance. Look at that. That's cool.
Yeah, K2 is not my favorite gun either. Oh, no, it's not by choice, I can guarantee you that, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But Panzerfaust, though, that is the mantra of this team, it feels like. We've seen a lot of from them. They've been able to kind of take advantage of how strong it is right now, and maybe they want to get in and get something done onto this BRDM that Winter has. It's very easy to chase down considering only driving 59 kilometers an hour right now, and it's around that speed, and with the US and some of the other cars, you can drive double that easily.
Yeah. I want to do a little Google and see a top speed of a cheetah. 110 kilometers an hour. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's about the cruising speed of a Dacia, no?
Yeah. So that's one to add to the game, I think, for the players. If we could add rideable cheetahs,
right,
that'd be exciting.
Okay, yeah. How did that strike you?
I was just thinking. I don't know. I was like, yeah, okay, how is a cheetah faster than a BRDM? And they absolutely are faster than a BRDM, as you were talking about, 59 kilometers an hour. So I just had to peek. It piqued my own curiosity, which has nothing to do with the game, so I apologize profusely.
Ah, okay, I see. I was just wondering what the thought process was and how we go from the BRDM drives about this and the other cars are easily to catch them into, okay, let's put a cheetah in there. I mean, we could start with something more, realistic, like a K9 unit or something like that, but sure, we just go cheetah, the exotic way immediately, James. I like that. I like the idea of it, but I don't think it's happening. It's way too little PUBG for that.
But a K9 unit, so we're going to have multiple dogs that you ride as a team. Do you want
No, just send it at each other,
Oh, okay.
Now that we're boring into holes, then you've got to get some, you have to get them out of there, right? So you just send them towards those.
As a Warhammer fan, they have like cyborg K9 units, so that could be cool, like a robot.
Can you disable
dog.
them with the explosives, like you can with the C4?
Yeah, and if they walk into the EMP zone on Rondo, they just shut down.
I see. Okay.
Sorry, robot dog.
That makes sense. I like that. I mean, that my take in games, it's always like there's always got to be some sort of rock paper scissors, right? So how do we counter the BRDM? It's a Panzerfaust. That's quite easy. How do we counter a strong compound? It's C4s, it's mortars, and so how do we counter a pickaxe that's been digging a hole? That's also a mortar, so right. So I want to see multiple rock paper scissors situations, right? So how do we have another counter to holes in the ground where you not have to stop? It's got to be something more proactive like that. So I was thinking K9 unit could be to dig out those holes. Get the
well. I mean, some people are theorizing that kind of like the pickaxe was the missing piece, right? Like of mortars like coming in and being able to shut down them in those spots and stuff like that. So maybe that was the final piece of your rock paper scissors. What do you think about that?
I like that. It's also a tool, so I like the idea that it's a pickaxe that's joining in.
Well, I can't think beyond anything.
Just
beyond...
period. I can't think. Let's look at the game, James.
It's over.
Let's talk about the game.
Kalara shutting down.
All right. Na'Vi, though, James, on this side here. So far, 16 points. It's looking good for them here. The cutoff currently 10 points. Our hypothetical cutoff, if you're 30 plus, you should be safe. It could be around 25 to 29 points, though, so we'll see. You need to get into this final, though, James. It's the second last chance before we get our circuit final, which is in next weekend. We're going to have a 3-day final, best of 5 here, where we have double the PGS points. It's really going to matter as well. Also, triple the prize money, which is huge. Just life-changing money, James. Some of these guys, through the prize money they've run throughout the years here, they have, they've bought apartments, they've bought, building complexes to rent out to family and friends. It's pretty cool, and I really like that how much money we've seen really being given out to the players throughout the years through these prize pools here. I feel like though this year might be the most difficult to stay consistent on, considering what we've seen so far with the diversity in the different the teams we've been seeing here. Some surprises, some teams that we saw it coming, but yeah.
Well, one of those teams, of course, S2G, is going to be very happy about the potential of course, PGC being in Turkey. So let's hear from Schiller from the previous games here with an interview with Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with S2G's Sheila. Congrats on taking that chicken dinner. Well, talk to me about what happened against Full Sense. I know you were out, but your teammates, they fought till the end.
2 kişi kaldığımızda ben arka plandaydım ve arka planda kimin kaç kişi kaldığını falan filan bayağı bir inceledim ve takımımı ona göre yönettim. Güzel bir win aldık ve bundan dolayı mutluyuz.
일단 먼저 죽고 나서 2명이 남았는데 선수들 중에 2명이 남았는데 제가 어떤 팀에 몇 명 있는지 확인하고 알려줬습니다. 팀원들한테.
Well, I was out of the picture, but I kept briefing to my teammates about who was where, and I think I contributed to the win. Oh, yeah, right. And PNC, you're coming back the second time for PNC, happening in just a month. Are you excited? What are your thoughts on it?
İkinci kez ülkemi temsil edeceğim için çok mutluyum. Türkiye'yi temsil etmek benim için çok önemli bir şey. Ülkemi en iyi şekilde temsil edeceğimden şüpheniz olmasın. Orada görüşürüz.
이렇게 두 번째로 대표팀으로 터키 대표팀으로 와서 너무 좋고 최대한 이길 수 있게 터키 팀을 튀르키예 팀을 이제 잘 지키겠습니다.
Happy to be back and proud to represent your nation, Turkey. All right, thank you, Sheila, and best of luck to you for the remaining day.
A devastating blow there to Bella, having to give away her microphone. You could see it in her face as well. But thank you very much for that interview. And actually, they found themselves dead center on this circle. So,
yeah, it's actually a really good spot here. Sure, it's not one of the best spots for when it comes to kind of the later stages of the game here, if it goes away from water, but we'll see how the circle puts themselves into a better spot. They are looking strong, and we have 64 players alive, James, but 12 minutes past. It's kind of a rare occurrence. But yeah, we'll see for this one here. Tego is an important one, and it's, just a few minutes time, we're going to be halfway through the day here, and if you have not put a lot of points on the board already, I'm looking at you, Crazy Raccoons, Finhay Cerberus, T5, Genji. It's not looking too good. Sure, Falcon 17 also in there. They're We need to get that snowball rolling early on here. Pradong out. Oh, that's a good shot here. Actually managed to get him down. He turns though, gets the headshot. He stops, and that's a double for Korkong.
Get a third! Oh, he does!
Oh
my!
my!
Down! He's shooting at absolutely everything here. That is great stuff. There on 5. Definitely needs the points as well. Going for the shutdowns. And then for CTG, it's XCDH has just been able to get away through all of that. That was wild stuff there. What a great bridge camp. It was kind of expected with how many teams were dropping on that Northwest Island and the circle and how they wanted to get on forwards. So that's tough stuff there for them.
I'm asking you here, James. It's expected from our point of view. How does the players not expect that? How does the players not, play later, pick up, different bridge, all these things? It's the last big bridge to be in here. Surely it's gonna be bridge camp, Maybe they're thinking. Yeah, maybe they're thinking something else here. As Hackatori takes some shots here towards Full Sense. He can get one in, got some damage done here, but is not going to be able to get a point rolling in from this one here. Sure, my other point of view is that Shipyard was central towards that first circle, which also means that the teams that are up there should be coming in and getting some of the more central spots, but it could be different teams too. But we do have a southern shift here, James, and SUG is looking really good. E-Arena is looking good. JDD is a good rotation to get in here too. Vitality looking strong. 4am too. Spyro does get a non-X down here as Crazy Raccoon try to get a pull-up. Pio gets Spyro down here, easy.
Not bad at all. There's something about them in game 3s here for Crazy Raccoon. They might have only been down on 3 points at the moment, but it is tough here as they were coming in a little bit later on that west side. Now they're going to be shot at by multiple teams as well. Pio taking a bit of damage here to Fairist, trying to connect wherever he can, and now they're scrambling down towards the basin of this river to try and find themselves a spot, trying to find themselves home, a landmark that they can find themselves some salvation on. Moving away towards some tree. Where are we going, guys? Where are we going?
I think they saw Finhair Cerberus on the other side also driving. They were trying to get across on the lower grounds here. Also, JDD were driving in and actually have taken that southern bridge and kind of set up shop beneath it here. So it's going to be extremely difficult. Maybe it's just a complete disengage angle. Try to figure out what's going on. High ground information, and then try to get into the circle from the southern side. More shots come in here. Flash finds handpin though from Cerberus. Also get a confirmation on him here. Full Sense with that was huge. Baron finds Cess. Judah also going down here. It's a huge fight in the central zone.
4am looking for more points, considering they've got 17 so far. As you said before, when we came into this, it's just the fragging power. Finhair Cerberus is down. That's them in last place after 3 games. Some more multiplier coming down on Full Sense's position. They don't care too much, but they do take some damage to Tiggleton there, as he's trying his very best to be able to put in the boot against some of these teams towards the middle. They've only got 7 here at the moment here, the Falcons. They need some more work.
I like the idea of putting Mortars in there, especially because that could be their next step in the campaign. Yeah. Flash has gone down. He knows that it's Full Sense because they saw the bullets going down to it. They saw that Cerberus went down to it earlier here. So I like being, committing a little bit more to it. That's the first one. A little bit too far. Maybe he changed a different one. He did! He got the confirmation onto Flash here. And Full Sense is falling a little bit apart, but it doesn't matter. They have 34 points, James, and they're looking absolutely locked in for the final starting tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're totally right, because the one weakness, especially that little tower with the small walls has, is that you can't really be crouched down or even stood up next to it, right? But if you actually dig down a little bit there, you've got way more play power from a spot like that. So, yeah, it's twofold. I think you're dead on the money, Avenger.
Yeah. Let's see, though, here with Navi on the southern side here. They're trying to control that west, but JDD already took that next spot they planned to play into. I think they wanted the bridge, but JDD locked that down early on here. Like their spot here now. They're going to be pre-driving, trying to get it into the circle here as we see this next circle pop here. It's going to be an interesting one. In ranked, I've had a lot of late-game finishes around where E-Arena is. It's a very interesting one, and Opons actually has a decent spot inside the circle with a recall station as well. So let's see if anyone commits to that one. Pre-drive from Crazy Raccoon too.
Moving towards one of the bridges that JDG was holding down on Cold 119 in the previous game, doing 800 some damage. It's going to start off strong again. Taking down Glass. There's now teams moving in, or players moving in just above him, but Cold 119 is keen to be able to finish that off. And knows the entry point that they were moving in on, so going to go for some nades across the way here. And does a massive chunk of damage with one. Nance follows it up with the Orc as well. That is spectacular from JDG.
It's down to just Pio on the ground and Anogus in the sky. He has nothing It's going to be an absolute target for everyone here. Nice headshot too. Actually, a lot of damage done so much here to Anonix. He manages to land though, but they see that and they think that's another 3 point to come in. Soul also goes down to Nurens here. Pio trying to survive for as long as possible to get more points for Crazy Raccoon. Currently 3 points. 1 kill in this game though.
Yeah, it's a toughie. As now trying the very, very best here to do something as well. Na'Vi also kind of stuck in a little bit of an odd spot here on this western side of the circle. Yeah, technically they're in, but again, whenever they need to traverse over some of that land east of them, it's not easy. Pio's trying to move the box away to Inonix so he can get some loot on board from his dead mates. This is grim.
Yeah, it's really rough for them. Boostic does get the confirmation onto JG here. They actually managed to backfill this position that they wanted to with driving all the way south and then taking away from JDD. They had a greedy split here now. Falcons trying to get into this northern side of this circle here. They have T5 ahead of them. They have S2G ahead of them. They have Made in Thailand too. Myth on that western side here. They have a big split controlling a lot of terrain.
Yeah, I'm calling that the grave robber strat from now on from PO. It's now, I don't know, maybe they'll survive for a little bit longer, but as I said, despite there being something about them in game 3s, I don't think they're destined to be able to win out this one. S2G gets a massive drop right on top of their compound. There's a world where S2G in the middle spot here could convert once again after being able to win out the day against Full Sense just prior. Now Team Vitality on this eastern side come up against these fields. They've got multiple compounds to have to go beyond if they actually want to get a central spot down the line. So I'm not really feeling it for Vitality just yet. They're going to have to take some big fights.
So much mortar activity here.
Yeah.
Now going towards T5. That's damage done to Jacob, actually. It's a different team that they're eyeing up right now. So now they have the information that Myth is also engaged in this fight here too. T5 in there. Kiss is fighting with favorites. That's crucial information here. Chance the game is out in 15th place. Jacob with this knock here. Oh, if that was even close, that'd be huge. Obviously, you start crawling away from that immediate mortar fire here because people are going to always try to send more mortar coming in your way. 0 points finds Inonix and a confirmation as well. It's really falling apart here for Crazy Raccoon. As we have a southeast shift straight onto this E-Arena compound I was talking about before. It's been somewhat of a magnet in the ranked games we've had throughout the last couple of months here. And now it's really being eyed up for this one here. It's very difficult to maintain control of all this side. So they have to figure out this split. Is it worth it still?
I don't think so. I think they've got to get together very, very soon because there will be teams trying to kind of crunch down on this. I think it's going to be treacherous to be able to hold a 2-1-1 across all of that land. There's now Full Sense still looking the way of Falcons, who, again, I feel like they're not slotting in the puzzle pieces they need to here to be able to get this going. They're getting into the cars fast. I think they've realized they've made the call. They need to get moving quickly here for this. Although that being said, all of them backed on off. It's delayed again. I'm scared for them here, man.
Yeah, again, this is an opportunity for a mortar play here if they set it up shop somewhere in the middle here, but they have limited time to try to get into this side here. They're going to do it from the western position here. Maybe try to say, okay, maybe we don't get into this circle. We just try to get the kills and the points that's just ahead of us here. Shitter does Fantica. T5 is still in this big fight here with Myth and Falcons.
Yeah, if you want to kind of clear up the edge play and then make it work from there, maybe that would be the way to go. They take quite a bit of nade damage, though, at the same time. Trying to now move forward very aggressively onto that rock here to try and make something happen, but they get absolutely bamboozled. Oh, no, it's disaster from Falcons. They're going to have to kind of perform much better than in these next 2 games here. Only 8 points on the board.
Yeah, 2 more games to put in. 20-some points. It's going to be rough for them here now with Na'Vi. Looking to lock down this final spot here. Shots coming in. Really good shots here. Onto Scappy. Headshot with the Hawk here. Swings around the western side. Really good cover though from Jacob. Gets down Hagatory. Pio also helping on to Kiss here. Now it's down to just boosting 25 HP here.
Wait, how on earth has Pio got 2? That's crazy. But at the same time here...
Go!
Oh, Boostic! I was about to poke him with the stick and say, do something to help out Hakatori. And he does in the end. At the same time, on the other side of things, Bean with the Lynx AMR taking down Quizzy. It was always going to be difficult for Vitality to be able to make a move on that east side. And now for Na'Vi, still difficult on the west.
Yeah, sure, they've had the 4 kills here, and they're up to 20 points. It's looking decent for them, but it's a salvage situation here for Boosting. Maybe he can steal 1 more point, maybe do something. There's a lot of dead bodies here, James. There's jammer packs, there's first aids. You can heal for quite a while with the amount of contributed items that's just been sent into this one here for mid. Now T5 trying to get into the center. This is the sort of play that I expected Falcons to do. You know, a full 4-man send, maybe pre-shoot some of the mortars towards some of the big fields in the middle here. But yeah, it was not to be had. PU finds another one.
Oh my god, there's a ginormous drop going down as well. Just as this actually goes down, he does take down Schiller. Again, a big scalp to take here from S2G. Now it's on Lazaquepra and Baron to do something. Baron kind of acting as that backstop here for the boys as they do move forwards for this. More nades getting charged up. He sees Pio moving exactly. He could charge that up and go for a bit of an underhand throw, but decides to lie down in the middle of this smoke. This is scary stuff here.
He's just trying to get it done here. Baron's been found too. It's really falling apart for SOG here. They did not pre-plan anything regarding this next circle here. I would love to see some mortars coming in, maybe to try to get some of the miracle plays outside here. They're barely inside, holding on to this next circle here, and Pio has just fought his way in here with the coup.
I will say, E-Arena, during all of this as well, Standal takes down Hezumeme. E-Arena did a really good job consolidating on one side of this compound. He can't run over. He's underneath. This is what is going on. Okay, we got rid of him in the end.
That was like putting the top on a casket right there. And he's out, and all dead. We're down to 10 teams with 24 live here, James. And this exact spot here, this is where I really like this kind of play from 4AM. They take this corner where they know their backs are free, and they actually have quite the space to be playing in here. Huangrif does find Get Rocks. Dynasty does find Lil Ghost too. Finally, we see some more action for 17. Levante finds Tanbu with a crazy MG3 spray.
Yeah. How are you supposed to spot him in some of these fields with the ghillie suit on as well? It's not exactly easy. And the MG3, he's just going to start trying to blast at anybody moving forwards against him. Akuma, just north of this, is also trying to get rid of Dymasti, and then they can use that as a linchpin spot. Laza finishes off Pio. Again, it's so important, clearly, that he's come in for CC Inex. Laza's been playing really nicely here, all things considered, for these internationals. And now, Levante just still a bit stuck, honestly. I don't know how he can shoot at some things, but how do you get out?
I'm so surprised that he really manages to hold on to so much complexes and compounds here. Levante goes out in 7th place as well. They maintain control of so much. Nobody third-partying, nobody pulling up, nobody doing anything. Now 17 is the first team to try to get in and get closer to this spot here, but so many teams just focused on edging their way in. Nobody is contesting some of the teams in the middle, holding down 2, 3, 4 compounds.
Completely agree on the arena scenario. They've been able to get away with murder here. A little bit of a lack of murder. They've only got 2 kills, but murder, when it comes to the compound, has very, very strong split. Might pay them a win in a moment. Squepper still leaning forwards into these dips that Pio was the resident of.
Okay, hello. That's an easy spray down, gets one, doesn't get the second one though. Nance finds Quetpa here, but gets also found by Oban. Spaceman is all finding Windbow here. This is a big fight here. Look at the arena's compound though, James. They're locking this southern side down so easily.
Yeah, and they know where the threats are going to be as well. The fact that they've been keeping an eye on tabs on KDG for quite a long time in this game. At the same time, BRDM here for 4 AM as he just runs down Akuma. He's bullying the old age pensioners. That's awful. Winder, how dare you? Poor Akuma.
That's a qualifying game for him, man. Look at that. That's a top 3. So. 8 kills, 29 points on really being able to save Spaceman potentially here. They could get even more out of this one. JDD down to just 1 player. E-Arena, they're just been shooting so much, using so much utility, try to get as many points as possible here. Oban's been very active, gotten 3 of them. And Suzu's just, jump peeking just a little bit. See if he can get some with an M16 silenced. You know, back in the day, then 8x on that was the meta, and Oban says, no, get out of my game.
He just turned around and I'll have none of that. Get out of here. Love that. E-Arena, like, it feels like they've had a bit of a free ride here so far with this compound, but dealing with 4 AM, technically they have the advantage position-wise. But 4 AM's it's a little bit scary regardless. As you say, it's already a qualification game for them. If Lyrics hits any mortar shots, there was already nails in the coffin position-wise. Never mind the idea of this raining down from above.
They have so much control. Look at the circle. Like, they have to make big moves here, 4 AM. The only chance they have is to make a pull-up play on one of the players here. They're very split out. I don't think they have the information on that, but Nurens and Pathompong are holding the two corners of where their entry point should be. Spaceman does have a Panzer, but Opons has a bold action ready to shoot some heads.
Yeah, the one potential thing really going in the way of 4M is the fact that they do have that BRDM in play. I don't know how much health it's on. You would suspect it's taken some damage. That nade is crazy, and they are driving away from it now. So they're going to reposition themselves a little bit further onto the west side of this circle. The boys will hold it down. Yeah, I think it's smart, right? Just shoot into the BRDM. That's like the only thing they really had going for them here. So as long as you've got the ammo for it, start firing.
I don't know, this Western play is just a delay of the inevitable. It's not a play for the win. And now they go to the Western side here. Then this next circle is just going to go away from them, and they're going to give them the compound here. A big pull-up or a bully play with the BRDM would have been probably better, but let's see how they engage in this one here.
I mean, even in some of these final moments, as now it does go down, they were still quite divided, right? So, like, as you say, with the bully play, maybe that could have been the way. It's still a far cry off, right? It still feels like Irina should be taking this victory. But, yeah, going over to the west here and now losing the BRDM and only having the rock as well as a little bit to work with, as well as that crate that, you know, Shen has moved down to. I don't know how their transitions later on in this game, unless they've got a million smokes, can really work.
4 smokes here. We see 2, 4. It's actually not bad. It's not bad. It's 11 smoke. They can work with that. They can maybe make a smoke play. But then again, the other guys has 5 nades. They still have some really good utility here. There's stun grenades too. It's just going to be a straight up deny. And they have the hard cover as well from the full ridge line that the terrain is kind of laid out in front of the arena. So we'll see it and deem it pretty difficult for 4M to lock this one down here. Maybe they're hoping for a pick off. That's great shots from Window with the 6.6 and the MK12.
If there was some way that 4AM would win this, I would go Bosch crazy. This would be just ludicrous. But yeah, E-Arena now just needs to make sure that they are close to the middle of the circle, waiting for the move to come on in, being able to shoot them as soon as they move out of cover. They still even have vehicles available to them to E-Arena as well. So not that they even really need them right now. Like the middle dot is very much theirs right now. Oh, and they've got roofs. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's no way. The smokes are coming out here. You need to line it up perfectly with the angles here that we have from 4AM. And the Lyrics has the high ground from this here. It's going to be extremely difficult. He already has full information that there's some crazy digging going on here.
He sees him. They need a wild opening knock, and that's massive nades going into that trench line. Pathompong takes down Spaceman, and now they turn their attention towards Shen as well, realizing that it's another one from Pathompong. Winder is gone. Shen here, you might have been the MVP of PGS. Oh, he does hit some insane shots there against Nurens, actually, as now he's trying to deal with a little bit more of aggression. There's no way you get out of this, Shen. There's no way.
And Opens just full sending it here. Oh, I like that. Good utility uses here. Aggressive push here. Okay. And he's just gonna absolutely send it away here. Not giving extra points up to Irina. What a great lockdown for them. What a great game. This compound was uncontested. It is so curious to me. Every time I see this played, it always gets breached on the eastern and the southern side. And here, nobody dares to pull up.
Yeah, it's kind of wild how that all works out. E-Arena here with this compound just locking it down, and I think that one of the saving graces came for them at the sight of the fact that there were so many teams that would, if you'd have tried to breach it, other teams would have tried to shoot at you, right? And that was what was kind of maybe the apprehensive play for some of these teams going forward. So let's bring Matrim and Poro back in to talk about this one. Matrim, this was very much E-Arena holding on strong for this compound.
I mean, E-Arena just chilling the entirety of that game, just watching so much of what was going on. They did get involved, picked up a couple of kills, but all the violence just comes down to the fact that they had the compound and they managed to secure it. Like I said, nobody went for them really. Instead, everybody just kind of got mixed up in a lot of edge firefighting.
I think that obviously they kind of were in that compound. Looking across some of their ammo as well, they didn't have loads. So I think that they were thinking to themselves, Poro, okay, well, you know, if we get breached on, you know, eventually we'll trade out against things. But they just didn't have to take many fights at all.
They didn't have to do anything. I mean, look, you'd absolutely, if you get the circle falling on top of you, you'd be absolutely Bosch crazy to try to leave the compound that is so easy and so free for the win. And we did get to see a couple of good performances here, though, as everybody just running through each other. These wide open fields were just brutal.
Yes, they were. I can't believe you. Yeah, you like my Bosch crazy.
I love the Bosch crazy.
Maybe I'll unleash one day if I see a worthy moment from one of these teams. We'll see.
For the Bosch.
But of course, you've got Akatori trying to hold down. I did think in these moments, like, where's Boostic? And he finally did turn up. And then Pio somehow getting a few points here and there. There were individual moments, Avenger, where I was like, what is going on here in Tego?
Yeah, Boostic survived on the grace of Pio getting both Kiss and Baron in that case.
Yes,
that was such a crazy spray down. Full sense obviously having some fun here with OEM. Just the lid on the coffin was closed once that came in.
Lid on the coffin.
There was a lot of that. There was grave robbing by Pio. We were trying to close the lids. This all over the place, running them down. Like, BRDM plays are so silly nowadays, where you see it slowly moving forwards. Again, as I've said many times, Matcham, like the Austin Powers scene where he's like using the roll.
I mean, it just feels that. I love the way that 4 Angry Men is actually just using the BRDM in such a memey, fun style, but it's just like, if you're having to deal with it, it's so annoying. Imagine somebody parking a BRDM on top of you. What do you even do? You're just like, well, this is my home now, I guess. Until you decide to kill me.
I'd hold them hostage. Like, just not even like remove it. You walk off. Actually, no, but can you get in? You can get in the BRDM, I guess, from underneath.
Yeah, if they leave it.
Unless you blow it up.
Okay. Yeah, or unless you blow it up. Okay, so you don't get out of the BRDM and you just say you're living there forever. Okay, right, well, I've solved the puzzle. So a full sense of JDG, they've got themselves 35 points each so far. 4 Angry Men with 30. You'd expect probably these top 3 here to be safe so far.
I would think so, yeah. I think if we look at that 30-point traditional cut line, I think you're good, right?
You think top 4 Avenger?
Mm-hmm.
26
I think 26 points here. Yeah, 26 points, as in they have 2 more games to go. As in, they're surely just going to think, okay, we just get a few kills here and there.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the cutoff is going to be lower than 26 or lower. I'm just saying if you have 26 points with 2 games to go as an E-Arena, you're going to get enough points to be safe in the top.
It just means in 2 games, you just got to get PO points. Just find 4 kills.
PO points. Right. we can't start calling it PO points, right?
PO points.
That said, though, I mean, Crazy Raccoon, sometimes, when I was watching them in PWS and even to here, like, yeah, they've had some moments here and there, but I just think they're kind of in the bin. Like, they still look just a little bit lost in a lot of what they're doing, Poro, and I would like to see them not lost.
Yeah, no, I mean, you'd like to, but hey, look, Crazy Raccoon, that's their home, is in the bin, right? Spaceman, our PGS1 MVP is back, baby. Is Spaceman and the 4 AM boys, are they the best team in China? 17 has not been looking great, guys. Like, let's be real.
I know Tian, right? That's the problem.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, I guess you have to take that into consideration, 100%. But 4 AM has been looking really, really good. I mean, that's what back-to-back, almost back-to-back first place all the way up until the last game in the last 2 finals. But yeah, it just feels like 4 AM's time is like right around the corner.
We're better than 17 right now.
Yeah, I feel like China would be the promised land if they'd sort their stuff out internally. Like, the fact that there's so much like internal kind of conflicts between these teams and stuff like that. Like, I like the rivalry.
The dramatics.
Sure, I like rivalry as well. I just think like that will probably weigh on your performance somewhere down the line. Surely, Avenger.
Yeah. I think there's other things outside the game that has more impact than having a few rivalries with some of the guys. I only think it has a bad impact when we're talking PNC and like the China inside like that. But still, for me, the way that what I've seen so far from 17 and so far, it's been underwhelming at best. 4M has been the only team that I've been like, oh wow, they're looking so good. What's happening? Why are they good? And it's just mostly a Shen show and other stuff.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. We take a look at Fairest and Lazar. I did want to continue on the China thing for a moment and talk about 4am, but we'll take a look at these two. Again, for Lazar, like, absolutely, he's been very important so far for S2G Metrum on this foray that they've been on here throughout the survival stage.
Yeah, I mean, finding some points in these last couple of games has been very good for them. I'm still kind of with you on the China thing. We'll let this go for just a second, because if you guys haven't been following this and you guys are watching and you don't really know a lot about China, go and look up some stuff online, because it's a soap opera over there right now, and it is entertaining just to try to figure out what's going on. There's a lot of internal dynamics that are happening, and it's a very strong region, which we often saw as very regimented. And instead, it feels like it's it's opening up a little bit more, as far as like people starting to let you look underneath of the hood of what's going on inside of teams, instead of just kind of holding the line and staying quiet on different stuff. It's made it to where it's really, you're starting to get like invested in some of these guys' lives and what's going on around them. And so definitely check it out.
Yeah, just to put a cap on it, right? Like, I think a lot of like maybe esports broadcasts might shy away from this topic, but it's an important thing that has impacted genuinely some of the results in the teams coming into this tournament. So it does actually need addressing. But anyway, we are getting into our next match. It is going to be Rondo coming up. This time we're really ready to Rondo, as we are going to give you over to Matchroom and Poro here for our game number 4.
Thank you so much. We will let you have your Bosch crazy, but I am so glad we're done with the condo on Rondo.
I am glad to, honestly. Like the Rondo condo, I was never on board with it, but like we gotta find something that rhymes. Like it's in our nature, right? Like we have to find some kind of clever thing. If you got something else for us, chat, let us know. We'll maybe we'll pick it up. Maybe you could be the one that gives us our new Rondo lead-in.
Yeah, you know that James is now just sitting back there, and he's just going to double down on Condo now that I've said that. The rest of the week, that's all that's going to go on. We know how you are, Bosch Crazy Man. All right, looking out. This is a pretty northern plane path, but I mean, come on, it's this map. We all kind of expect it to go a bit north as far as lay goes. Nothing too crazy coming out. We're going to have a couple people drop around Neox Factory, Test Track, all that other stuff. Seeing if we do have a couple of extended drops going to the north that might lead to maybe fighting over a vehicle, but I don't know if we'll see any casualties given the way that the land is kind of set up over there.
Yeah, I'm looking at this leaderboard with 2 matches remaining. The fact that we got 3 teams that are over 30 points is actually insane. And I like, as a result, I kind of tend to agree with Martin that that 26 points for Arena might be good enough, but that's also going to make that, I feel like that cut line is going to be a lot lower, which is great news if you're one of those teams on the lower side, as, oh, go ahead, we're not going to Test Track Neox, we love that, let's go all the way over to the west.
All right, S2G, find yourself in the center of the circle, so good opportunities to start with. Also a squad that really needs some points. We've got 2 of them already inside the circle, and that's going to be Crazy Raccoon, where I guess Pia was chasing after someone. This is what we need. Crazy Raccoon, you've got 6 points. 4 of them came off of crazy PO things inside the last game. Just do it. Commit to the lifestyle. Stop being like conservative. Let's be smart play style raccoons. Be crazy raccoons, man.
And they pull away from it. They actually probably could have caught these guys, because look at that, no weapons in that compound for either one of them. But obviously, Crazy Raccoon not too crazy to go and try to push into a compound when they don't know for certain what's in there. They could have just been pulling into a shotgun to the face, and no one wants that, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's not the way I like to start my day, to say the least.
Not typically.
Other side of that, who has been receiving a lot of shotguns to the face? Cerberus, a squad that if they just looked in a direction and pulled the triggers, should be able to get more than 3 points as far as 3 games go so far. But I haven't been able to find too much, and I don't know. They just keep making these crazy sends into 3 or 4 teams, and it is just ripping them apart. Now that they have inside track to position, curious to see if they can just turn it up and find some points.
Yeah, man, it's tough. Like there were a lot of question marks on that Cerberus squad coming into the year, right? And you know, here we are about to enter June, and I feel like those question marks are still there. And you know, we've seen some good things from them, but never consistently. It's always been kind of like one-off games where they'll be in a perfect situation. Yeah, just not being able to put together anything as the Arena gets that massive WWCD and puts them, I would say, securely in the top 4.
I would think so. I mean,
top eight.
There's a weird world where something could happen, but I mean, the way that these games are going right now, it doesn't feel like that's the case. We've got a couple of squads with some momentum and other squads that are just, I don't know what the inverse of momentum would be, is tripping and falling on your face a little bit, but
tilted.
Tilted, yeah. Tilted might be the word that we're looking for in this situation. We kind of talk about 4 Angry Men and how strong they are in China right now. I've got to say that JDG still is impressive, but I'm waiting for them to find a little bit more of a cemented play style, because it feels like JDG will have like a big pop-off game, but it's not like consistent. And once they manage to find that, because you'd feel like with a player like Cold, you should be able to find it so much easier than they do.
That's the thing, right? And they're so good regionally, like so good regionally. It kind of, I hate to say, it kind of feels like Falcons. Like Falcons just have not been able to find anything going on here today or this tournament really so far. JDG kind of usually in that same way. Well, I guess not this tournament. Like this tournament being PGS 5. Falcons, they did well in PGS 4. They had a shot at first at the end, ended up finishing in 5th, just how close everything was whenever Myth finally got the massive dub. 4AM kind of in that same boat. It's kind of shocking to see 4AM down here in Survivors, honestly, but proving that they should be moving on.
Before everybody's like, oh, Caster's so toxic, being rude to all the teams. Guys, we got 2 games left, and there's been several of these teams. Rude. Yeah, several of these teams are just, I would say, playing under what we would expect them for. Like, sure, we are in kind of a survivor stage right now, so there are going to be 8 teams that remove, and it sucks whenever one of your favorites is in there, but there's also a lot of teams that just shouldn't really even be playing inside of the series right now and have the capabilities to be playing at least already much firmly in a grasping position to move into the grand finals instead of grasping at straws to see if they can even touch the top 8.
Yeah, and I mean, look, there's a million different excuses you could give, right? Like, oh, it's 5 games set, circle luck not going. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to feel sorry for you. Like, other teams are having to do the exact same stuff, right? And some teams are having to do it with playing with a sub, and 17 is playing with a 42-year-old coach, and they've got almost double the amount of points as Falcons does. So, that's not what you expect. But again, 5 games is 5 games. It's always going to be tough, but you gotta figure out a way to persevere.
Yeah, and I'll give you 5 games for the guys that played today. For the guys that played yesterday and didn't manage to do it, and the guys that are kind of struggling today and not managing to be in the top 8, you gotta admit, it's 10 games at that point. It's not just the 5 and out. You had 2 different opportunities, so we'll see who manages to rally, because whenever we look at this, 16 points isn't a lot. I mean, that's a game, dude. That's a game, and like, if you win and a mediocre amount of kills, you're good to go. It's just, can you get the things to line up in your favor? As we're looking at the circles, and it looks like a lot of these teams are starting to center up with a lean down to the south, the north almost entirely open, because it's just not an area that people are wanting to play. It's mostly fields around that area. And kind of a bad, I don't want to say fields, more like flattish area with some trench walk paths, but not really good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, there's definitely some terrain down here, high ground. You can see what Gen G and JDG are working around. This is just off a center dot, so Gen G having to reposition save beam as JDG taking a few shots to the vehicle there. S2G and their 2-2 split also has angles on this as well. So you see that dominant pillar right in the middle, kind of being the thing that everybody is starting to play around. And if you look at the map, notice how much of the real estate up to the north is just completely empty. Everybody assuming that this thing is either going to center up or go south.
And yeah, just trying to avoid that area that nobody really wants to play around. They want those more fortified positions that the east and the southern areas are going to provide. And a couple of these late rotator teams like E-Arena and T5 might not have too many options on it. We do have Change the Game that's making a rotate in from the east that might put them in a path along 4 Angry Men. Circle itself, it's kind of weird because JDG is incredibly close to the center of the circle, who we just saw in program just a moment ago, and they're one of the most northern teams in this circle. Everybody else is just playing to the south because of the way that the circle is kind of constructed. And it's also peculiar because everybody is also right up against the river, which you have to be a bit afraid of given the way that the water dynamics in circles work.
Yeah, it is kind of wild, and there's still some. It seems like most teams are kind of avoiding each other for the most part here. There's a few shots being taken. I think that's by Myth. I don't know if they're onto each other. Okay, Change the Game, unfortunately, chose the wrong way to make their way into this circle. This is on the very, very edge where 4 a.m. has just been camping this road, and they'll be able to pick up a free point off of Suke while the rest of the squad nowhere really near. So Change the Game will just be playing this one forward as 3.
Next circle right now, went and find any circle that he can get into as they're out in the blue zone. I'm out rolling this one through kind of slow in the BRDM. It is only phase 1, so it's not going to be the worst of blue zones. Change the Game at least did manage to find somewhere to stop, so there's going to provide something as the pillar in the middle, drawing a little bit of an attention. As looks like Vitality has got a very good control point that they're going to be playing from. Whenever you move just north of the river here, you get yourself kind of a couple of different funnels that happen around this position, and that's what Vitality is trying to play for. This is a definite, okay, we want to try to catch people in rotation, find some kills. Notice Gedrock's playing a little bit further to the north. This is all about making sure you can control pathing of teams around you.
Let's see kind of what they're looking at on their map, what they've got pinged out. You know that they've got Crazy Raccoon just off to their south. You see Na'Vi making their way in here as well. Try to avoid that line of sight, and they should be safe, looks like, for the time being. Now, it's only 2 of them. The rest of the Na'Vi still kind of off to the east, making sure that they're not getting backfilled as everybody's kind of waiting to see where this next shift is going to take us. Are we going to get another hard shift that throws everything for a loop? In fact, we are. It's going to go hard down to the south, and that's going to make things really interesting right there on the north side, Matt.
I've got my eye on 4 Angry Men and how they're going to opt into playing this. You can kind of move a bit further to the north and try to look over onto the other side of the river, but you can get some knocks, but you can't really get kills out of it. Or you can just go to try to cement in positions around the bridges on wraps that could be going on. That isolated position around Renjiang is going to provide a lot of cover and potential, while everybody else is going to be playing on the other side in a much smaller, compacted section of the map. But this section of the map does provide capabilities for a lot of squads to stay alive. We still have a compound way down to the southwest that's entirely open. It looks like Myth might be going for that one right now. Vitality going to be in an incredibly strong position where it's going to be them and Crazy Raccoon, I would say center-ish. Really, there's going to be the area around the river and the footpaths that go around it that are going to provide a lot. S2G's Baron's going to find one. Chill is going to make sure to secure it.
Good shots, Baron. There you go. And yeah, I mean, that river being just the major dividing factor in this new zone, and only 2 teams really playing on that southeastern side right now in 4am and Na'Vi. We'll see if anybody else joins them or if everybody's just going to send it right towards the center, try to find any dip they can find. T5, you can see what they're doing right past 17. No shots being taken. They're going to push right into Gen G, and Gen G is not prepared. He's going to hop into the vehicle and try to escape, but it's not going to happen. Kong has been finding some kills here today for 3rd on 5.
Gen G in some trouble now, trying to see if they can rally, but T5, very few options. They got bullied out of the point that they wanted to play from for 17 just by a second or 2, but instead going to find something. Shillo looks like he's going to be getting even closer to this one. So few options to play for as now T5 with just 3 up. They have to deal with the menaces that are starting to swarm around them.
Oh, and Gen G is just falling to pieces right now. Only 1 game remaining, and they are well below the cut line as you see S2G trying to get Shilla back to the rest of the squad. And yep, S2G should be in a good spot here going forward. 3rd on 5. Looks like they should be able to reset, get back up to 3 strong.
I love the fact that we saw S2G actually make a play to go for a couple of kills there. You know, they know that they're at the 22-point cut line. There's potential for free kills. There's also a potential to get run up on by like a full 4-man squad making a rotate, but goes for an opportunity, pays off, finds something on it. Cerberus, who we did talk about that was inside the circle, decided to go Lanpo. They're kind of juking around over there into the west. They're getting contained by a 2-2 split coming out from T5 as Falcons over into the north. They have Tig very far to the south, kind of playing a foothold position for the rest of the squad as the rest of the Falcons have to deal with positioning coming up from JDG as well as Cerberus.
I actually really like this for Falcons. If the circle does cut off to the west and kind of pull away from the water in that direction, then they should be good. But Tig, you do not get knocked here, buddy. That will be actual disaster. As it's kind of surprising to see them only having Tig the solo in this compound, the rest of the 3 off on the compound that's right on the edge of the zone. You got to figure it's going to pull away from there eventually, but they're already in vehicles. It looks like they might be sending it here soon as Glory's getting that eye in the sky vision.
Well, remember, we do have the water mechanics and the way that this all works. So playing to the north, and keeping at least maybe a safety foothold over there isn't the worst idea, depending on how these circles go. You have to feel it might pull a bit more to the west, but this circle's going to say, no, water, we do whatever we're going to do. But interestingly enough, now 4 Angry Men in Navi's position, they were playing the dice right now, and it pays off big.
That is a huge win for Navi and 4AM. No, I don't think anybody anticipated this thing to cut onto that eastern side of the river, but that looks like it's where it's going to end up. As already you see the mass migration starting to happen. Vitality will be the first ones. They lead the way. They've got Falcons kind of just behind them. They're going to play. It doesn't look like they're going to go for the complete wrap. Instead, they'll just go ahead and stay on that northern side. Vitality, though, they're going to go all the way around, eat a little bit of blue zone, and come in from the eastern side behind Navi and 4AM.
This is the smart rotate for them. Just try to get around all of this. Change the game's already going to be down there. They do have to be a bit cautious of where we see 2 of the players for Navi playing right along the edge of the zone. It's going to be those rock croppings and footpaths on both sides. T5 is also going to go for a regroup back into where they got bullied out from 17 a moment ago. They do manage to make landfall. So Cerberus, JDG, E-Arena, all on the outside to the west. While we also do have Myth, very few options. Going to have to be pushing right into that area where Full Sense is at.
Yeah, playing around that bridge, the western side of that bridge, that JDGE pickup. It's going to be interesting to see where they decide to go, because Change the Game has managed to get their knocked player back, and they'll be full strength, but they're playing on the very, very southern part of this zone. We'll see where JDG decides to go. As 4AM, it looks like they might be getting pressured here by Third on 5. No, Third on 5 has a little spot of hillside just above that 4AM compound where they'll stop down.
This is pretty sneaky. Falcons not going for the big wrap, instead just trying to squeeze in right under 17's nose. They managed to do it. If they can manage to find a way to survive and get across this little bit of a bridge. Navi was distracted a moment ago taking those shots at Vitality. So they've managed to find it. And now JDG with that emergency pickup, feeling good. They've got a lot of vision up on top of the world.
Oh boy. And Falcons, the duo from Navi is the one that gets the knock, and now they're forced to pause down. As should be able to get Gustav back on his feet, and then they can get back on their way once again. But you got 2 of Navi just kind of free farming fire over in this direction. You see Spiro, they're just already taking the tires out. So Falcons in a little bit of a spot of bother here, but it looks like they should be able to reset.
I mean, it's a survivable point. No matter how the circle kind of moves, you've got a couple of different ways that you can play around it. Oh, December 12th just drops Levante. That could be Resbull. Do you have another follow-up nade like that one?
JDG decided to take that high ground. They go a little fishy with dynamite, and they find Levante. But yeah, does he have anything? He's got one more. As he stands up there, I think he might be waiting to see if maybe Cold 119 can wrap around and get into a spot where they can confirm as the mortars are now starting to fall. You got the mermaids just hanging out underneath the bridge, waiting to see where the next zone pops, and it's gonna go east.
All right, so now if you're playing into the west, you have the option to go for a blue rotate all the way around to the north and to the east, then wrap down to where Vitality, JDG, and Navi are at. Or you go for a bridge push where it's already being camped on both sides. If you're a west team, you were playing the numbers, you were playing it smart, and PUBG just said, nah, we gotta remember, there's some RNG in these circles. Good luck trying to find a way to fight your way out of it, because it's about to be a bloodbath in the west.
Just an absolute brutal set of shifts here in 3 and 4, throwing this whole game into disarray. 4AM is laughing right now. They've got a fantastic compound. Navi, they could stand to get a few more points here as well, secure their spot in the top 8. They're looking good already, but E-Arena going to push right into Cerberus. As Cerberus, they are summarily dispatched. E-Arena, what a clean pickup.
I mean, that was just dominant is all you can really say about it. Change the game, trying to keep Myth out, as this is going to be the in-circle side of the bridge camp, as the western side, outside the circle, was Myth. They decided that they didn't want to stick around and deal with that anymore. S2G realizes that this is going to be a pretty bad rotate, so maybe it's time to get a bit into the trenches and take some firefights, but it is going to be up against Crazy Raccoon, who just want to get out, man. They just want to go.
Oh my goodness, and S2G, unfortunately, a little bit separated there. Liza and Baron already a little bit closer towards that river. Looking over towards Crazy Raccoon, though, see if he can land a few shots. Gonna get Glaz about to half HP as he's gonna go for the seat swap. Sure, why not? But Glaz will go down, and Crazy Raccoon, they want all of this. They're gonna take that fight with S2G every day of the week. But S2G, they're holding strong. Shilla will go down as Laza will go out, and he's gonna get picked out. S2G gets taken down by a combination of Crazy Raccoon and E-Arena.
That is a mess over there, and that mess isn't done yet because Crazy Raccoon, E-Arena, Full Sense all have to figure out how they're going to get in the circle. Remember Falcons who are playing along that bridge? Well, guess what? Na'Vi is going to try to fortify it, but Falcons still have 17 back behind them as well. They know this. They've just got to get across. They know that they're going to take casualties. Tig getting knocked there is just part of the problem that they have to keep going for, but Hakatori is dismantling anything that Falcons could bring. He just single-handedly holds the line.
Just absolutely destroys them. And yeah, you got to feel for Falcons being one of those teams. Like every team that was on the West or playing the West and the North just got absolutely screwed by that circle shift, and Na'Vi in a beautiful position to capitalize, and 17 actually using that as an opportunity to start making their way across the river. So good awareness on their part to take advantage of a distracted Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, they used Falcons and snuck in just to the south of them, and Na'Vi was a bit more nervous about what was going to be going on with the Raps into the east. So now everything's starting to settle back down in the circle. JDG to the south, Vitality is just above them. 4 Angry Men in the center of it all, living the best life as the circle pops, stays on them again. And we do also have Na'Vi in the north with 17 on top of them. Notice there is also the Swimmers in Full Sense trying to get across, but now Change the Game has to get in the circle.
And Na'Vi is on the clock, and 4 a.m. can just kind of kick back and relax for the next few minutes because nobody's going to go anywhere near that compound. It's Cold 119 will spot out Quizzy for Vitality. JDG finally having to leave that high ground, and they are getting as much as they can off of this before they have to make that long push across an open field with 4 a.m. staring them down.
How focused is 4 Angry Men going to stay on that rather than all of the closer range threats, though? There could be an opportunity for JDG, but they've got to make it fast. Change the Game, making their wrap up right next to the duo that's going to be for Myth. It's going to be its own independent from Full Sense. You can see having to deal with 17 right on top of them, as Na'Vi has gone for more of a fortified positioning, and it's very wide set up in their defense, but it has got a lot of crossfire capabilities. This firefight is going to be at least isolated for the time being, and Thanadol does manage to get the knock onto Akuma, but you can see there's just nowhere to really go.
Oh, but Hakatori's got the scent of blood in his nostrils right now. He is chasing down everybody. Xiao Wu will get the nasty little flank angle from the river. Takes down Belmont. And now Hakatori has come over. He's decided he wants a piece. Give him another one as he is up to 5. If he can just flush that last kill out, that'll be his 5th one. But it looks like Full Sense will survive a little bit further down the coastline. Here's Gedrox will get taken down. That's going to do it for Vitality.
Oh, that's kind of bad for JDG because 4 Angry Men is who got the kills on it. So that means that 4 Angry Men is going to be focused very much on the positioning that JDG is playing from. Change the Game can't really find a way to get into the circle. They wanted to go that Myth line. They're going to have to retreat. 17's got to creep their way forward. But let's not forget, we still got Crazy Raccoon P.O. He's trying to make a cross. He's got himself another stack of kills. And oh, he finally goes down. That is, he's got the lion's share of the kills or the points for Crazy Raccoon right now.
I mean, he's trying to drag them kicking and screaming across that cut line, but it's apparently just a little bit too difficult as they are down there with 12 points in 12th place. Well, with 1 game remaining, it's asking a Herculean task to try to get up into that cut line. It's definitely possible, but you gotta have some luck go your way in this final game if you're on the bottom side.
Rimbo's got to try to figure out a way to get in the circle. JDG, you can see already starting to take some casualties, but that was going to be change the game. JDG decided to go away from 4 Angry Men, pushed over into the west. That puts him right in between Maida and Thailand and changed the game, and it started to feel good for a second, but then instantly turns around. JDG goes down. They managed to at least inflict some damage on Change the Game, but that was about all you could get out of that.
Yeah, I mean, their cross was always going to be tough, but they're feeling pretty comfortable sitting in first place overall, and we see now Na'Vi starting to use that high ground. The question is, I don't think they have any idea that this duo from the Expendables is hiding up here right alongside with them. Them two Huang F and Tanvu playing very, very quiet for the time being. Although Tanvu shot at something at random. I'm not sure what it was. Jacob, though, he's going to spot out Full Sense on the coastline. This could be mutually assured destruction here for the two Thai squads.
Well, with the way that it's sitting, I mean, look at Change the Game sitting at 15 points, tied up with a GTE, as the Expendables are just 1 point back behind 17, and then 2 points back behind Vitality. Both those squads out, so opportunity to try to creep up, touch that top 8 available for both of these teams, but you have to deal with a very high ground and in control Na'Vi to the north and a fortified 4 Angry Men to the south. That is going to be a big problem for these squads that are just trying to find a way in, most notably Full Sense, Myth, and Change the Game.
Yeah, Navi they're hunting right now. 500 damage for Hackatori to start things off. They know to expect somebody to try to wrap around over here. The only thing, I feel like 4 AM, if you're going to have an opportunity to win this game, they kind of have to send somebody outside of that compound now before Navi can really focus down on top of them. Right now, it's only Ferrist that's looking over in that direction. As looks like Winda and HSM might be creeping around over on that western side. But they're not going to spot anything out. It looks like Hackatori. Oh, he sniffed him out. The expendables have been found.
Oh, can they do anything to stay alive? It's not all of Navi yet. If anything, this might open up something for Full Sense. The longer that this goes on, there are opportunities for these squads that need to get into the circle, but nobody wants to make the move yet. No bold plays coming up, and Hackatori does go down. Tanvu manages to find it, and now Navi, who had the high ground under control, has to be careful. Ferris has to relent from his angle and start looking after him. Now 4 angry men are taking shots at Ferris. They're realizing an opportunity.
They've got to make something happen here. Tanvu, the last player left alive. It looks like they've got him spotted out, but Hackatori has been flushed out, and Navi now down to 3 players. This Expendables entrenchment proving way more problematic to deal with for Navi than maybe they had anticipated. It's opening up a door here for Myth and Full Sense to try to make their way in as Myth will take down Flash.
Okay, Myth, where do you go next? 4 angry men is actually trying to climb the hillside over into the west. They've got vision on what's going on with Myth. But somehow Tanvu has managed to stay alive enough to cause the problems and slow down the entire pace of this game. Spire has to peek away from that angle, and Tanvu is just trying to make a miracle happen.
A P90 Tanvu is a terrifying proposition, and that is what Navi is having to deal with right now, as they will finally take him down, and it's actually going to be HSM that does it. And what does he get for his trouble? Knocked by Spiro. And so now it is a 3v3, 4 AM versus Navi for the win.
Shin's gotten close to Ferris' position. Nate is now prepped, trying to see if he can set it up. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a juke if they can take down this flank position. 4 angry men now has an opportunity. They've got 2 players that are playing over into the west lined up, and now Navi, who had so much control, just had everybody coming up into their face while that expendable firefight just took too long.
And Spiro is going to pick up that P90 off of the corpse of Tanvu. 4AM does need to be careful about doing this. They can't give him too many single fights here, as Winda is going to win the 1v1 versus Spiro. Oh no. Boosting now, the last player left alive for Navi. See if he can maybe get a kill here. He's going to find Spaceman, but 4AM knows exactly where he is, and they will kill him and take first place overall with a fantastic victory in match number 4.
4 angry men and Navi play against the math, and it pays big, as that was an absolutely crazy set of circles, Clark.
When T1's not in the lobby, they're allowed to get the win. That's very important here. Of course, Navi getting themselves basically a qualification match off that as well here, Avenger. So for these 2 teams, very important results there.
Yeah, big points to come in here. Difficult circles. That circle pop that was straight with the roof in the middle. I was like, okay, how are the guys going to approach this? Obviously 4M in the compound later on here looking good, but it was difficult to lock this one in here. And trying to deny some of the entries of 17, of Full Sense. Navi did well here, but 4AM, man, what a way to close this one in. And yeah, as you guys say, T1 not here, they can have fun.
Yeah, just blasting, good compound, good work, and then they get themselves the victory. Let's take a look back at all the highlights from this one. Of course, still, as much as, you know, Gen G's finding themselves spots and stuff like that, a little bit down the line, it's still not enough to be able to put themselves in the most secure place whatsoever. I still have my worries around this Gen G roster, Mashroom.
I mean, yeah, good cause. I won't argue it in the slightest. It does hurt, because we actually had D that made the switch over from in the Americas to go over and play with them. It feels like there's something that's lost in translation. Maybe I don't know exactly what's going on with the squad, because we do know that Gen G tends to lean into a bit of a safer play style for a predominant part of the way that they've been playing, but this new meta just doesn't reward it. There's just too many vultures that are going to be coming after you. As you can see, the similarity is also kind of going on with Falcons right now, as they can't seem to find anything. Instead, it's just solo plays. That's going to be what you got to find, and Pio's doing that.
Yeah, Falcons finding themselves on the edge of these circles, trying to get on in and really not working out. Poro, I think for Falcons, definitely been a very rough day, right? They've just been constantly chasing and constantly having a hard time.
Yeah, I mean it's brutal, it's rough, but that's PUBG, right? Like you've got 5 games, and you know, unfortunately, you're not going to get zone every single time, and a lot of times you're going to have to be making these late game rotations. And so far, it's just they have not found any bit of luck to go along their way with this. Maybe with 1 game remaining, they'll find something, but it's not looking great.
Technically, with how some of the teams at the top have sponged things up, the cutoff's looking a little bit more lenient at the moment. So as we take a look at those overall leaderboards, Gam the Expendables, 18 points on the cutoff right now, Avenger.
Yeah, it's going to be tight here. Look at all the teams at the top here that's already locked in here. And as I said, the arena, I'm sure that they're going to get the extra few points here to put themselves across those 26 points. Now to 32 here, absolutely safe. Made in Thailand already. Is there really just 2 spots up for grabs? I think there might be.
I think so, potentially, as Jacob once again will take some big damage done here by Made in Thailand. Winder showing up here for 4 AM as they're able to capitalize from that compound that they had. So not bad at all. It would be a bit of a shame if we didn't get Made in Thailand through Matrim after what we were able to watch from them in the previous PGS.
Well, we know that they're flashy. We know that they have the capabilities. It just was not necessarily their best day yesterday. 4 Angry Men, though, definitely having a great day today. Is Winda just being a winner right now? These guys are not having the highest kill counts. No big surprise outside of what was going on with Winda, just due to the fact that all the firefighting was going on away from that compound. And you saw the JGG's hillside, the ridge lines of water. That's where all the focus was on. But this is just a stellar performance coming out from 4 Angry Men today.
Of course, across all the PGSs, we're keeping track of like who ends up getting the most man of the matches. I think at the end of first circuit, it was definitely Hakatori, and then at the end of PGS4, it was still Hakatori. We're going to see if anybody can start challenging that top spot, Avenger. It's difficult at the same time, though. Navi's not having the most amazing run of things. I mean, they've got themselves to some late games, but they're not quite getting the wins on the board, which is meaning that Hakatori's not getting as many man of the matches just yet.
If we just look back at yesterday's and say, sure, they got some wins on the board yesterday, they won 20% of the games, but they still didn't make it. I'd rather have this Navi here. That's what I said as well, kind of at the start of the day. I'd rather see teams going out, fragging out, only getting 5 placement points and still getting in, rather than, you know, trying so hard to get that win, to get those 10 points. It doesn't matter. If you're able to frag out, kind of lock that in. Sure, there's been some clutches, there's been some boosting situations, some Hakatori situations here that have gotten them, you know, the 10 extra-ish points that they have now. But still, I'd rather have this than what we saw yesterday.
Yeah. With 1 more game to go, though, as I say, that cutoff is going to be very close. So technically, anyone on the bottom side could make it. I was about to ask the Americans who they would like to be able to move on up, but I think we all know. I think we all know. It's beyond that.
Good guess.
Yeah, beyond that one team, though, Poro. Anyone else?
Beyond that one team, honestly, like I want to see 17, man. Like they're right there. It feels like I would love to see Akuma get in there, and like it sucks that they don't have Tianchan, but it also sucks that they're not. That's 2 PGSs in a row where they won't make a grand final and not be able to collect PGS points for themselves. So, you know, obviously, next, I think Tianchan should be coming back for the next one, if I'm not mistaken.
That's
so
the theory.
The rumor for sure, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, I'd like to see them up in there and fighting for it.
All right, well, gentlemen, time for a break. When we return, we have 1 more game to find out who's going to move through into the final stage.
Hi guys, it's Bella for the Relay interview. Today's guest is Glass. Gunner wanted to talk to you and ask you, A,
if they believe they are the best hot dropping team in the world.
And B, he wanted you to do your famous American impression.
네, 냉정하게 생각했을 땐 그래도 이 PGS 참가하는 팀 중에는 상위권인 것 같아요.
All right, well, that's a very fair take. And now it is time for the famous. And we have Gunner watching. Can we get Gunner? Gunner watching. Yay! He's gonna pull up a video to show us. Here is Glass's take.
God damn!
That was perfect. Okay, I see why Gunner wanted you to do it. All right. Before I let you go, I have to ask you to pick another player to pass this on to. What do you want me to ask them, and who should I talk to?
Kickstart.
Kickstart? Okay. What should I ask Kickstart?
항상 그렇게 꾸준하게 좀 팀워크도 제가 느끼기에는 팔콘도 좋다고 느껴져서.
It's all right. I will let you know, and I'll report back. Thank you, Glass. 감사합니다.
God damn.
A new heist mode with some familiar perpetrators. A new way to finish off your foes. And a collaboration with the legendary Harley-Davidson motorcycles. All this and more as we dive into the Update 41.2 patch report. First up, we've teamed up with the ultimate heist game, Payday, for a new game mode filled with crime and cash. In Payday mode, you and your squad will choose your class, pick a target, don an iconic Payday mask, and try to get out with as much loot as possible. But be careful not to trigger any alarms unless you're itching for a hefty fight. Completing objectives will award money that can be used to unlock more weapons and equipment. So complete as many as you can to up your arsenal. There's also a special Payday event pass for you to unlock even more cool Payday themed items. Next, finishing off your enemies just got a little more stylish. When you approach a downed enemy with a melee weapon out, you'll now have the option to perform a finishing move with a special animation. For now, executions can be performed using the crowbar, sickle, machete, and of course the pan. But other melee weapons and additional execution animations will be added as time goes on. Motorcycle enthusiasts rejoice. The Great American Ride is coming to the battlegrounds. For a limited time, you can pick up the Harley-Davidson CVO Road Glide ST motorcycle skin from step-up packs in the workshop. There's also a custom lobby skin to grab.
One more game, and with the cutoff point looking as brutal as it is, we have ourselves now one more chance for these teams to be able to put themselves right in the running. As you have welcome back. As my name's Kalaris, we've got Avenger, we've got Poro, we've got Matrim here to cover everything that's going to be going on. But before we talk about the next game, we're going to hear from Navi's coach Alrain, who's with Bella. Let's take a listen.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing with Navi's Alrain. Well, you guys came in second for the second time today, but you know, it's better than nothing. You guys are pretty consistent throughout the day. But I wanted to ask you, what happened yesterday and what are you trying to do today?
To be honest, we are making a lot of mistakes right now. We're trying to fix them, we understand them, but it takes time, yeah. That's why we cannot close wins today, for example, as well. So both those two games should be wins for us.
Do you think the mistakes that you mentioned has to do with like the team, it's like a team thing, or do you think it has to do with like the other teams that you're playing against?
No, it's just like our approach. I think we lack communication right now. Yeah, and we'll try to perform better like in the future for sure, yeah.
One more map to go, and I wish the best for you guys. Thank you, Alrain.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Oh, I thought we were only just getting a barrel then, but we did get the wave towards the end.
It was only one-handed. Did you not like the
only one-handed?
True, that's the sign in the Belladome that it's not an acceptance, whereas two waves, of course, is the acceptance for Bella in the Belladome. One more game going, though, here, Poro. Any teams you're looking out for, aside from Falcons? All these other teams need to jump on up.
Aside from Falcons, look, Team Vitality's right there. I'm actually like focused in on what the teams at the top do, because that's what's going to determine how far away that cut line gets. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens with one game remaining. It's going to be crazy.
Final thought, Matrim?
No excuses, dude. You just need like 10 points. Qualify or shut up.
Yeah, shut up, you idiots. All right, let's get into it. Thank you very much, Matrim and Poro, as we'll head on over to Erangel to round out the survival stage here. A decent playing path for those teams in the south side. It's me and Avenger. We'll bring you all of the action.
It is, and we're going to be starting off to this western side, flying all the way over to Multipower. And with this playing path here, it does feel like it's either going to be an Everest or a lot of water, maybe a 50-50 circle. James, you asked Power what his focus is going to be besides Falcons. I know exactly what the focus is. It's going to be the snacks and the popcorn he brought out for this absolute banger of a game we're just about to have.
Oh my days, he's leaned back in his chair, he's ready to go. I don't disagree with you, my friend. This is going to be an interesting one because, yeah, that cut-off's gotten spicy very quickly, very suddenly here for this best of 5. I do think that there's this weird scenario where we get all of these best of 5s and every single time it's like really down to the wire towards the end. I don't think my heart can take it throughout the whole of 2026.
Yeah.
Every day is just a bit spicy.
The hospitals are reaping the rewards of the lack of you walking on your plate. You can't do it meanwhile casting, James. It's a little bit rough.
I know. Can you imagine just getting the little treadmill out on my new desk and everything? Sure, the games would be wild. I've seen some talent do it in other games, and I'm like, why are you doing that? But anyway,
They're 10 years younger than you, or 15.
You reckon that's the reason?
Yeah, that's the reason why they are capable of doing so.
Maybe.
Yeah, sure. There's a lot of teams here on the cutoff. I think, oh, look, it's not like I call it's going to be a 50-50 with water, but oh, wow, what a circle here. So much water still in play here. I'm really hoping for a north shift where we still have a lot of the northern teams and northern side in for this one here, James. And as I said, I think realistically, we have 2 spots up for grabs. It's S2G, GGE right now on that cutoff. I think 27 is going to be enough for Myth. I know that they're going to get those 2, 3, 4 kills. But imagine, though, if they get pulled up on and dies, then there realistically is 3 spots up for grabs.
Yeah, your question of if is there only 2 up, I'm leaning towards that, man. I feel like Myth should be able to be okay as we take a look back at this game and see how everything was going to go down for S2G, right? They were dead center in a circle like that. And then we got like our circle 3, and all of a sudden, this piqued our interest, Avenger.
Yeah, for sure. I'll say this, though. This is some of the wildest circles we have on Rondo, and extremely difficult to play, but 4M, and they banged it out. They absolutely, explosive and other things. They absolutely banged it out. They aggressively held the compound, took the ridges, put in damage. Really well executed by them all the way through this game.
All right, I'm going to set my stipulation for going Bosch crazy in game number 5. If Falcons goes big and qualifies, Bosch crazy, all right?
Yeah, I think you go Bosch crazy, maybe, potentially. We'll see.
It's going to be good. It's going to be good. As unfortunately for them on Rondo, there wasn't really many Boschings to be had. As looks like 4 a.m. looking very strong from this compound, locking it down. Na'Vi had nothing to say about it either, but Na'Vi's done pretty okay for today. I don't want to say well today because I know I know the expectations that Na'Vi wants to play up to, right? They would like to be winning out every day, but sometimes it's difficult in these lobbies.
Yeah, agreed wholeheartedly, for sure. I'll say this though, I think there's a scenario here where with this circle and how difficult it is, some teams are gonna be doing, the big bridge camping, all the other fun stuff here. The problem is you have 5, realistically, absolutely safe teams. They can do whatever they want, have fun, but they can also focus on teams they don't want to see in the final, right? They'll be like, okay, this team is looting close to our compound or looting a whole split that we actually want to take over for the final. They could be denying them that. JDD coming in with an emergency pickup. They're a little bit scared, but there's no one around them. Guys, you're going to be absolutely fine and safe to get into the military island.
Well, in some of the other lobbies, they were shot at when it came to some of these emergency pickups from that south side, because we had some like crazier drops that had to happen based on like the teams that were in the lobbies, right? So yeah, I can understand why they were, just have some concerns, but only in previous lobbies, not really this one. One thing that would really pique my interest once again is if 17 does not get through, therefore is not in the finals, and then for T1 gets to go for those middle drop spots again. It was fascinating to watch how they played things out with them. And I think it brimmed them with confidence in those finals compared to, having to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're right. Now we see Tour de France happening here with Spyro on the island. It's going absolutely crazy here, trying to get in on the hills on the southern side, get deeper. No one's going to be expecting anyone here in these compounds at this time. And if it's someone with a bike, they're going to be like, okay, well, nope, there's no cars here, it's free, and there's just going to be sitting, 1 or 2 guys inside the compound, and it's free points potentially. It's always the scariest thing when you're pulling up to a compound. There's no vehicles around. You can be like, it's a free compound, and then all of a sudden there's just guys with shotguns, and they have either picked up or driven there on a bike.
Yeah, a bit unexpected. As Thanadol, eyes to the sky, is in the middle of the red zone though, so might want to get himself in a bit of shelter at some point. That said though, with his teammates close by as well, it's very rare that you end up losing yourself out. The pickup's always there as a potential as well. Thanadol shoots into the sky. Cold 119 completely divided away from the rest of his team. I don't know about that one. but they also are at 42 points, so I don't know if they care.
I don't think they care. I think, I should say, red zone. JDD also, the red team coming in on top of the compound. They're like, let's have fun with it, right? And JDD, and full sense in this case here, just gonna get cold 199 down, get the point confirmed, and absolutely lock down this beach compound here. That's very central currently, but we'll see how the next circles apply. Falcons here in the sky. Getrox, was this the knock that they got? He's trying to swim into a shore here, bleeding out quite fast here.
The knocked animation of the slow swim for me is I don't really see it much, but it tickles me a little bit. It's like I'm drowning.
Oh, like a Murloc?
Yeah, kind of actually.
Okay, I see. Baron finds Spiro. Meanwhile, here Navi and Made in Thailand, as we said, they're gonna find these kills and points here and there. I didn't expect them to be right now, but with their current location and them being this close to the circle and the center of it, then I think they're going to be absolutely fine here. Unless we see Navi just be like, you know what, you guys are on the cusp, we're going to beat you and get you out of there.
The funny thing about the Gedrox knock as well is that he absolutely deserved being knocked, right? He was basically AFK in a boat. Like,
just waiting for the other guys.
Yeah. You can't be doing that in these lobbies.
Absolutely not. Oh, that's actually a lot of damage done. Shrimsy also finding U-Dirt here. Tingleton gets the bleed out on Getrox. This might be the start to the game that Falcons needs for their confidence. A lot of damage done here. Look at that. The boat is already burning. They're trying to get out of there, but Kickstarter is just straight up following them. This is going to be an easy push to get Finhay Cerberus out of there. Only 3 points so far. It'd be crazy to say, but Falcons got triple their points, still on the second last place.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a disaster for Finhay Cerberus. Never mind Falcons. As did I see him throw a smoke out of the boat onto the left? Is that what that was?
I'm not sure. I didn't see.
All right. Wild if so, because I don't think it even really works. But there you go. As now, obviously, for a kickstart and the boys here,
UAV inbound.
Just start shooting at everything.
Yeah, the UAV from Kickstart comes in here and starts helping out to get the information on this eastern side here, the confirmation onto U-Dirt as well. They're putting themselves onto the 10 points here, but still Vitality locking down the bridge. They lost Getrox earlier. They're maybe out for some points to say, okay, well, we're on the cusp here. We need a big game. We need points from the start. And if they can get 2 or 3 or even poke it a little bit at Falcons, making sure that that eastern bridge is theirs, that would be a big case for it. I saw some shots coming out from Levante, so they are definitely aware of each other's location here, James.
Yeah. They definitely are. I've got to ask though, with obviously a lot of eyes will obviously be on Falcons, right?
Sure.
Like if you were them and you were dropping in that spot and you saw a circle like this, what would you be prioritizing? Would you be prioritizing taking these edge fights, or would you be prioritizing trying to get a position in a circle?
Okay, so quick 20 seconds. I think in a situation where you're not in a high prio, in a 50-50 circle, you don't know if it goes south or east. If you're not high prio, you try to see if you can find points. If it's, you know, from the sky, from the bridge, from information that you know that teams are coming in behind you, I think that's a great strategy here. And they have, and as I say, only because they have no prio going into the circle. If they had, you know, top 3 prio to be in military, that's what this should be and would be prioritizing. That really high prio. If this was a, you know, 50-50 Milta side, they would already be in Milta and fighting for terrain in there.
All right, well, let's check in with the Team Falcons comms after that kind of breakdown and see what they're thinking here for this one.
They're getting out on the buggy to get another car on green. They're just driving up to obs. We need extra cars at all?
No.
Okay.
We look to play the north side here.
Nice. They're gonna take the 1 HP, but they should be fucked. They don't really have another play.
Yeah.
Okay. We might be able to get nursery, guys.
I really want to
Look
scout
a little bit aggressively forward nursery.
I'm driving. You guys can drive down the road.
Match it up, good info on it. Drive down the road.
Drive down the road, but I don't have nursery hill info yet. Just be ready. The hill on me is clean for now.
Let's just go down the hill.
Don't drive road. Don't drive road. Just go
drive down the road for now.
Good info on it. Drive down the road.
Drive down the road, but I don't have nursery hill info yet. Just be ready. The hill on me is clean for now.
All right, so they've actually got quite fortunate here with the shift, and now they're able to set up on the east side. Yeah.
Yeah, really good shift here. Crazy good shift for them. And they called out nursery might be free with that eastern shift, and it actually is, and they managed to lock that down. Sure, you need another eastern shift for nursery. to be in a good spot. Big double compound here. Opons looks to be catching more damage and done to Glass and Guyon here.
Yeah, even some more reinforcement shots from Thornpong as well. Going for the third position here against the Lighthouse. Is now charging up a nade straight away with this changeover. Iononix trying to lay in some shots against that from the distance, but it's not going to work out too much. Oh, Ponce is down, though. That's a good nade from Pio as he's trying to salvage the situation now. Try and get a little bit of clean wherever they can here. Crazy Raccoon gonna have to deal with Thornpong moving up a little bit, but the problem is that Iononix was already on that off angle. Now with this movement here, he has negated some of that off angle there from him. He's gonna throw the molly forwards. Is that on target?
That's good.
Oh, it's burning.
That's so good. And it's getting a lot of damage onto Guyon, getting the confirmation too. Norens finds the nade knock onto Pio, and now it's down to just Iononix. One of the biggest names from Korea, and they're about to get knocked out off this one, James.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon probably not making it here into yet another final situation, and it has just been a rough time here for this team. But again, you know, looking at their direct invite into these circuits, I had my concerns around it, and it's not really looked good here in PGS 5, as Quetpa is also lurking around the edge as well. And technically, I think Inox is completely open to him. He's just not noticed him against that hillside.
I think he's a little bit lower. He might have a ridge even. I couldn't see in the distance there. Quetpa didn't even look at the lower ground there. But yeah, with the smokes and everything, Inox has got, I think it's a little, it's a little nookin. He's got walking up to. Quetpa didn't even think about it. They need points too, though, James. Look at that with the 23 points they've got so far, and Myth haven't gotten 2 already. They've got 9 teams breathing down their neck to try to get ahead of them.
The great thing is they have a BRDM, so technically speaking, that might be able to open up what could be an eventual bridge cross here, but Arena is looking to really disrupt so many people's game plan. They're already qualified in through, but they're saying, you know what, bridge camp sounds fun to me. Now for Vitality, dropping into the middle of these craters alongside the airstrip, and they have a buggy available as well to them, so they're taking, are they taking the tower?
There could be.
Oh,
it's actually not a bad shout for them. Let's get ATC in that case. It's 2G now with the BDM here, and this play that they're trying to get in. That Western Bridge has been very, very focused here. The Arena still in to make a little bit. Oh, that's a really good northern shift here. Falcon's gonna have to relocate as well. Navi looking really good. They already got 34 points. They're gonna get another banger game from this one here. A lot of teams on the south though, with a lot of space open toward that northern half of the circle here, James.
They're being very cautious about their moving on in, but their time will be running out on this edge side as well. For the Arena, they absolutely don't care. As you mentioned, they can just sit in this blue and just be annoying to these teams, whoever they may be. They haven't quite got a knock on the S2G just yet, but now they do. And Schiller down just like that. The BRDM completely out of play. Now Baron Peak going to be trying to go for a little bit of peeking across this ridge line. But again, there's just way more to lose here for S2G.
Yeah, it's so much on the line for them. Arena just having fun with this one. Actually just trying to send it in. Trying to get in and get some high ground control, put some pressure onto Arena on the other side here, but they're going to go across. And nobody on the other side actually there to receive them or greet them, so they're not going to get bridge camped here. It's actually quite lucky. I'd expect with teams being on the Western Bridge and you see knocks happening, that some teams could be ending up doing that.
I mean, if Arena really doesn't end up, wanting to play for a win or anything like that, they could just sit on the other side of this bridge and make it even harder for S2G to get across. Never mind Iononix, who's lost in Wonderland. He may as well be in Narnia at this point. This is, yeah.
Iononix, yeah. I don't really see them qualifying here. They need 15, 20-point game here, single-handedly and stuff. Maybe a rest, maybe something, clutch could happen, but I don't really see it coming to fruition for them.
Lars are going back for the res by the looks of things for Quetpa and Baron as they now try and make landfall elsewhere with the BRDM that they were able to pick up once again. Getting Schiller back up would be awesome. Of course, he is definitely one of the fraggers of the team. Now, Falcon's also making a bit of a dash as well. So is Third on 5. We haven't talked about them much. Qualcomm, once again, though, is going to be one of the fraggers here to try and make something happen. Tambin down, I think, for Cerberus. Their numbers, they They're done. They are done. They've only got themselves 3 kills so far, 3 points so far. And now Falcons can hear this. This could be big points for them if they're able to clean things up.
Yeah, they could quite easily. And this is exactly their plan. They need to third party. They need to try to get some points easily while staying alive here. And they're especially running into teams that are struggling too. They're going to panic. And they're going to strike fear in their enemy.
Yeah, Cerberus has moved south of this, so it's not necessarily really a third party. That being said, though, they do have 2 members still stood up here, waiting for Theron on 5 to actually make a bit of a move. Lurking around for this. And it looks like, at the same time, as we take a look, Inonix just shooting at S2G, who's now making that dash through. Gustav starts things up against Fluky. That's an opportunity here for Falcons once again. The circle's gone away from them. They need to start cleaning this up and get moving fast.
Yeah, this circle just popped away from them. They need to be extremely quick, finishing this fight fast. Look at that. More damage done to Kong. Could finish it even quicker, get the confirmations in, and he's just trying to get out of there, get out of dodge. And T5 really struggling, half HP and just 2 members left from T5. It's going to be a rough one for them, but 2 more points for Falcons. And more teams is going to be aware of their fighting and their location, considering how late we're in the game.
Yeah, they're on the warpath, but the problem is now that path leads straight into other teams in the circle as the shift has gone away from them. Fairest finishes things off, and now Shrimsy takes down Ranger X. Schiller back. Hopefully you've got some things in the boots, boys. Or maybe you've got, you can go and try and find a fight and take the rest of somebody's loot. Heading on over. What have we got for him?
Please.
Little gifts, little presents.
Yeah, drop your long range, have a chance to fight with something at least, and this really talks to the importance of having helmets, armors, and stuff in the big cars here. There were some nades in there too, so it works out. He can help a little bit. Falcons with a full 4-man, but they're trying to close to Vitality here, and I'm not sure they know their exact location. He might have seen him. Getting closer with M249. Covers in. He actually got a headshot in quite quickly. Gustav finds Gedrock, so that's a huge knock.
Yeah, straight away, Gedrock's really being kind of ripped apart there. Tiggleton takes down Levante, but it's a trade as Levante's nade bursts on Tiggleton. And it's going to be a little bit difficult here for both these teams to really get the salvage going. Oh my god, Gustav with the headshot against Quizzy. He has opened things up against Vitality, who is also in the danger zone right now. If they don't get a few more points here and there, they are not going to another finals.
And 2 of the knocks were stolen actually from Finne Cerberus. Not like they needed it. T5 is out as well. CTG getting some points here too. An absolutely bloodbath of a last game here, James, as the team's trying to make moves. Finne Cerberus trying to get even deeper into the circle here. We have moved out of the whole military complex, and the team's just trying to chase and get away from that circle to get into the next one.
Now, flowers due where they're worth, right? Like S2G getting Schiller back up and making the cross and being able to get the recovery on this west side of the circle. That's super important for them to defend their position in this top 8. As now, hell am I bad here for Vitality. God, you've got some work ahead of you, mate. This is going to be trying until the very last second to come in, trying to lay low, trying to find any flushes and knocks where you can, and hoping that the goalpost doesn't start moving, because the Expendables above you here trying to do something. Next circle shuts down JDG. Again, though, JDG's done. For a CTG, though, they're currently on the cusp, on the edge.
So many of the top teams are going out already here. We're down to just 1 player from JDG, full sense. JD's out even here quite quickly. And we could have all the top teams going out, which means more points for the teams in the mid-pack here. As S2G has gotten a few kills, they found an Onyx too. And a lot of teams big fight here, and Expendables has to get points here, James, but Hwangef is down to CTG.
It's a really important fight because CTG is trying to take away Expendables' position in this leaderboard right now, so if they can shut them down completely, that is a complete reversal of those positions. Vitality is gone. They will not be making another finals here, and they've got to be crushed by that one, that's for sure. Not happy. No smiles on side the camp here of Vitality. And now for CTG, if they can just shut down Expendables, but the thing is that Falcons is still 4-man alive. 17 Gaming is still 4-man alive.
Yeah, 5 points different for those 2 teams. Falcons gonna need a lot of points. Try to get Finne Cerberus out, try to get Myth out without losing any players is gonna be difficult. Stanel's been found here by Dark Juice. 2 players left on Expendables here. They're just trying to hold on. It's extremely difficult. Udert actually has a really good angle onto Gustav here. He could go down quite easily, but the timing is of the essence.
If you're the Expendables right now, anything you knock, you've got to confirm those flushes. It's got to be quick. It's got to be rapid. As now for Tiggleton, And the boys, they have made a little bit of an opportunity on the east side of this circle. They just don't know about Yuda, and that could be the backstab that they absolutely do not need. S2G, though, trying to shore up their defenses once again here against the Arena. Arena is totally safe. This is very important for S2G. Getting Schiller back up was pivotal. He survives. He gets the 2 kills here. And Yuda, he's looking for the backstab.
Trying to get in here. Just a little bit of HP. He's down to 10. He's got to step in now.
No way.
Nobody sees him just yet. Kiss finds Dog Juice. Here's also big names to take down as Expendable has been one of the teams in there. He strikes, finds Gustav. 5 HP left, and now they're going to turn around here. They're going to do some damage, maybe get him down quite quickly. There's a great nade from Kickstart, but losing 1 player is going to be incremental to the later games.
Definitely. This is such a problem now, because for Falcons as well, they know that Cerberus is totally in the bin in these leaderboards, so they've got to be ruining the day. Yuda's just come in back and been able to get that backstab. At the same time, they still have 6 kills. They still have an opportunity to be able to make this work from the east side. CTG, though, now also going down. They have leapfrogged the Expendables, but the Expendables is still alive at the moment. Down on that south side, CGG is looking for the war here against S2G, as they're looking to try and find just a few more points here and there. Schiller again! He's back up and he's back and good to go. Not that many bullets. Only 12 bullets left in this AUG here, but Schiller is an absolute thorn in the side of CTG. He's gone.
He's been found though by Kuma, but the 30 points that he was able to get, that is now the cutoff point the other teams are looking for. 15 points to do so for Falcons. That's a big game. They're going to have to get a win, have to get 5 more kills. It's going to be difficult for them, but let's see how 17 approaches this one. This does feel like a 17 or a Na'Vi game in my book.
Yeah, it definitely does. And for CTG, they're behind 17 Gaming, and 17 Gaming is looking for them. So as much as you've moved into the top 8, I don't know if you're surviving in there for much longer. XCDH now trying to heal off as much as he possibly can, but 17 knows that they are on the cusp and knows that they just need to shut this down. And then once again, that goal post might stop moving here for them.
Yeah, I don't really see how they're going to get much more out of this one here. 17 is just looking for him, trying to see exactly where he is, knowing that he's somewhere out here in the blue. Now trying to go for a spray here. I don't know if that's the Hail Mary I would go for. Try to be a little bit more silent, but try to go. Is it going to be now? Oh, that was close. Good timing onto the first aid.
You just heal and then you deny, right? Like, I don't think there's anything more you can do here. As in...
I get the idea that it's trying to delay them, that then could, you know, get a third-party opportunity for someone else, that they don't get into the circle. But they have lots of space on the northern side. Now Falcons trying to clear out the north side, or the south side here, James.
Yeah, at the same time, let's listen in on the Falcons comms. This is going to be desperate moments here for them. Let's listen in.
He's on the right.
He was shooting from green. He was shooting from green.
Yeah, I'm BZing that. BZ's good in that dip if he's there. If someone else has any piece of lethal.
I don't.
Edge driving towards us, boys, on orange.
Guys, he's gonna get the res.
Insta.
He's dead. We should run at him immediately. Listen, one.
Good in that dip if he's there. If someone else has any piece of lethal.
I don't.
Edge driving towards us, boys, on orange. The other one's on a rock on blue. He has a good angle. I'm swinging in front of us. We killed the guy on blue. He's not in.
Na'Vi can just
I need to smoke you, bro.
Yeah, I smoked. I smoked.
Having to play full edge at the moment here. Falcons as they're trying to go for a little bit more damage, and Kickstart is down at the moment, so they're going to need to recover him. Going into that dip, getting a little bit more util on board here after taking down Jacob. 7 kills. There's a world where they make it work, but they need Kickstart back up and good to go. That is for sure.
Look how close it is. It's 24 points. It's actually quite easy for both 17 and Falcons to get this done.
Yes.
Clarice is out, but they're going to need to take down 17. Whoever wins the fight between 17 Na'Vi and Falcons, of 17 and Falcons, is going to be the team that's going to be in. I don't really see 24 being the cutoff point here. 17 is going to get more points for sure from that northern push here. They're encroaching onto Na'Vi. Falcons probably going to try to delay it as much as possible. They're inside this next part of the circle as well. A perfect third-party opportunity for them would be huge here, James.
If it shifts south as well, God, they would be laughing, trying their very best here to be able to make that circle work for them. But wherever it may go now, they have got to be scared, as now they're repositioning their vehicles, trying to figure out exactly how they're going to be able to approach this. Coming on up, 4 AM to drive away from Na'Vi. So technically, those kills did not go the way of Na'Vi. There is still a little bit more on the board. The circle shifts quite center, a little south lip on it. Ooh, gonna be tough.
That's a rough circle for Falcons. I don't see how they survive this. especially with 17 having one more player alive and 3 more points. It's going to be a difficult one for sure for them to survive here for this one here. A little bit of a heal, maybe the southern side ridge here, maybe a perfect timing with Na'Vi finding them as well. Small chance, but I doubt it.
They can live alongside that small lip on the south side, but I can for how long, right? The fact that 4AM is kind of moving in on that side as well, they're going to have to dispatch of them, and they are currently lobby leaders, admittedly only 2-man, right? So if Falcons can somehow make that work against them, although that being said, it looks like a bit of a drive scout from 4AM, and they've moved away from it for a second there. They may have spotted them over the ridge line, and they're charging up nades. They're going towards Falcons. They're looking towards Falcons. Oh!
He's coming in, a lot of damage done to the terrain, but not to the players just yet. Oh, a little bit here. He's going to do 29 damage.
Good lie down.
2 kills from these guys here, and they're going to be tied. The tiebreaker, though, wins from 17. That's a good double nade thrown to the direction here. Lots of damage done to 4AM here, and Na'Vi's just trying to see if they can maybe engage a little bit on that 4AM fight. But the BRDM is going to be a nuisance. But look at that. The Panzerfaust is ready.
Yeah, see what we can get done. If that could have connected, that could have been absolutely massive there for Falcons, but no, it doesn't go for the shot just yet. I think a lot of barrels from Na'Vi are looking north against the position of 17 Gaming, and they're kind of allowing that south side fight to play out at the moment. Akatori knocks Little Ghost straight away. That's 17 Gaming having a bit of a mare, having a bit of a problem. What are they going to do now? How are they going to be able to salvage Little Ghost? He's detached quite far away from the rest of the team here at the moment. So now 17 has to make a move. They send out the sacrificial Akuma to try and save him.
This could actually work out exactly in the favor of Falcons, but they need to get on with the fight with 4AM. The rest comes in through here for Little Ghost. No aggressive pushes from Na'Vi. Smart. I like it. But damage has been done to them. Now he's on the second knock. He's going to have to use utility, use all his heals, or some of it. He has 5 firsts. He's going to be fine.
It's down to the wire now. I didn't think we'd get here. I didn't think Falcons would get here. Last game, they've left it till the final throws of today. Digging forwards as well, but 4AM still has some nades in hand. Everyone's got the pickaxes out. They're not ready to be able to receive this, and Spaceman does take down Shrimsy. There's a little bit more here to them, but it's 4AM now just going to go for the push. I think that they know as well, if it's Falcons and they get the knock here, I think they know, just get rid of them. They're not in any danger. Kickstart, though, does take down Spaceman. They need this res.
I think that this res is actually possible. I don't really see anyone moving out aggressively from Na'Vi here, but the timing is rough.
No way.
That's a good one. It actually goes above. Shots are coming in through. That's the Meme is alive. He's got the cover in behind it.
Did he trade that with Shrimsy, or does Shrimsy still have a Panzer? Molly goes forwards. 4AM doesn't want any more of this. Loading him up into the back of that and getting out of dodge. They might just run straight into 17, though, who has started to contain this position. Yes,
they gave it to 17.
Steals it away here from them. Now Falcons doesn't have an extra point on board.
Okay. Yeah, shots just going to come through here. It's just going to be a donation here, probably to 17. Yeah, easy peasy. Okay. It's a Meme dead here, 4AM out. And that's one more placement point to go to Falcons. 5 points difference. Falcons can need to win this game, or for 17 to die out early.
Yeah, 4AM giving those 2 over to 17 has just made it all the more difficult for Falcons to do something with this. And the thing is that, I mean, with the teams left alive, 4AM knew where they were going with that, and they knew who they were giving that away to. So now for Falcons, it's gotten all the more tricky. How do you deal with a 4-man of 17? How do you deal with Na'Vi 3-man in a compound like that? Look at the line that 17 Gaming has set up here to eventually take this fight.
They're just digging all the way close to the compound of Na'Vi here. Fight's gonna happen soon between 17 and Na'Vi, but let's see if we can get a swing out from some of the players here. Maybe Na'Vi just goes and dies to Falcons and they call it a day.
Maybe. This is a tough one, but they're not going to give it up at all here. Hakatori, oh god, you peek on over there into the barrel of Hakatori, and you know as Falcons, you do not want any of that. You do not want any of it at all. I think it's all but done here for Falcons. I think they're not going to the final. A nade goes forwards from Xiaowu. He's got the angle against them. You either go into the jaws of Na'Vi or you go into the waiting arms of 17 Gaming. I don't want to take any direction.
That's a good nade. Xiaowu finds kickstart there. Hakatori gets the bleed out on Shrimsy. It's absolutely over. 17 gets the last spot. We talked about 2 spots up for grabs, but S2G defended it, and 17 grabbed it away from him.
Boostic will finish off kickstart, and that is 17 Gaming confirming basically that they are going to be the ones getting in through that cutoff at 8th place. And for Falcons fans out there, it's a disaster. They will not be in the finals here of PGS5.
And Boostic trying to get out and get this one locked in. Maybe they can get a few more points to grab that 2nd place away. And maybe 17 can jump ahead of the S2G and, you know, a more cosmetic end to it here. Oh, good shots. Great angles here from Akuma.
Yep, great validation from Akuma here to be able to save Little Ghost, keep things going here as a 4-man. Wembois as well takes down Ferris. And that is all she wrote, basically, unless we see some Hakatori magic. Which can happen, but not today. It is going to be 17 Gaming, an all-important game, an all-important victory. 4-man strong towards the end, 17 Gaming. When we had our doubts with not having Tian Tian here, but you know what? They've made it. Matcham and Poro joining us to talk about this last game, and that is fantastic for 17 Gaming. Heartbreak for some other teams. He was, well, you know, that was an interesting way that I did phrase that, but yeah, I'll go with it.
Hey, it works. They got the res and let them hold the line against Na'Vi.
Yep, yes it did. Poro, your thoughts?
I mean, it's tough. You know, you leave everything down to the last game, and the Falcons had a great game. But you know, you had 4 other games to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, there at the end, it's just not enough. And 17 manages to find a way to scrap their way to the top there. Great work by them.
Yeah, tough times, especially with the knock-on effects of these best of 5s, right, Avenger? You've got teams like Na'Vi and 4AM who are just completely solidified in anyway. So at the end, they've got like weird decisions they could be making or not to like really deny teams positions and stuff like that. And for Falcons, I don't know how you play out that late game out differently. It's tough.
I think it comes down to what happened in the beginning, and we can't put it all in one game, but imagine this, guys. Kickstart continues to chase Finhay Cerberus, blows up the boat, gets his 3 kills from there, and Gustav doesn't die, and they're a 4-man. It could have been a different game, but and a few more points. Also, remember, Finhay Cerberus stole 2 of the kills that they knocked on Vitality on the hill. That's 2 more points. That's actually 5 points more overall from the game, and they don't lose Gustav. That's a whole different game. Not saying hindsight stuff here, but the small things matter throughout the day like this.
Yeah, the ripple effect, it's very strong in this game, and just slight different decisions could have been the difference maker. There's just such big names that have not made it as well. It's not just Falcons, it's the Expendables not making it, Vitality not making it, Gen G, who started things out, Matcham, again in our last finals with a back-to-back win. They're not making it either. It's been a disaster of a survival stage.
This has just been a catastrophe for several of these teams that have been kind of dominant at different stages of international play, and it's just feeling like trying to grasp at straws, find the meta. You can see that in some of these teams where, yeah, the circles have been really brutal today. I'm not going to argue that, but at the same time, everybody is playing the circles, so that can't be the excuse. You've got to figure out a way to navigate them and find your points.
And of course, if you do qualify through straight into the grand finals here for PGS5, that means you're starting in the winners stage of the PGS6. So for 17 Gaming, this is a very important, not only to be able to get to a final here, but also to allow that little bit of a leg up going into PGS6 as they're able to qualify through in this last game as well. Here's the overall standings. Those are the 8 teams that are going to be moving through Poro into our final to join the others. What do you make of it?
It's kind of wild how this 30-point cut line has just been so consistent, isn't it? Just like across everything. It's crazy. But congratulations to S2G for making it. I mean, it's a little bit squeaky there at the end. Yeah, that's tough to watch, isn't it? But
are we really going to do it? Are we going to give a man of the match and they don't qualify? Is that really going to happen?
Please. No. Don't do him like that.
Oh, like they made a valiant effort for it at the end, but yeah, again, you never want to have to leave it all the way to the end.
Akuma, look at that though, really stepped up in this last game as well to be able to play alongside Little Ghost Wenboa and Xiao Wu. Very important for him. Will he get man of the match?
Now I'm torn. I kind of want Akuma to get it.
I want Akuma to get it so bad. Like all those 40+ guys out there.
No! Avert your eyes!
Twist the knife.
Oh God!
That was rough.
It's like a blinding light through a window. That's tough stuff.
Give him the on-stage interview too. Why not?
Oh yes, in the Velodrome. That'd be perfect.
In the Velodrome.
That would definitely be tough, but God, the way in which that boils down in the survival stage with just 5 games is tough indeed. But this is our 16 teams, Avenger, that are going to be playing out that final. What do you make of it?
I think it's cool. It's cool to see some other teams. Sure, there's some repeat survivalists that didn't survive. 3rd on 5, Team Vitality changed the game, but it's good to see some change-ups here. Obviously, we're going to have a final stage tomorrow where we're only going to be playing a best of 10. But there's going to be PGS points and prize pool on the line, so it's going to be extremely exciting.
Yeah, and of course, the PGS points across 4 and 5 basically determine who is able to move through onto that 6th final, right? So that's kind of important for that. But anyway, we have our interview ready with Bella, who's with 17 Gaming.
I'm standing here with 17 Gaming's Lil Ghost. Hello, Gongxi Lil Ghost. Well, that last match decided everything. Now that we can all take a breath of fresh air, now that you're in the final stage, I'd love to hear your take on how today went. 오늘 마지막 경기로 모든 게 정해졌습니다. 이제 드디어 좀 안도를 하실 수 있을 것 같은데 오늘 릴고스트 선수의 총평 한번 들어보고 싶습니다.
今天是最后一场比赛，然后一切都安定下来了，终于能松一口气了。然后你有什么想说的话，你可以说一下。
我的搭档队友天神要来到韩国参加接下来我们的决赛 PGS 5的决赛，然后对手们做好准备吧，迎接我们的红爪。
이렇게 모든 선수들, 우리 팀 선수들이랑 같이 한국에 오고 이렇게 또 진출할 수 있어서 너무 좋고 잘 준비하고 싶다라고 얘기하고 싶대요.
Well, I'm glad that all of our players, all of my teammates got the opportunity to come to Korea and play in this tournament, and I am absolutely looking forward to putting up an even better performance this time. Yeah, I mean today, I think it threw everyone off of how dicey the cut line was. Why do you think the teams were struggling so much, and why do you think you guys had to wait till the last minute to get in the top 8? 오늘 유독 커트라인이 되게 촘촘했었거든요. 릴고스트 선수가 생각하기에는 왜 이렇게까지 촘촘했는지, 많은 팀들이 이렇게 어려움을 겪었던 거에 대해서 어떻게 느끼는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
就是今天的比赛，就是各队之间的这个分差都很小，不是吗？就是比较晋级比较困难。你认为就是每个队都这样的原因是什么？你是怎么想的？
因为在突围赛里面的场次很少，只有5把游戏的机会，然后你一旦可能失误掉其中1把，就可能影响到你能不能晋级到 PGS 5的决赛吧。
왜냐면 5매치밖에 없기 때문에 이게 한 번 한 번이 너무 중요하고 그리고 5매치밖에 없기 때문에 그래서 그렇게 생각한다고 했어요.
I would say that it definitely has to do with the fact that it's a best of 5, so each match counts, and I think that's why everyone was fighting till their last breath to make each point count, right? I mean, today was a rough day for all of the teams, but today's already over. We have to talk about tomorrow going into the final stage, right? What do you think needs to be the #1 thing that you and your teammates have to do to make sure that you don't end tomorrow on 8th and probably end on the upper half of the leaderboard? 오늘 힘든 하루가 정리되자마자 당장 내일 파이널 스테이지를 생각을 해야 되거든요. 17 게이밍은 내일 경기 전에 좀 팀원들과 어떤 이야기를 가장 중요하게 좀 다지고 가야 될까요?
今天这场比赛结束之后，明天不是又有比赛嘛？然后今天结束之后，你会跟队员们一起就是讨论什么？会说什么？
不会，我们会选择在睡觉之前吃点好的，喝点好的。
그렇게 토론하진 않을 거고 저녁에 그냥 자기 전에 맛있는 거 먹고 푹 잘 거라고 하셨어요.
I don't think we're gonna do much talking. I think we just need some good food in us so that we can wake up fresh tomorrow. All right, 谢谢 little ghost. Thank you so much for the interview. And before I let everyone go, we have a reminder that PUBG Nations Cup 2026 will be happening in June 23rd to the 28th in Changchun Arena right here in Seoul. So mark your calendars. And that is all from us on the stage. So we'll see you tomorrow. 안녕. 네, 안녕.
Say it, little ghost. Say 안녕. The aggression coming out from the master of the Belladome here at the end. I don't know why that tickled me so much. I'm so sorry. But that is the say it. That is the end of our survival stage here for PGS5. Let's get some final thoughts as we go on around. Matchroom, we'll start with you here. It's been a brutal best of 5.
Pour one out for everybody that didn't manage to make it because it was a crazy day, dude. It was a bit all over the place as far as circles go, but the guys that were consistent at the top were incredibly dominant, so they had a good read on it, and you got to give it to them. I'm very excited going into tomorrow.
How about you, Paro?
Yeah, I mean, re-rack and wait till next weekend if you're on the wrong side of that leaderboard. But you know what? Congratulations to 4 Angry Men. They're back again. Full Sense looked really good. S2G, getting to see, it's like we had 4 Chinese teams and 4 Thai teams in this survival bracket, and 3 of each made it in. So really good work by them.
Gamers. Avenger, final thoughts?
Yeah, it was a crazy day today, and obviously congrats to some of the teams that has a 6-day vacation. You can either go grind or you can enjoy the scenes before that next week. Yeah, or fish. Once we get to the next week, that's going to be crazy. But tomorrow, though, I'll say this: we do have some absolutely stacked teams come into tomorrow. I'm actually really excited. My big question as we go through the year, when are we going to see repeat winners? Once again.
It's tough,
Might be now.
It's so tough though. 10 games, like it's rough.
Yes, it is. It's a good question. Maybe we will see it here in PGS5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for us here for the survival stage for our best of 5. We now know our 16 teams in that final stage. Tomorrow we will be back, same time, same place. All of us are going to leave you in the same fashion that Bella did before. All of you, say annyeong! Say annyeong! Annyeong! Annyeong!
They wanna see me with the flash. You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a low bitch mad. I don't really wanna understand. Ain't got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again.
I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. Fleet, I make them nauseous. I'm all in this room, my homemade for auction. One of them breaking necks, make them just a double take. When I dictate, so straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase it the case. I'm a 5-star click from the great to the great. You got to sell a pretty face. Gotta sell a dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile and got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you're a mistake. Repeat again.
열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 구며받지 앞에서 해줄게 라는 못해도 쓰러져 다음에 넌 예상의 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책과 당신의 팀 밤이 밤이 쏟고 내가 할 말은 peace out
Loaded like my gun, told it. Take me to the battle, my team, you know it. Slice pitch black, pull up and glow it. I'm all day with it, no, I never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys get the trauma. Diamonds quicker up the part, pretty face, don't let it fool you. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now guys, go and they'll never walk.
Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you're a mistake. So tired of hates and comments. Why you got no sense that's common? Talk the beef, get cooked like ramen. I just met gala and I dress her up with diamonds. I know what I know, I don't bargain. You You can price me, look at all my garments. 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 향이 남네. 난 got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake winning fates. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake winning fates. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again, I don't partake.
You heard what I said.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash.